Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.
1. Chapter 1, Mysterious Phone 1. A young man sat at his desk inside a simple apartment. The walls were illuminated by the soft moonlight that entered through the large windows. He sat in the living room of the apartment his parents had gifted him after graduating from high school to prepare for his university entrance exams. While busily reviewing his notes, his triple monitors were right in front of him with multiple empty cups next to them. He glanced at the time as a sigh escaped from his mouth. It's already 12, huh? He muttered as he leaned back comfortably on his chair and cracked his neck a couple times. The tension left his body. He looked at his monitor once more. It showed January 2nd. He didn't have much time left to prepare for the common test for university admissions. If only mom and dad didn't force me to complete my bachelor's and master's, then I could be enjoying life. He complained with a slight smile on his face. He was just venting his frustrations. He also wanted to enter a good university and study to make sure he could properly take over the family business. Shaking his head to rid it of the distracting thoughts, he once more sat upright and started reviewing everything he had done during the day once more, making sure he didn't miss anything. After another hour of studying, he slumped backwards, staring at the ceiling with unfocused eyes. That's enough for today. After tidying up his desk and shutting down his computer, he wanted to take his phone out of his pocket, but when his hand entered his right pocket, it was empty. He stood there frozen in place. Where was his phone? I'm sure I put it inside my pocket after I left the cafe, right? His voice trembled slightly as he replayed all the events that had happened today to make sure he hadn't just misremembered and hadn't forgotten his phone at the cafe. Smacking his head, he could only sigh as his shoulders slumped. With a shrug, he decided to let it be. He was exhausted after such a grueling day. So instead of worrying about it needlessly, he grabbed all the empty cups and put them inside the dishwasher together with the pans and pots he had used to make dinner, and after making sure it was on, he quickly made his way to his bedroom. Opening the sleek black wooden door, he immediately felt his whole body relax as he let himself fall face first on his large bed. I'll worry about it tomorrow. It's just a phone. If I lost it, I can just buy a new one tomorrow, even though it is kind of a pain. Just like that, he closed his eyes and let his whole body relax as he entered and fell asleep almost immediately. MRRRGGGH, that felt great, he mumbled as he lazily stretched his whole body and lay in his bed with the sun illuminating his face. His hand once more went toward the right pocket in his pants, but just like yesterday, it was empty. His whole body froze for a second, but right after, he just shrugged and quickly got out of his bed. Guess it wasn't just me being tired, he said. After quickly discarding his clothes onto the ground, he took a simple outfit out of his closet, a white short-sleeved shirt and black slacks. He stood in front of the mirror admiring his simple outfit, which complemented his black eyes and short, messy white hair. Much better. With a satisfied smile on his face, he made his way toward his study room once more to check if maybe he had done goofed and left his phone somewhere over there. When he entered his study once more, he first went straight toward his desk, where all his papers and study material were neatly organized, and next to all those lay a phone. But he scratched his head in confusion. This phone looked completely different from his own. Instead of the all-black phone with a black case, it became light blue with weird white lines across the back and was even glowing. And there was no port to load the phone. For a moment he just stared at it, unsure what to do. It was clearly a phone, but not his own. But after a while of pondering on what to do, he let curiosity get the better of him and picked the unfamiliar phone up from the desk. The moment he turned the phone around, the screen lit up, and he saw a strange message displayed on the screen. Multiverse Navigation OS version 1.0. Welcome, user, Senzo Kazuko. Initialization complete. Your multiversal access privileges have been authorized. Start world jump. Inventory. Shop. Background information. Abilities. Mission log. Exclamation point. Gain adaptive reflexes greatly enhances reaction speed and agility. Exclamation point. Post-world effect. Upon returning from your first world, Earth will begin forming dungeons. Good luck, Senzo-kun. You'll need it. Exclamation point. World 1, Zetai Karen Children the Unlimited, Hayabukyasuk entry prepared. Exclamation point. Background, Class 7 Esper, expand. Tap an option to proceed. Hold to access advanced settings. Tip, missions are optional, but higher ratings yield greater rewards. What? Senzo's eyes widened in surprise upon reading all the information displayed on the phone screen. Multiversal access privileges, World 1. He quickly turned around to see if anyone was recording him to post the prank on StreamTube. But no, he was still all alone in his apartment, with this weird phone. Am I going insane? Did I study too much yesterday? He muttered while staring at the phone screen and rereading everything that was displayed on it. But even after 15 minutes of staring, nothing changed, and no one had appeared to scream gotcha. So he took the phone with him to the living room and sat down leisurely on the couch, his eyes glued to the screen the whole time. I guess I should check this phone out a little more, he muttered, looking around the room one last time to make sure he was alone. And after no one popped up once again, he sighed, letting his shoulders slump, and turned his attention toward the phone, and finally carefully went over everything it was displaying. Multiversal access, and that first world is most definitely an anime that I've watched. After that he systematically went over everything the shop had to offer. The shop was majestic, as almost anything he could think of was purchasable, like stocks in large companies on Earth, magic, and even potions that can bring back the dead. But sadly he had 0 points right now, so he could only look at all those juicy items, but he couldn't buy any. Next he went over the other messages that caught his attention, mostly the adaptive reflexes he supposedly gained, but he didn't feel anything different with his body, so he left that for later. The next message was rather ominous, however. Dungeons will appear after I return from the first world? Wouldn't that make me a supervillain then? Just imagining monsters running rampant everywhere and people getting eaten left and right left him shuddering. At least that is how it's always been in those manhwa he read. Then the faces of both his parents flashed across his mind, and he shook his head. That's just my imagination. The phone clearly stated forming instead of outbreak, which always happens in those manhwa. Still, he felt rather uncertain. Even if he would be a level 7 Esper after returning, there was no guarantee that he would be able to protect his parents if his assumptions were wrong, and those dungeons would break immediately upon forming. Smacking both his cheeks with his hands, Senzo looked outside the window solemnly. He couldn't let fear get the better of him. This phone was a massive opportunity, and if he kept thinking about possible worst-case scenarios he'd never accomplish anything. Let's leave that for later. I'll first fully check out this phone for now. 2. Chapter 2 Mysterious Phone 2. Taking a seat on his couch with a cup of coffee and breakfast he had quickly made, he took the phone out of his pocket to fully inspect it, making sure he wouldn't miss anything. Let's see what it can do, he said with an expectant look on his face. But when he turned the phone on again, his eyes widened. Gone was the high-tech phone that he had seen just a minute ago. Instead he saw his normal phone, filled with notifications from news and weather apps. He quickly unlocked his phone using the Face ID and went to his messages when he saw he had new notifications from his parents and sister. Ayane Kazuko, how's it going with the studying? Are you feeling ready for the exams? Senzo rolled his eyes, but he had a smile on his face. Senzo, yes, Mom, I'm feeling very confident. I will make sure to return with good news after the exams. Rikyu Kazuko, that's good to hear, son. But make sure to eat and take care of yourself. Your mother is beside herself with worry most days. It has gotten so bad that it's starting to affect her work. Seeing the message his father sent, he could only smile wryly. He knew this would happen, but he couldn't do anything about it. His mother had always been a worrywart, and with him leaving home to live on his own for the first time, he had expected this outcome to some extent. But it felt good after hearing it from his father. Next, he quickly navigated to the messages his sister had sent him. Ayako Kazuko, I'll be borrowing your headphones and Merdex. Smiley face. Senzo. Ayako, thanks, big bro. Senzo, at least make sure not to scratch the Merdex, and try not to leave a mess in it, understood. Ayako, aye. With a sigh he closed the phone screen once more and started pondering over the reason as to why the multiverse OS disappeared. He couldn't understand it. Did he need to jump into the world immediately, or would it be gone forever? Or will it reappear given enough time? I should have been more resolute and just jumped immediately, he said to himself while staring up at the ceiling. But this wasn't that bad either. He had no idea how long he would be gone for after jumping into that other world. And he had been studying really hard for those exams to get into a good university. If dungeons appeared, that would have all gone to waste. Who am I kidding? Of course I don't care that much about university compared to gaining Esper powers. Shaking his head wildly to expel any useless thoughts, he picked his phone back up to check the time and do some more research for his exams. But his phone's background was nowhere to be found, and instead he saw the multiverse screen once more. Should he jump right now to make sure the screen wouldn't disappear, or would it always reappear? Thinking back to what had happened this morning, he went over everything step by step. First he picked up the phone from his desk, and then he checked out some of its features. And after a while he shut off the phone to grab a coffee and breakfast, and after doing that it had become his normal phone. Could that be it? Without thinking, he shut off the phone once more, and then it was back to his normal phone with his basic background. It seems like every time I shut it off, it changes from multiverse into my normal phone. Quite handy, I must say, he muttered with a grin on his face. Then he relaxed his whole body, now that he was sure the multiverse OS wouldn't just disappear by shutting the phone off. Grabbing a piece of toast, he took a big bite out of it while he inspected the multiverse OS, this time going over his background, which he was supposed to get when he enters the Zetai Karen Children, the unlimited Hayabukyasuk world. Name, Senzo Kazuko. Codename, The Pivot. Esper rank, level 7. Esper type, multi-ability. Abilities. Vector authority. Mass displacement. Perception distortion. Background. A high-level esper whose existence was erased from all government records. He voluntarily resided in the same prison as Yurjuri, remaining under constant surveillance. Though fully capable of escaping, he chose to stay hidden, manipulating government personnel into believing they were studying him. In truth, their research yielded nothing. He used his perception powers to feed them false results. He formed a deep bond with Yurjuri during their time together, acting as both protector and confidant. After Audiobooks rescues Yurjuri, the pivot joins Pandra, fulfilling a quiet intention he had all along. He is trusted implicitly by Audiobooks and serves as one of his most efficient and dangerous operatives. Affiliation. Formerly under Japanese government surveillance. Currently aligned with Pandra. Wow. He was speechless. This was a lot heavier than he expected. Voluntarily imprisoned. Inside the same hellhole as Yurjuri. That sounded rough, but at least he wasn't being used for experiments and in the creation of artificial espers fully under their control. Next he pressed the mission log to see if he could get any more details. Mission log, Zetai Karen Children World 1. All missions are optional. Completing them improves your rating and earns additional rewards. Bonus missions. Assist in the rescue of an esper child. Reward, plus 50 mission rating. Defeat a hostile high-level esper. Reward, plus 100 mission rating. Assist Audiobooks. Reward, plus 75 mission rating. Gain Audiobooks' personal approval. Reward, plus 150 mission rating. Form a meaningful bond with a key member of Pandra. Reward, 1.5x mission rating. Successfully infiltrate a hostile organization. Reward, plus 100 mission rating. World rating factors. Bonus mission completion. Time spent in key events. World impact. Adaptation to background. Combat/contribution level. Rating tiers. CBASSSSSS. Higher ratings grant better loot, unlockables, and post-world effects. Interesting, so I don't need to do any missions, but it's basically better to do so, as it gives better rewards and even post-world effects. After that, Senzo read through the rest and finally felt like he understood the phone a little. The only problem now was if he should jump right now or wait. But wait for what? Will time stop while I am in the other world? I couldn't find anything about that, sadly. 3. Chapter 3, The First World 1. There's no point in waiting, let's just go. After making up his mind, he resolutely pressed the Start World Jump button on his phone. Multiverse Navigation OS version 1.0. Start World Jump. Initializing jump protocol. Destination. Zetai Karen Children, the Unlimited Audiobooks. User identity. Senzo Kazuko, codename, The Pivot. Level 7 Esper multi-ability type. Vector authority. Mass displacement. Perception distortion. Entry point. Location BABL. Detention facility classified wing. Cover identity volunteer detainee monitored subject. Synchronization. Background memory alignment. Language and contextual integration. Power calibration. Safety override off. Return anchor set Earth sync active. World mechanics notice. Death may result in permanent termination of current identity. Time dilation active. Exactly 3 days will pass on Earth regardless of time spent in the target world. Rewards and skills gained will carry over post-return. World effect. Dungeons will begin forming on Earth the moment you leave. Would you like to begin world jump? Yes, no. Damn, that looks dope. Feels like I'm in a sci-fi movie or something. He pressed yes and closed his eyes, fully expecting the dimensional transfer to make him feel miserable. But after waiting a while, nothing happened. He didn't feel anything, nor did he sense his surroundings change. Carefully opening his right eye a little, he looked around, but unlike the cold, desolate cell he expected, he was still in his own apartment. Then he saw a new message pop up on the phone screen. Multiverse Navigation OS version 1.0. World jump configuration. User customization detected. Please confirm transfer parameters. Wealth allocation. Select percentage of current Earth-based assets to transfer. Note, transferred currency will auto-convert to local equivalent. 0%, 10%, 25%, 50%, 100%, custom %. Ability integration. Inherit select current talents/traits. Note, integration will be adapted to fit the current world's Esper framework. Adaptive reflexes enabled. Current knowledge enabled. Language proficiency auto-applied. Equipment transfer. Bring over items within the allowed category. Limits, 1 personal accessory plus 1 non-offensive tool. Noise-canceling headphones confirmed. Laptop confirmed. System note. All selections are locked in upon final confirmation. No changes can be made after jump initiation. Confirm these transfer settings. Confirm and jump, cancel. This is quite something, he muttered, seeing all the options he could customize. So earning money is a priority, It can grant me all kinds of boons in other worlds. But for the first one he decided to go for 0%, as he wanted to first experience it, and with his background he really had no need for personal funds. After that he left everything else the same. By bringing his laptop he maybe could still use the internet and even continue studying even if only the offline functions worked. Excited, he pressed confirm and jump and closed his eyes once more. This time, however, he felt it, the space around him changing rapidly, and before he knew it, the soft and comfortable couch he was sitting on had changed to a cold and hard bed. Opening his eyes, he looked around in wonder, and what he saw left him grimacing. It was dark all around him, so he could barely make out what his surroundings were. But the one thing that stood out was the steel bars a couple meters in front of him and how he could see no daylight anywhere at all. Like he was locked up in solitary confinement. Oh wait, I am locked up in solitary confinement, he chuckled slightly, thinking about it. It just felt so surreal. A second ago he was sitting on his couch, and now he was a prisoner on a different planet. Then his head felt like it would burst any second. Years of memory submerged him like a massive wave. The background he had only read about was now coming to life as he experienced all his life in a matter of moments. Cold sweat dripped from his brow as he collapsed on his bed. His breathing was heavy. Damn! He shouted. But the memories didn't stop. No, they kept coming until he finally reached the moment where he currently was. Wiping the sweat from his brows, he cracked his neck a couple times as his eyes regained their focus. Senzo stayed lying on the bed, letting the memories slowly sink, and he had to do his best to remember as much as possible. He would for sure face babble a couple times, so he had to remember as much information about them as possible. Luckily his background had been quite entangled with them, so he had a lot of information as long as he took his time to digest all the memories slowly. After a couple hours of lifelessly lying there, he finally crawled back up and rested his back against the cold wall. Awesome. I really do have those superpowers, he muttered, while stretching his whole body. And a moment later a clone of himself appeared a level above, inside a glass cage where a little girl with long black hair lay sprawled on a king-sized bed. The little girl was wearing a baggy beige shirt that reached her knees, and she had a sad look in her eyes, her hands hidden by the long sleeves. The moment she felt someone appear in her cage, her eyes shot open, and she looked around the cage to see who had appeared. When she saw Senzo standing there wearing simple black slacks and a white short-sleeved shirt, the look in her eyes completely changed as she sat upright with a bright smile on her face. Senzo! She shouted energetically. And just like that, she jumped toward him with her arms wide open. Senzo chuckled while catching the little girl in a warm embrace, with a peaceful smile on his face. How's it going, Yurjuri? They didn't hurt you too much, right? She shook her head. It's still bearable for now. After he put her down on the bed again, he took a seat next to her and started patting her head affectionately. Just wait a little longer, he's almost here, and then we can finally leave this godforsaken place, he gently explained. Yurjuri nodded vigorously, her beautiful red eyes shining with expectation. Then she started tugging shyly at his pants. I know, I'll let you continue watching it. And with a wave of his hand, a flat screen appeared before them. Yurjuri's eyes locked onto its screen almost instantly as a huge smile appeared on her face. The little girl, however, didn't seem to notice how bizarre the scene truly was. A flat screen without any electricity was working perfectly fine. Chapter 4, The First World 2. A couple of hours passed with Senzo's clone sitting quietly beside Yurjuri, who remained fully focused on the series playing on the TV. His eyes suddenly narrowed. The air shifted, and his clone, together with the TV, vanished into thin air. Yurjuri, now left alone, had a pouting expression on her face. But she knew what it meant when he disappeared just like that. They were coming. And her whole body stiffened as tears started forming in the corner of her eyes. Why now? She muttered. She thought back to the moment she'd just been enjoying with Senzo. But she couldn't do anything about it. He had said countless times that he couldn't be seen in her glass cage ever, or the whole plan would fall through. Gritting her teeth, she lay back down on her back and closed her eyes tightly, knowing the unpleasant sensation that would come next. The only silver lining in the current situation was that he always kept his eyes on her and made sure they couldn't do anything too outrageous. Senzo sat upright on his bed, his senses sharpening. The subtle shifting of vectors told him where they stood and how they moved. He didn't need to see the tube to know. They were draining her blood again for their disgusting experiments. His brows furrowed as he kept his full attention on the scene unfolding just above him. He didn't dare relax for a single moment, as even though according to the anime she would survive, you could never be careful enough. His whole escape plan was banking on Yurjuri surviving and having her guide Hayubi to him. After a tense 30 minutes, the men finally shut down the machine connected to the tube, by which point Yurjuri's complexion had turned visibly pale. But instead of showing any concern for her, he could hear their words, and he couldn't help but glare at the ceiling. We're done here. The larger man wearing a military uniform said, his eyes never meeting the little girl's. The skinnier man, who seemed to be lower in rank, wore the same green military uniform, bowed politely, and rounded up all the equipment without even pulling the tube out of the girl's arm. Yes, sir. He shouted with a military salute. Yurjuri, on the other hand, was heaving heavy breaths after so much blood had just been taken from her small body. She couldn't even sit up. Sprawled on the large bed, her eyes struggled to stay open. Dirty pig. The larger man remarked right before they both left the room with the containers full of her blood. The moment they left the room, Senzo reappeared next to Yurjuri with a worried look on his face, as he clenched his fists while glaring at the two men's backs. I'm sorry, he muttered before disappearing again to let Yurjuri rest undisturbed. Back in his own cell, he gritted his teeth. I truly hope he comes sooner rather than later. And while keeping an eye on the sleeping Yurjuri, he took his laptop out of the phone's storage and his headphones as well. Quickly putting on a tune to improve his mood, he started testing things out on his laptop, like if he could still access the services he used on Earth or if everything had changed to services of this world. To his surprise, he could still access the internet and even his banking app. Quite handy, I must say. Could I not just transfer money to my current bank account then? With that in mind, he decided to try it out. His background gave him a special bank account bound to a normal citizen, and a non-esper at that, so no one would be suspicious if any amount of money was transferred in there. Guess it was to be expected. I guess only the money I decide to transfer within any money earned in this world are able to be used here. It was at least good to know for any next worlds he would visit. After that he had no idea what to do. He was patiently waiting for Hayabu to appear, but until that time he could hardly do anything, or his whole plan would fall through. And although he enjoyed spending time with Yurjuri, most of the time she asked him to watch some TV series or play video games, so he didn't really have anything to do. Then, the exams came to mind, and with a long sigh, he quietly opened his textbooks and just started studying while keeping an eye on Yurjuri and patiently waiting for him to appear. Like that, a week slowly passed. His days were a blur of studying, doing research, and entertaining Yurjuri, but for some reason he didn't mind this in the slightest. It was very peaceful, and even though the cell was anything but comfortable, he had gotten so used to it he almost began calling it home. With the memories of his background fully integrated, he had spent over 3 years in this single cell already without any contact with anyone with his real body. The only human interactions he had were with Yurjuri, and because she was still a little girl, it felt more like taking care of a little sister. I hope he shows up soon. Life like this isn't bad, but Yurjuri deserves to be free to live a real childhood. He muttered with a sad look in his eyes. But just then he felt a large commotion from the main island, and he couldn't hide the grin on his face. Finally, now shit is about to get real. On the main island multiple helicopters were slowly descending. Inside were highly geared soldiers and a young man wearing a simple all-black school uniform with a confident look in his eyes. We've finally arrived, the young man muttered, overlooking all the prisoners wearing orange overalls that surrounded the helicopters that had just landed. Chapter 5, Arrival. Hayabu casually jumped out of the helicopter, guards behind him and in front of him and all the other prisoners. In the middle of all the prisoners, however, stood a larger man wearing a military uniform with a grin on his face. Next to him stood the skinnier man with whom he had collected the little girl's blood. Welcome to the Esper Island prison of deadlock, Hayabu Kusuk, the large man said. I am Kan, the director here. The man next to me is. But before he could finish, Hayabu raised his hand and interrupted him with a blank stare. I have no interest in the names of trash. The skinnier man's face soured visibly, while Kan still had that same forced smile plastered on his face. Heh, according to our data, you are a member of the criminal organization Pandra. That's right. And for a limited time we are waiving the entrance fee. Hayabu said while fishing something out of his pocket. And to celebrate, you get one of these. As he said that, he took out a keychain that looked like a miniature version of himself. Needless to say, normals who can't even use psychic powers need not apply. Hayabu mocked while laughing at the duo. Finally, the smile on Kan's face faltered as he furrowed his brows and glared at Hayabu. Don't get carried away. The man next to him said, glaring at Hayabu while slowly walking toward him. Without warning, he clenched his fist and swung wildly at Hayabu, his punch connecting a second later. Hayabu, however, took the fist straight to the face, his hands not even leaving his pockets as he stood there silently. You espers can't use your precious psychic powers here in deadlock. The skinny man shouted. After all, we have super powerful ECMs set up all over the island. And what are espers without their psychic powers? They're no better than domestic pigs. He exclaimed confidently, looking around triumphantly. Hayabu raised an eyebrow at the man's declaration, while all the prisoners used to the man's outburst stood silently, carefully observing the new addition to their prison. Oh, I can't use my psychic powers, you say? Why don't I test it out? He started, the jovial look long gone, and if looks could kill, the two guards would have died instantly. And see if I can crush your head. The man who had just punched Hayabu took a couple steps back, clearly taken aback. What? Without waiting for an order, every soldier on base quickly raised their weapons and aimed them simultaneously at Hayabu, who at some point had raised his hand and balled it into a fist. But then, a prisoner with short brown hair and heterochromatic eyes, the one who had been standing near the front, stepped forward, walking toward some of the guards that had raised their weapons. And with a smile, he tried to push the weapons of a couple guards out of their hands. Okay, that's enough, he shouted. Don't be so immature dealing with a kid. He declared, trying to diffuse the tension that had been building up. But instead of diffusing the tension, the skinny man glared at him. What did you say? He growled, his composure completely slipping away as the guards now surrounded both Hayabu and the prisoner who had tried to mediate. The prisoner yelped. Why me too? Hayabu just stood there looking rather surprised at the now surrounded prisoner. His expression shifted suddenly into a grin and walked toward the other surrounded prisoner. I like the look in your eyes. What's your name? He asked. Hinomiya. Andy Hinomiya. You appear to be of Japanese descent, so why are you in a prison in this country? While Hyabu and Andy were conversing casually, still surrounded by guards, all with their weapons raised, the skinny man looked at them furiously. Hey, don't act without permission. He shouted. Keep that up and you're both headed to solitary confinement. Hyabu casually turned around. What a pain. You just avoided being killed, so don't rush to your death. After saying that, he raised his hand casually, and the helicopter with which he had been brought here was raised into the air. Wah! Exclaimed Andy. His eyes couldn't believe what he was seeing. Someone was using psychic powers right in front of him, but Hyabu just ignored him and all the other prisoners who were looking at the helicopter in absolute shock. I thought I couldn't use my powers in here, he said, a massive grin on his face as he looked straight at the skinny man, who was also shocked at Hyabu's display of psychic powers. Such great power. Then he snapped out of his daze and grabbed the walkie-talkie from his belt, and without hesitation he started barking orders into it. Increase the output of the EMCs. Right this instant, hurry. Hurry. On the other side of the line, the guard that heard the message turned his head sharply and looked at the people operating the EMCs. Set the anti-psychic system to maximum output. Andy had also snapped out of his daze, and he grabbed Hyabu's shoulders, trying to make him stop. Hey, stop it, kid. Don't want to. Hyabu casually said, an evil smile on his face. Then the EMCs placed all around the island started emitting large waves to try and suppress Hyabu's psychic powers. But the young man just smirked. Heh, it's no use. Your EMCs won't work on. Then, with a blank look on his face, he suddenly felt his psychic powers disappear. Oh. Watch out. A prisoner suddenly shouted as they all ran away from the now falling helicopter, trying to save their own skin. Boom. A deafening explosion shook the yard as the helicopter crashed into the ground. Prisoners were flung around like pebbles. The lucky ones had been standing far away, while the unlucky ones were just running away, trying to dodge the falling helicopter. Even Hyabu and Andy felt the shockwaves as they braced themselves but remained upright. Andy, however, kept his eyes glued to Hyabu's back, his shocked expression evidence of the absurd things Hyabu had just done. Interesting, so you can suppress even my power. Hyabu muttered. You damn pig. The skinny man said, his whole body trembling with pure rage. Solitary confinement. Take him to solitary confinement right this instant. He screamed while pointing at Hyabu, who seemed completely unbothered. Please treat me courteously. Two guards then appeared right beside Andy and hooked their arms into his. You too. One of the guards said. Andy yelped. Without missing a beat, Hyabu smirked at him. Talk about collateral damage. Andy just glared at the smirking Hyabu. I don't want to hear that from you. He hissed. Ow, ow, ow. The two suddenly heard it, and both turned their heads in the direction of the noise. Two guards stood over a wounded prisoner whose arm was completely ruined because of the helicopter incident. This is too much for the infirmary to handle. One of the guards said to the other. I guess we need to send him to the hospital. But when the prisoner heard that, his face that was grimacing from the pain suddenly lit up from joy. While being escorted away, Hyabu looked surprised at the prisoner's reaction. He sure looks happy about being injured. He muttered to no one in particular. Chapter 6, Solitary Confinement. Andy and Hyabu were both put in solitary confinement with nothing but a small glass of water and a stale piece of bread, and all Andy could see were walls and mice. This sucks, he groaned. Honestly, why did I get wrapped up in this? It looked like he was talking to himself, but on the other side of the wall Hyabu was quietly listening to his rant. All I did was cover for a weird kid in a school uniform. And I get a slice of bread and water for dinner. What a joke. In the middle of his rant, Andy was suddenly interrupted by the weird kid he was just ranting about. Your name was Hinomiya, right? Yes. What about it? He grumbled. I was trying to think. Could you keep it down? If you don't, I'll just kill you. Andy just sighed at the empty threat Hyabu had just thrown at him. His psychic powers were blocked by the EMCs, and he was still thinking of breaking through the thick prison walls. Fine. Please don't kill me. The two sat, each with their backs aimed at the wall right in between them, just staring to the other side of the cell. After what felt like an eternity, Hyabu suddenly called out to Andy. Hey, Ninomiya. Andy couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had tried to save this ungrateful bastard. Next time he vowed to himself to just mind his own damn business. It's Hinomiya, he casually replied. Do you know where that injured prisoner went? Hyabu inquired, trying to gather useful intel to accomplish his goal. What? Of course I know that much. I've been here for a good while. They get taken to the hospital. The hospital? There's a hospital here. When someone's badly injured or really sick, they're taken to a hospital outside this island. He started explaining. It seems they reluctantly added the system due to the protests from an Esper human rights organization. The prisoners are treated better in the hospital than here. And the food's probably better too. He added, looking at the sad excuse of a dinner that stood in front of him, of which more than half had already been eaten by the countless mice that were running around. Are the guards and EMCs laxer there? Hayabu asked, snapping Andy out of his sad thoughts. Not sure, but I think so. That means the only chance for a jailbreak might be the hospital. So why are you imprisoned in this country? You're part Japanese, right? Hayabu asked, trying to change the subject and get more information about this interesting young man. I have my reasons. So it's a secret, huh? With a smile, Hayabu decided to just drop the subject altogether. But then Andy asked him an interesting question. Well, why are you here? You aren't someone the cops or the military could capture. Now it was his turn to try and get some information on this extremely powerful Esper. No, I'm not. But I'm here to take care of some business. What kind of business? Andy continued, trying to pry any information out of him. I am a high-level Esper with multiple psychic abilities. And one of those is telepathy, which I'm quite good with, even if I say so myself. But you know what's odd? I can't read your mind at all. What sort of secret are you hiding? Suddenly Andy's expression shifted from his earlier relaxed expression into a deep frown, while Hayabu, on the other hand, still had that same smile plastered on his face. It's been a while since I felt this way. You truly are interesting. Hayabu declared while staring at the ceiling, which at some point had started leaking. Hinomiya, why did you step in back there? You know you could have gotten yourself killed, right? Andy clutched his fists tightly. I hate Espers. After Hayabu heard that, his smile vanished instantly, and he listened intently to what Andy was about to say. But, I hate pigs who harass defenseless kids even more. You're a modern, hot-blooded kind of guy. You know I was protecting you, right? Andy shot back. But aren't you an Esper? Alarmed at Hayabu's statement, Andy glanced at the wall that separated them, wondering what kind of expression he must be making. You shouldn't go on about hating them while pretending you're somehow different. Shut up. You're a member of some dangerous organization despite being a kid. He retorted. I'm not just a member, you know. I'm the boss. That's amazing. Then if I ever get out of here, maybe I should join your organization. It's Hayabu. Hayabu Kusaketh, that's my name. Make sure to remember it. Oh, and don't forget those words, Andy. After a short pause trying to remember his last name, he blurted one out that he thought was right. Hinomiya. No, it's Hinomiya. You're doing it on purpose, aren't you? Meanwhile, in the director's office. Who would think an Esper could use his powers in my prison? Ken muttered while lighting a fat cigar in his office. Hayabu Kusuk. He truly is interesting. While looking out of the window, he enjoyed his cigar when he suddenly heard his right-hand man, the one who had sent Hayabu and Andy to solitary confinement, ask him a question. Should I send him to the hospital? The method is up to you. Ken replied with an evil smirk. Understood. The next day Hayabu and Andy were let out of solitary confinement and could finally eat a proper meal at the cafeteria. After waiting a while in line, Andy had finally grabbed his plate filled with actual food. He grinned like an idiot, eyes glued to the plate. Finally, some proper food, he exclaimed. Itadakamesa. He shouted while holding his hands together in front of his face. Hayabu watched him curiously from the chef's counter that was preparing his own plate. Oh, this is quite the luxurious breakfast. The chef didn't say anything, just glanced at Hayabu and secretly dropped some extra salt in his food. Here you go. Sorry about the wait. Hayabu just grinned and accepted the plate. Excellent work. Sure. Then the chef glanced at the man who had given him those orders, the skinny man who was observing everything from a distance. Hayabu, unbothered by all of it, made his way to the table where Andy was already done devouring everything on his plate. Mind if I sit with you? Of course I do, you god of pestilence. Go sit somewhere else. Andy stated, not even sparing him a glance. Don't be like that. We're solitary confinement buddies. Like hell we're solitary confinement buddies. Thanks to you I've been starving. Andy angrily retorted. I see, so you're starving. After he said that, an evil grin appeared on Hayabu's face as a genius idea formed in his mind. Then take this as my apology, he innocently said, sliding his plate toward Andy. Really? Yes. Eat up. And with an enormous smile, Hayabu looked at Andy, who didn't suspect a thing. In that case, I will. On second thought, you're actually a pretty nice guy, huh? Hayabu just shrugged. I hear that a lot. Chapter 7, The Hospital. While Andy was devouring the plate that Hayabu had given him, another prisoner approached the duo. Yo, Hinomiya, you're up. Again. He grumbled as he quickly finished all his food. Hayabu looked at the two, wondering what they were talking about. But Andy ignored the confusion on Hayabu's face, and after he finished his plate, he stood up to follow the other prisoner. Interesting, said Hayabu as he also got up to follow them. After a short walk through the cafeteria, they exited the building into a back alley where hundreds of prisoners formed a large circle. All of them bounced with excitement, the moment they saw the prisoner who had gone to get Hinomiya return with Hinomiya trailing right behind him. They made a small opening, and everyone started pushing him toward the clearing in the middle. Why me again? Andy complained, but he knew it would fall on deaf ears. So he just braced himself for the upcoming fight. Fight, fight, fight. All the prisoners surrounding Andy and one other prisoner in the middle shouted. This was basically the only entertainment they had on this island. Every day new prisoners were chosen to fight each other, and they would bet with their chocolate on who would win. Andy, on the other hand, looked miserable. His stomach was feeling terrible, and he was sweating profusely. Go for it, halfway boy. No powers. The moment Hayabu heard the shouts, he raised an eyebrow and inquired what the prisoners meant by those shouts. No powers. Oh yeah, that bastard is really pathetic. ESP tests showed proper readings, but he can't use any powers at all. A brawny bald man explained with a look of disdain on his face. Then another prisoner chimed in. He isn't an Esper. And he isn't normal. He's somewhere halfway in between. Oh, no powers, you say? Hayabu was now grinning wildly. And while they were discussing Andy, he, on the other hand, was getting his ass handed to him by the other prisoner. He felt miserable, and his body wouldn't respond the way he wanted it to. So all he could do was minimize the damage of the other prisoner's punches by staying on the defensive. But his sluggish body was still too slow as punch after punch landed on his midsection, then on his face he was sweating profusely while also spitting out blood. Hey, what's wrong, lucky boy? You're letting him get the better of you. Make this a little more exciting. The prisoners were all getting way too into it, shouting all kinds of insults at Andy, who was getting beaten like a dog. The atmosphere was becoming rowdier with each second. Damn it, something's definitely wrong. Andy panted between labored breaths, while he barely stayed upright. His eyes were now unfocused when suddenly his opponent charged right at him with his fists clutched tightly. But instead of defending himself, Andy could barely make out what was happening in front of him as he was decked straight in the face. He was flung to the ground with a grunt. KHHG. Panting heavily, he couldn't muster any strength. That's when he suddenly saw Hayabu standing over him. Something is wrong with my body. He barely managed to squeeze out between labored breaths. Oh, so I guess I was right. When Andy heard Hayabu say that, he glared at him, waiting for the explanation. The stew I gave you seems to have been poisoned. Hayabu declared with a big smile. What? Hayabu now had an evil grin on his face. Don't get so mad. Now you can go to the hospital like you wanted. I granted your wish. Make sure to keep that promise of yours. Hayabu casually remarked, standing there leisurely. Damn you, what are you? Andy growled. But before he could finish his sentence, two guards suddenly appeared. What's going on here? Someone is injured. Him, right here. Hayabu casually replied while pointing at Andy. While the guards helped Andy upright, Hayabu's earlier jovial expression had vanished. In its stead, a satisfied grin had appeared. Andy, on the other hand, couldn't help but look at Hayabu and wonder what he was planning. Andy suddenly shouted as he shot upright, in a cold sweat. But the moment he did, he looked around stunned. Where was he? Instead of being surrounded by prison walls, of his prison cell, he was in a clean room, lying on a rather comfortable medical examination chair. The room was rather spacious compared to his cell, and all kinds of medical equipment were scattered around in it. Where am I? He muttered, not sure what to make of the current situation. Did you finally wake up? Hayabu casually asked the still confused Andy. Alarmed at the sudden question, Andy sharply turned his head to look at who it was. Hayabu. He exclaimed. I made sure to give you the antidote. You should thank me. Hayabu casually said with a shrug. You were the one who gave me the poison in the first place. He turned and scanned the unfamiliar room once more. By the way, what is this place? It looks rather dangerous to me. His earlier playful attitude was now gone as Hayabu had a serious expression on his face. This is what the prison calls the hospital. What? They aren't healing people here. They're experimenting on them. That's right, this is what normals do. They think of espers as nothing but tools. Hayabu replied. Hayabu, don't tell me you knew about this when you gave me that poison. Andy inquired, now glaring at Hayabu's back. Hey, where are you going? He shouted. Didn't I tell you? I have important business here. If you want to run away, feel free. With that, he left Andy's room. Wait up. Jumping out of his chair, Andy ran after him. Honestly, this is the problem with espers. Suddenly, he saw a flashlight shining from behind the corner he hid behind the wall, peeking to see who was here. Without hesitation, he dashed at the unsuspecting guard that was patrolling the corridors. In one fluid motion he appeared behind the man and, with practiced ease, put him in a chokehold, letting go when the man was unconscious. Andy put the guard down and inspected his weapon, also checking how much ammo the gun had. Plenty of ammo left, he muttered. Oh, you seem used to this. Hayabu said, after observing Andy take care of a guard with ease. I was told you have trouble here in prison, but it looks like you were faking it. He stated, leaning with his back against the wall. After leaving high school in the States, I was in the army for a while. No one in my hometown wanted to hire an esper. Oh, so you know how the world works. Shut up. Andy declared. Then Hayabu quickly made his way toward his destination. After a couple minutes of navigating through the hospital, they arrived at a large door with a large plaque hanging above it. Your business is here? Andy asked. Yes. Without waiting for him, Hayabu entered through the large door. The door opened automatically via a sensor. Andy quickly read the plaque. Imperial Army 3rd Psychic Life Form Laboratory. 8. Chapter 8, Yurjuri. The duo entered the massive room, and once inside, Hayabu's expression visibly darkened. Andy, on the other hand, looked around in shock. What he saw left him horrified. All kinds of creepy tubes and machines that looked like they came straight out of hell. Do they experiment on living things here too? Then as realization dawned upon him, he glared at the equipment. I can't believe the prison is performing experiments on espers. Hayabu, on the other hand, just stood silently next to Andy, staring at the massive glass cage situated in the middle. Let me see this a moment, he said while snatching the machine gun Andy was holding. Ah! He yelped. And without hesitating, Hayabu started firing at everything he could see except the glass cage. All the other machines and tubes were completely destroyed by Hayabu's erratic shooting. Hey, what are you? But before he could finish his sentence, something had gotten his attention. A black and white photo had fallen from somewhere. On it stood multiple men, women, and even children, all posing in front of a large building wearing military uniforms. In the middle of the photo, however, stood a young boy with short black hair who resembled the man in front of him. What is this? Andy muttered to himself. Hayabu paid no mind to Andy's mumbling and made his way straight to the glass cage. Major? Yurjuri asked, glancing through the blinds that surrounded her large bed. The moment she saw him standing on the other side of the glass, she slipped through the massive blinds, now wearing a cute dress instead of the oversized t-shirt. It's really you, Major. You came. Yes, wait there. I'll get you out. Hayabu gently assured her. So the business you mentioned is this girl? Andy inquired. But before Hayabu could reply, from a side entrance, Ken and the skinny man leisurely entered. Ken was once again smoking his cigar, while the skinny man was holding his baton with an evil expression on his face. I see. So you let yourself be captured to rescue that sample, he declared. I had thought it was odd for an elite esper like you to be captured without much of a fight. Hayabu didn't reply and just looked straight at the duo that had just interrupted his reunion. But don't worry, Hayabu Kusuk-kun. You will always be together from now on. Ken exclaimed, an evil smirk now on his face. No, perhaps it would be more accurate to say you will fuse into one, just like our army's prized soldier. From behind the duo, a monstrosity then walked out of the hallway. It looked like a misformed giant. Its size was massive, around 2.5 times Ken's height, with its skin having a dark green color, with weird protrusions sticking out of its head as well, and 2 misformed arms, one of them reaching all the way to the ground like a massive crab's pincer, and the other one is the size of a normal human. What the hell is that? Andy asked, a clear look of disgust on his face. Hayabu had the stoic look on his face and remained silent. Ken's earlier professional mask slipped off completely as he had an evil smirk on his face. The best of our prisoners were successfully combined after many different experiments. This is the ultimate soldier, he proudly declared. How could you do that? Andy asked, clearly outraged. But without a second's hesitation, Ken ordered the massive monster to attack the duo. Go! Goya! The monster screamed as it rushed at Hayabu. Hayabu casually raised his Hondan invisible wave tore forward. Concrete cracked, debris flew, but the monster remained unfazed. Oh! Now smirking, Hayabu flew out of reach of the monster and kept shooting telekinetic waves at it. But the monster remained unaffected until finally he hit its right shoulder. Whoa! It groaned, but right after it glanced at Hayabu and vanished. Then, in a flash, it reappeared towering directly in front of Hayabu. TCH. Hayabu braced for impact, forming an X with his arms in front of his face and upper torso, but his gaze wasn't panicked or even surprised. It looked calmly at the massive fist that was rapidly approaching his body. Hayabu! Andy shouted, a worried look on his face. But the moment the monster's fist was about to reach him, Hayabu also vanished and reappeared a couple meters behind his original position. Floating in front of the glass cage, Hayabu watched as the monster raised its palm, energy swelling within. Major! Without hesitation, Hayabu took the beam the monster shot at him straight to the face. As he was flung backwards by the impact, he crashed straight through the glass cage, protecting Yurjuri. Kaya! She lifted her arms up, trying to protect her frail body from all the glass shards flying around. Andy stared at the destruction, wondering why Hayabu would just take that hit head-on to protect the little girl. Looking around, he saw the gun Hayabu had used earlier to destroy most of the machines in the room. Major! This is nothing to worry about, Hayabu immediately said, making sure to reassure Yurjuri. Fahahaha, how pathetic. If you had obediently taken the poison, we would have easily made you one of the ingredients. Ken shouted, mocking Hayabu. Hayabu stood square in front of Yurjuri, making sure she was safe and sound, and would not get injured. Kill him. Ken ordered the monster that at some point had appeared next to him once again, and the monster charged that same beam he had fired at Hayabu once more with his massive hand. Aga! The monster yelped as bullets rained down on him from afar. Andy stood on a large staircase, a serious look in his eyes. Hayabu, take that girl and get out of here, he ordered. But instead of listening or even making use of the opportunity Andy had given him, Hayabu stood completely still with a smirk on his face. Whoa! Then the monster charged another beam, but instead of aiming it at Hyubu and Yurjuri, he shot it straight at the unsuspecting Andy. Alarmed, his left eye lit up, and the beam was completely nullified when it came within a meter of his body. Major. Yes. Hyubu stared at Andy for a couple seconds before turning his attention toward the monster and can once more. 9. Chapter 9, Unlimited. So his ESP control horns were broken. Heh, this is the perfect time to test out your unrestrained power. Ken said, looking fanatically at the monster in front of him. Whoa. It whimpered. After regaining its bearings, it glared at Andy and Hyubu, but something made it aim for Hyubu and the little girl instead of Andy. But Hyubu didn't mind at all, on the contrary, it made his job much easier here. Listen. Stay right here, he gently ordered Yurjuri while patting her head. Yes, Major. Hyubu saw something weird and took a closer look at Yujuri's arm. And what he saw sealed their fate. 2 tubes were stuck in her arm, clearly used to suck out her blood, for who knows what kind of disgusting experiments those bastards were conducting. Major. Hyubu carefully pulled the tubes out of her slender arm. He had no more time to play here any longer. Yuh. The Major gently removed the tubes, leaving Yurjuri grimacing. Hyubu threw the tubes far away and turned around, now facing the monster once more. Release Unlimited. He shouted while turning the small badge on his collar around, and his whole atmosphere suddenly changed. A storm of immense psychic energy erupted from his body in violent swirls of black and violet light, lashing out like invisible blades. The ground trembled beneath him, cracked spiderwebbing from his feet as debris lifted, caught in the storm's gravitational pull. His white hair, once sleek and combed back, now whipped wildly in the rising winds, untamed and jagged, fanning upward with unnatural motion as if the energy itself reshaped it. A perfectly round wound became visible on his forehead, a clear reminder of all he had been through. Exhaling softly, he looked at the monster with a cold, emotionless, and cruel glint in his eyes. What? Ken and the skinny man looked at the Hyubu surrounded by visible psychic energy with pure shock. Andy, who had sprinted down the stairs, also stared at Hyubu. That's Hyubu. The monster, on the other hand, felt the threat of the young man floating in front of it. The next second it charged another beam and hurriedly shot it at Hyubu. Aga. Hyubu, on the other hand, just walked toward it, surrounded by the overwhelming amount of visible psychic energy. The beam didn't bother him in the slightest as he straight up ignored it. And to everyone's surprise, it had zero effect on Hyubu, who, in one fluid motion, pointed his index finger at the monster, which, without the slightest possibility to resist, was flung against the iron wall. Then after that he smashed the monster into the ceiling. There was no place for mercy for a monstrosity like that. The only mercy he could give it was to kill it. This is Hyubu's power. Andy said, burning this unbelievable scene into his memory. My pitiable brethren, I pray that you may rest in peace. He casually said. And the moment the sentence had left his mouth and his words hung in the air, the monster was blown up into smithereens without the slightest chance to resist or counterattack. Blood splattered everywhere, as Ken and the skinny man looked at the scene in front of them with disbelief. Their perfect soldier had just been defeated without any chance at resistance, and they were trying to use that monster in their experiments. They should have never even brought that damn monster here in the first place. Blood and pieces of skin continued to fall from above, as Andy tried to dodge as much of it as possible. Yurjuri, on the other hand, just looked at the spectacle in silence, with wide eyes. UEHH. Suddenly Andy was hit by a rather large piece of skin right on his head. Gorwa. Wait, something's moving inside here. After he shouted that, a weird-looking creature broke out of the rather large piece of meat. Puha. Everyone near it suddenly felt an echo in their heads. Where am I? The hamster immediately exclaimed. Mamatero. Yurjuri shouted, seeing her long-lost friend appear out of that monster was quite a surprise. But she had been through a lot, so she quickly forgot all about it as she embraced the small animal. Oh, you're okay. What is that thing? It's talking. Andy said, pointing at the small mammal. Who the hell are you? It countered immediately. Hyubu smiled slightly at the wholesome scene in front of him. That girl had endured more than enough. It was good that Mamatero was still alive. If you don't leave soon, you will die. He casually mentioned. What? Why? Andy asked, with a confused look on his face. This place will soon be gone. Immediately after saying that, explosions erupted all over the room, but at least it was still intact for now. Ken and the skinny man looked with absolute horror at the destruction taking place, unable to believe what they were witnessing. How could this happen? Ken muttered, his earlier arrogance nowhere to be found. But before he could do anything, Hyubu had arrived in front of him and the skinny man. There is a lot I need to repay you for. So let me do that right now. With that he snapped his fingers, and the whole place was blown up, but he himself, Yurjuri, and Mamatero were teleported out of the building right before the detonation. As they watched the whole hospital explode into pieces from a nearby mountain, he heaved a sigh of relief. Time stops for all eternity. After saying that, he twisted the symbol on his collar once more, and the visible psychic waves surrounding him vanished. Major, why did you do that? Yurjuri exclaimed, tears welling up in her eyes. She didn't dare look at the now destroyed hospital. Just thinking of her friend that was still trapped there made her heart tighten. What do you mean? My friend was still there, waiting for you to rescue him. She barely managed to say as tears streamed down her face. Hyabu had no idea what to do now. According to the information, only Yurjuri should have been there. Whom could she be talking about? While contemplating, he suddenly heard loud pants from behind him. Casually turning around, he saw an exhausted Andy stumbling toward them. I was almost blown up, you bastard. He growled. Yeah, good job staying alive. Hyabu casually said, still trying to console the now bawling Yurjuri. If you were going to teleport, you could have taken me with you. He retorted. No, I couldn't have. What? Why not? After all, your power is actually an anti-ESP power, right? Andy just sighed with a nod and fell on his behind, trying to catch his breath. By the way, why is the little lady crying like that? He asked, raising an eyebrow at the scene in front of him. The little girl was bawling her eyes out while Hyabu and Momotaro were trying to console her. Now Hyabu couldn't help but sigh. Apparently there was someone else held even deeper in this prison, and she had become quite fond of him. What? Are you serious? Andy shouted, his back straightening as his full attention was now aimed at the place where once the hospital stood. Chapter 10 Meeting. Senzo had prepared everything for this moment. His laptop and headphones were stored away inside the special phone storage, and he sat upright, just staring in front of him, awaiting the arrival of Hyabu. While he was also watching everything that was happening above him, inside the room Yurjuri was held. Watching it on TV and in real life is a rather big difference, huh? Senzo mused, eyes locked on the scene unfolding above. While Hyabu was whipping the floor with the monster, Senzo could feel his heartbeat spike. Finally, he would be able to join Pandra, hopefully, and leave this solitary lifestyle behind. It wasn't too bad the first couple of days, but after a week it got boring rather quickly. He had immense respect for Yurjuri, who had endured this while they were using her for all kinds of inhuman experiments. But suddenly a chill ran down his spine as he looked at Hyabu, who stood in front of Ken and the skinny man after he had just made quick work of the monster. Did I perhaps forget something important? He muttered to himself, hoping this bad feeling was just a fluke. But of course it wasn't, as he suddenly felt Hyabu. Yurjuri and Momotaro disappeared and saw Andy rushing out of the building like his life depended on it. Ah, now I remember what I forgot. He muttered with a deadpan expression on his face as everything around him was blown to smithereens. However, he didn't panic. Instead, he casually got up and crushed the prison door in front of him, without blinking an eye. As he casually walked through all the explosions, as debris, glass shards, and all kinds of matter were thrown around in the massive explosions, no one could approach within a meter of him. Not even the explosions themselves. It looked like he was an untouchable god walking amongst mortals. This is quite something, I must say. Senzo said as he started ascending slowly, walking on a ladder that was completely invisible, with explosions surrounding him from all sides. He quickly took a couple selfies to commemorate this moment. It was his first time actually utilizing his other abilities since coming to this world, and it felt awesome, like he was the king of the world. But once he reached a high enough altitude, he quietly made his way toward Yurjuri, who was bawling her eyes out while Hyabu looked around, not knowing what to do. Calm down, Yurjuri, I'm fine. He said as he appeared right next to her in an instant and gently patted her head. NNN. She said, rubbing the tears out of her eyes as she slowly opened her eyes and looked toward where the familiar voice came from. Senzu. She shouted as she jumped straight into his embrace. Yes, it is me, so please stop crying. He reassured her while hugging her. Momotaro and Hyabu looked at Senzo with alarmed looks on their faces. Both took fighting stances to prepare for anything that might happen. Yurjuri, who is this? Hyabu carefully inquired, keeping his eyes peeled on the young man that was hugging her. Ah, Major, this is Senzo. And he kept me company in the prison while I was very lonely, she said with a slight smile on her face. The moment Hyabu saw that smile, his body visibly relaxed, as if just by saying that he was certain the young man wasn't an enemy. So, Senzo, why were you in that prison? And if you can survive something like that and appear out of nowhere, I assume you're a rather high-level esper. Well, you could say that, Major, Mister, or what should I call you? Senzo replied, gently putting Yurjuri back down. Now they stood facing off, staring deeply into each other's eyes. Both were clearly evaluating the other. Heh, not bad. My name is Hyabu Kusuk, the leader of Pandra. And now it's your turn. Hyabu said, pointing at Senzo. He cleared his throat and, with a slight bow, also introduced himself. I am Senzo Kazuko, also known by the codename The Pivot in Babel. Also, even if you try to dig up information about me, it's futile. They deleted everything about me and wanted to have me locked up forever there, he said while pointing at the hospital. Hyabu raised an eyebrow at the young man's introduction. Not only did he have a codename in Babel, but everything about him was deleted. Those seemed like very serious measures. But the Pivot, where had he heard that name before? It felt a little familiar. Ah, it can't be. As realization dawned upon him, he looked the rather good-looking young man up and down and gave him a satisfied nod. Interesting, so how about it? Want to join Pandra as well? Like that guy? Hyabu then extended his hand while pointing dismissively at Andy, who was still looking at the two in shock. Yurjuri is rather fond of you, so I'm sure you'll be a big help, he added. Senzo rubbed his chin for a while, acting like he was thinking about the offer. But he had long decided to join Pandra not only to complete the missions but also because he had genuinely become quite attached to Yurjuri. Yurjuri looked at Senzo with round eyes and a pleading look on her face. Her hands were clasped together in front of her chest. Sure, I'd be glad to join Hyabu, Senzo then said. And the two exchanged a firm handshake, Hyabu with a grin on his face. This trip was a massive success. Not only had he saved Yurjuri and found someone interesting but now another high-level Esper had joined their cause. Let's go then. The crew is awaiting my return. Then he turned around and started walking toward the empty harbor behind the mountain they were standing on. I thought someone was coming to pick you up, Andy said after they arrived at the harbor. But the only thing he saw was the sea and birds of all sizes flying around. They are already here, Hyabu replied. I don't see a single boat, Andy remarked. Heh. With a knocking motion suddenly they heard the sound of glass cracking, and there it was, a massive boat, hiding in plain sight. Spatial camouflage. On that large an area, Andy shouted, looking at the massive boat that was now fully visible. That's quite the ride. Yes. This is our boat. The Catastrophe. 11, Chapter 11, The Pivot. Aboard the Catastrophe stood all the other members of Pandra overlooking the two new members the captain had decided to take in. They narrowed their eyes slightly. It seems we will be getting some fresh blood, an older man with long raven black hair said, deciding to observe them carefully to make sure they weren't spies from somewhere. A younger man hung over the edge of the railing. Chill out, Magi. I know what you're thinking without even looking at you. The older man named Magi just clicked his tongue and left. Was that really necessary, yo? A beautiful woman asked, her long blue hair swaying in the wind as she inspected the two new faces standing next to Hyabu and Yurjuri. Necessary? No, but you know how he is, he casually said with a shrug. The woman sighed helplessly. She also knew that. I guess it's fine. Now let's focus on the new members. She effortlessly switched the topic, her gaze focusing on the white-haired young man for some reason. It felt like she had seen him before somewhere, but she couldn't seem to remember where. Hey, yo, doesn't the white-haired guy look a little familiar? What do you mean, Momiji? Slightly taken aback, Yo now focused all his attention on the white-haired young man who had a similar build to Hyabu. The two kept staring at Senzo without caring about anything else. Senzo clearly felt their gazes, but he didn't care. After all, he had met them before. Come aboard. Huh. Andy muttered, surprised by Hyabu's declaration. Hyabu didn't mind and extended his hand. A man shouldn't go back on his word. Heh. The two exchanged a firm handshake. Well, you look pretty sturdy, so you should make a good toy, Hyabu suddenly declared. What? Andy was left completely speechless. It seems this guy would always be like that, huh? Then he turned toward the little girl who stood next to Senzo, with the little hamster standing on her head, glaring at him warily. By the way, what's your name? He gently asked the little girl. She hid behind Senzo's leg but still peeked out. Yurjuri, let's go, Hyabu suddenly said. Yes, Major. Just like that, Senzo and Yurjuri followed behind Hyabu and quickly climbed aboard the ship, with Andy following closely behind. After they were all aboard, the spatial camouflage was reactivated, and they set sail. Magi then quietly approached Hyabu now that he was alone, standing on the deck. Major, should you have done that? He carefully inquired. He absolutely didn't want to come across as disrespectful, but he had to make sure that he wasn't just doing it on a whim. Should you have let those two into Pandra? He explained what he meant, staring Hyabu straight in the eye. Is there some kind of problem? Yurjuri is rather attached to Senzo. And Andy, he has a very interesting power, you know. But if you still don't trust me, you can keep an eye on them yourself. I will be taking them with me on the next mission. What? Why would you do that? Magi suddenly shouted. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. He wanted to let them join in the next mission. Also a word of advice, be careful around Senzo. He might act rather laid back, but his psychic powers rival my own. Magi was dumbfounded. That guy could rival Hyabu? That's insane. But why would you bring him into Pandra, then? I get that you might want his powers, but aren't you afraid that he might backstab us? Hyabu rolled his eyes slightly. Magi, remember what I told you about Yurjuri? I just told you she is very fond of him. Hyabu repeated himself, hoping this way too serious second in command would connect the dots. I guess I'll keep a close eye on Andy and warn the others about Senzo then. He concluded as he bowed politely and left. Hee, this is going to be fun, Hyabu muttered, glancing at Magi's back. Now on board, Andy nervously looked around and made his way toward a totally desolate place on the ship. He looked everywhere, making sure no one could see what he was about to do. His left eye gleamed with unnatural brilliance. Etched into the iris were 6 small symbols. As he quickly navigated to a specific one, suddenly a hologram appeared before him. Give me your report. The man in the hologram went straight to the point. He couldn't afford to waste time. Investigator Andy Hinomiya of the United States USEI. I have successfully infiltrated the criminal Esper organization Pandra, just as planned. Good work. Now you know what we're aiming for, right? Make sure you get it. Andy's superior said. Understood, I will also report regularly from now on. Also, could you investigate someone called Senzo Kazuko? He says his codename at Babel was the Pivot. He has also joined Pandra together with me. With that, the hologram disappeared, and Andy quickly left to go and socialize to make sure he fit in. Meanwhile, in the States, the man looked in front of him, where his special agent Andy Hinomiya had just been projected, with cold sweat dripping from his brow. That can't be. He shouted, slamming his hands on his desk. The Pivot was a secret weapon the Japanese had held for a long time, but suddenly they destroyed everything related to him and said they had neutralized him. I will have to bring this to the attention of the higher-ups. With that, he stood up and promptly left his office. Seems like it happened. Senzo casually muttered to himself while he sat on his bed, typing furiously on his laptop. Using his abilities, he had been carefully monitoring Andy's movements to make sure he actually did report to his superior. And now with him mentioned as well, the Comricans might also interfere. But that was also within his calculations, so it was totally fine. Senzo, are you there? He suddenly heard Yurjuri's voice from the other side of the door. He quietly put his laptop back into his phone's inventory and opened the door with a smile. What's wrong? Major wants you to come to the bar so you can meet all the others. He went to get Andy and asked me to get you. Chapter 12, Getting to Know One Another. Alright, let's go. With a flick of his wrist, Yurjuri floated until she sat on top of his shoulder. Her legs kicked joyfully through the air, a bright smile lighting up her face. Suddenly Yurjuri snapped out of it. Of course Senzo didn't know where the bar was. I'll show the way, she said, trying to jump down, but something stopped her. Don't worry about it, I can sense the others. Senzo mentioned, patting the girl's head softly. She looked at Senzo for a second but decided to trust him and went right back to humming and kicking her legs through the air. Senzo was carefully observing the catastrophe's interior, utilizing his psychic abilities to get a clear picture of every room and member on board. Without alerting them all, of course, he had barely joined and was probably not trusted yet, like Andy. So, what do you think about it, Senzo? Yurjuri suddenly asked, fidgeting with her hands. I quite like it here. I'm glad I joined. He reassured her. Even though she was still a small child, she had been through many traumatic events, and Senzo and Hayabu were the only ones she trusted completely. In the prison, it was only Senzo who could sometimes accompany her, but they were both here, so she must have felt uneasy. Don't worry, Yurjuri. I won't leave, and if I do need to go, I will let you know in advance. NNN, she nodded, her earlier unease nowhere to be found. Then the two arrived at the bar. The door was opened slightly, and Senzo could feel the tense atmosphere from outside the room. Yo, I am Senzo Kazuko, but you can call me Senzo. I have joined after Hayabu blew up the prison I was in. He casually introduced himself, breaking the tension. Andy looked surprised at the duo that had just entered the room. He had been glaring at the three members in front of him while Hayabu was just smiling and not interfering, but this guy casually walks in and introduces himself. Hello Senzo, I am Yo Fujira. Just call me Yo. The young man with wild orange hair casually said, lazily resting his head on the bar counter. Ahem, I am Magi Shiro, second in command here at Pandra. Just call me Magi. I have heard good things from the captain about you. The older man introduced himself with a slight bow. Please make yourself at home and take care of Yurjuri. Yo and the woman looked at Magi with their mouths hanging wide open. Was that the Magi they knew? They could hardly believe it. Even though he had informed them about what Hayabu had told them about Senzo, they still acted like this. Or was there something else the captain had said that he kept to himself? The woman snapped out of her daze rather quickly and awkwardly cleared her throat. I am Momiji Kano, you can call me Momiji, and yes, I am very pretty. Do your best to not fall in love, hee. She teased while making a playful face and sticking her tongue out. Now Andy was even more confused. The atmosphere was too different. It's like Senzo has been a long-standing member of Pandra. What is going on here? Why do you three act like this with Senzo? But when I introduced myself, it looked like you all wanted to skin me alive. He grumbled, looking at the three sitting in front of him. It's simple really, the captain vouched for Senzo, and you, well, you're just an extra, kind of. Yo said, not lifting his head from the bar counter. Andy was speechless. What else could he do after hearing that? Now that introductions are over, let me show you Andy's power. Hayabu casually said, breaking the awkward silence. Mamatero. Sure. The mammal acknowledged the order. It jumped up from the table it was sitting on and shot multiple psychic blasts straight at Andy. Give up. One of Andy's eyes suddenly lit up, and before the blasts could hit him, they disappeared. Like they were never even there in the first place. Hayabu also casually stood right behind Andy, observing his power up close with a smirk on his face. Yo finally shot upright, his eyes wide now after the demonstration of Andy's powers. Mamatero's power. Disappeared. Momiji added. And now on to the next one. Hayabu said, clapping his hands, satisfied with this display, but there was one other test he needed to show the trio. Yurjuri, can you read his mind? Yurjuri, still seated on Senzo's shoulder, looked at Andy, focusing her psychic powers to try and read his mind, but after a while she shook her head. No, If Yurjuri can't read him, this is legit. Yo remarked, a serious look on his face now. Of course Hyabu didn't take a useless person aboard, it seemed they were too quick to judge him. So he has the ability to negate or nullify other psychic abilities. Magi added, looking straight at Andy. What's wrong, Yurjuri? Momiji suddenly asked, looking at Yurjuri, who was shrinking into herself atop Senzo's shoulders. Momotaro sat on her head. She says her head hurts, it said. Ow, mine too. Momiji suddenly said. You too, Momiji-ne. Yo shouted while holding his head. As you can see, his powers affect the internal elements of an Esper's body. So you will experience headaches, dizziness, toothaches, and other symptoms if you approach him. Hyabu said with a smile, and it looked like he was glowing, as if he enjoyed bullying Andy. Suddenly Momiji rapidly moved her legs around her in a circle. Do not come within 1 meter of me. She ordered Andy while slowly creeping away toward the other side of the room. Andy just looked at them stunned. Hyabu was clearly having a blast. Momiji was enjoying it as well. Is this an elementary school? He grumbled. Hinomiya-kun may be disappointing, but try to get along with him. Oh, and also get along with Senzo-kun. He will be a massive asset in our cause. Is this a preschool? And why am I being singled out? Andy demanded, glaring at Hyabu, who just flashed him a massive grin. His eyelids started twitching slightly, but he kept his cool. He had seen firsthand how Senzo had survived that destruction and appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 13 Welcome to Pandra. On the deck of the catastrophe, Andy was watching the ocean, grumbling about what had just transpired. Honestly, that bastard. Treating me like a disappointment, he muttered, resting his head on his arms. Just thinking about it made him grit his teeth in frustration. It's not like I want to be born with this ability. Why are you looking so down, newcomer? Andy suddenly snapped his eyes open and raised his head, looking around. He didn't even hear it, it was more like he felt the sentence in his mind. What? Then he saw Yo standing on the other side of the deck gesturing for him to come closer. Carefully Andy approached him, unsure what he wanted to do. But the moment he got close, he suddenly got a bad feeling about it. Here you go. Yo declared, pushing a mop and bucket into Andy's hands. Huh, what's this for? Andy replied, a blank stare on his face. For what do you think it is? To clean, of course. Now scrub it until it shines, newcomer. Oh, and once you're done, go get me a popsicle. Yo added, leisurely sitting on the railing, his head leaning on his right hand. He had a bored expression on his face as he watched Andy clean. What? Andy exclaimed, glaring at Yo. Well, you're an Esper, are you not? Just figure something out. Oh, but I guess you don't have much power, do you? TCH. Where the hell do they even sell popsicles? Without missing a beat, Yo pointed at a city barely visible across the ocean. There's probably a store in that city. Are you serious? That's way too far away. Andy remarked, his patience running thinner with every passing moment. He was getting mocked by basically everyone here. Hyabu treated him like some exotic animal, and now this guy started treating him like a damn slave. Yo suddenly jumped off the railing and walked toward Andy. Fine then. I'll help you. Then he took a deep breath in, and a moment later Andy felt his whole body fly away because of the massive sound wave Yo had just sent out. Then he saw the guardrail in front of him, and he was speechless. I got launched off the boat, didn't I? He said, as panic started to kick in. Oh, he really flew. Yo, he said, as he lost interest and quietly left. A while later the soaking wet Andy stood back on top of the deck, looking around, wondering where he could get some new clothes. Wear this until those dry. Magi suddenly said, handing him a clean black suit. After that he didn't linger and just left Andy to his own devices, but he quickly changed his clothes and followed Magi inside. What do you want? Magi asked. Thanks. Andy said, scratching his cheek, while holding the bag that contained his wet clothes. Stay away, I feel sick. Haha, isn't there some kind of lecture on the organization? I haven't had much of anything explained to me, you know. Andy said, trying to change the subject. That is just the kind of person Major is. Magi casually replied, with a shrug. When Andy heard that name, the look in his eyes changed. He now had a serious look in his eyes. Then they heard multiple children running around. Yay, come and get me. The little boy running in front screamed, flailing his arms wildly through the air as a little girl chased after him. When Magi saw the two children, a small smile appeared on his face. Come on, the area ahead has a high security level. You mustn't go past there, he softly said, patting the little boy's head. Okay. The two children shouted in unison and took off running back the way they came. There are a lot of kids on this ship, huh? Andy remarked. Then the earlier friendly atmosphere Magi had vanished, and with a sigh he explained why. Those two were both abandoned by their parents just for being espers. Pandra has taken in quite a few similar cases over the years. Oh. If we need you, we will give you instructions. Until then, do as you wish. With that, Magi entered the high security area, leaving Andy to his own devices. So the area up ahead is off limits for me. Of course, newcomer. Suddenly echoed through Andy's mind. Then the bad memories from the afternoon flooded in once again. You, How dare you do that before? Then Yo snatched the sack Andy was carrying and looked inside. You know this isn't the right kind of popsicle, right? Go get me another one, he ordered with a smirk. What? But before Andy could retort, Yo turned around and ran away. I'll get him back for that someday. Andy vowed to himself, and after that he quickly left the hallway as well, returning to the desolate spot he had found to contact his superior. His eye glowed once more as the hologram of his commander appeared before him. So, did you find anything yet? Special Agent Hinomiya reporting. And no, I was just made to work all day, cleaning the deck and doing all kinds of miscellaneous tasks. Andy explained with a sigh. Oh yeah, and all that without any explanation. Silence followed. His commander looked at him with a frown, and Andy felt too ashamed to say anything more. Are these people really Pandra? They have no sense of tension, he muttered. Ahem, I think you are the one that needs more tension. Special Officer Hinomiya, it doesn't matter whatever you think about the people on that ship. They are without a doubt the most feared criminal esper organization in the world, working in the shadows of society. Their actions reach many different illegal fields. Do you understand? Andy stared straight at his commander and, with a military salute, replied. I know that. I read all the files on them again and again beforehand. Good. Contact me immediately once you locate the target. The commander sternly ordered. Understood. And commander, did you find anything about Senzo Kazuko? I hate to inform you, but I haven't been able to interact with him much to get to know him. Andy said, scratching his hair. View him with the same threat level as Hayabu Kusuk. The commander said with a solemn look. He is extremely dangerous and should have been dead according to Babel, but it seems his powers are more powerful than expected, and he did something to escape being executed. Andy's eyes widened. He had seen firsthand just how powerful Hayabu was, and Senzo is just as powerful. What the hell is he supposed to do with that? Understood, I will keep it in mind. He said, and with that, the hologram disappeared. He sat down with a sigh, staring at the roof. They really don't look like that kind of person. 14, Chapter 14, First Mission 1. Inside the bar, Hayabu and Magi sat next to each other, both enjoying their drinks. Major, I've tracked down Andy Hinomiya's identity, he said, taking a sip. It's mostly exactly as he claimed, but there are a few suspicious areas. After he said that, he patiently waited for Hayabu's reply, but only silence followed. After a couple minutes Magi couldn't take it anymore, and he turned toward Hayabu. Major. You know, Magi, there's nothing like milk to end the day. Magi was used to Hayabu's shenanigans, but this time he felt like he should at least have taken it a little seriously. Even though Andy's powers aren't that strong, the issue is that they can never read his mind nor know what he is thinking. And with the couple discrepancies in his background, these could become massive issues. The bartender, a woman with shoulder-length hair wearing a professional suit, just looked at Hayabu with a slight blush on her face. I cannot trust that man. If we cannot use our powers on him, we cannot reveal his identity with telepathy or psychometry. Magi said, grasping his glass tightly. If you really doubt him that much, come along on the next mission. We'll be taking both newbies to test them after all. So you and the others can see for yourselves. Alright, but if I see anything suspicious, I will kill him or at the very least severely injure him. Is that okay? Magi inquired, looking straight at Hayabu for his reaction. With a shrug, Hayabu just smiled. Sure, that's fine. But remember, don't overstep your bounds. After he said that, his laid-back attitude was gone, and he gulped down his milk and waved Magi and the bartender goodbye. See you tomorrow when we depart. With that, he vanished. Magi and the bartender froze, cold sweat trickling down their backs. This was the man they had chosen to follow. They had forgotten because he always acted so casual, but he was most definitely one of the strongest espers in the world. And they had felt the pressure he emitted just now. Phew, it seems I went a little too far. After all, the major himself brought him in. Magi muttered, also quickly gulping down his glass. Thanks for the drinks, and have a good night. He politely said to the bartender as he also left the bar to prepare for tomorrow. The next morning Hayabu had called for many members to join him on this mission. Momiji was driving the speedboat while Andy sat all alone at the front, with a serious look on his face. All kinds of scenarios were running wild in his mind. Why would he need to join this mission right after joining? Especially when it was clear that the others didn't trust him yet, unlike the other newcomer. Senzo, on the other hand, sat next to Yurjuri, who sat with a big smile between Senzo and Hayabu, holding hands with both of them. Hee. Magi and Yo stood leaning against the railing of the boat. Yo was enjoying the view while Magi kept an eye on Andy. After a long boat drive, they finally arrived at their destination, Venice. Hayabu needed to take care of some business here and meet with an old friend. I hope he's doing okay. Hayabu muttered, a smile plastered on his face as he took in the beautiful scenery of Venice. Momiji skillfully drove the boat through the narrow canals, and after arriving at a rather obscure place, she pressed a button on a remote. Suddenly a large black gate slowly opened up. Andy immediately started paying attention. There's a hidden warehouse there, he thought, glancing at the still smiling Hayabu. After they entered through the gate, it automatically closed, and then they made their way toward the dock. After everyone got off the boat, Hayabu and his crew started inspecting the wooden crates stacked atop one another, with Andy trying to act casual but secretly observing everything that was in the crates. And what he saw made him frown: smuggled goods, stolen art, and even illegal weapons. Even though they didn't act like it on the main ship, they were definitely members of one of the top criminal organizations. "Momiji, call ahead for us, we make the deal tonight." "Understood, Captain," she said, taking her phone from her pocket and stepping away for a moment. "Wait, what deal? This isn't a deal with the Mafia, is it?" Andy suddenly asked, looking straight at Hayabu for answers. Senzo couldn't help but roll his eyes. Why would you ask something like that? He couldn't understand it. He was supposed to be a trained spy, but he acted like a total amateur. Yurjuri just stared at Hayabu while holding Senzo's hand. "Heh, you scared? Don't be ridiculous. That's not it." Then Hayabu put a hand over Andy's mouth, and with a serious look, he stared him dead in the eye. "Listen carefully, I have a job for you and Senzo tonight." Then with a smirk he continued, "Make sure you show me what you're worth. Both of you." "Got it. Got it," Senzo immediately replied. Andy, on the other hand, started coughing wildly after Hayabu removed his hand from his mouth. "If you guys do a good job, you'll both be rewarded. So do your best." Giving both a thumbs up, he strolled back to the boat. They were done with what they came for. Now the real fun was about to begin. Andy followed Hayabu back to the boat from a safe distance, questions running rampant inside his mind. "What are you planning to have us do, Hayabu?" While contemplating, he also glanced at Senzo, who seemed completely unbothered about it all. He was strolling while holding Yujuri's hand, that same relaxed smile on his face, as if the mission wasn't anything important. After everyone got back on the boat, Momiji restarted the engine and opened the gate once more. With that, she drove the boat through the canals once more onto their next destination. While everyone was relaxing in the boat, Hayabu suddenly spotted something that made him smile. "Magi," is all he had to say, and suddenly two massive black wings opened up behind him. "Yes, sir." Then he jumped off the boat and flew straight toward where Hayabu had seen the suspicious person. Andy stared at the black wings in amazement, wondering what they were, when he suddenly heard Momotaro's voice echo through his head. "Heh, Magi is a synthetic power esper. He can control the carbon in his body at a molecular level." Andy looked at the hamster in amazement and then at the fading figure of Magi and his black wings. "See ya, Magi, good luck on the job," Momiji shouted from behind the steering wheel, with a casual wave. Chapter 15, First Mission 2. After checking the cargo and docking the boat, Hayabu and the crew sat outside, enjoying food and drinks from a nearby restaurant. Andy was leaning his head on his hand and staring at the happily eating Yujuri, who sat between Hayabu and Senzo, munching ice cream and sipping her soda. What did that Magi guy head off to do? Andy wondered, a bored expression on his face. After he left, they went around the canals of Venice and then came to this restaurant, with nothing happening. He had steeled his nerves after Hayabu said he had to do something, but when was it even happening? He had no idea, and he didn't want to ask. He was trying to actually join their ranks to quickly complete his mission. Senzo, on the other hand, was relaxing as he sat next to Yujuri and was admiring Momiji, who sat across from him. "Oh, Magi-san, you're late," Yo said suddenly. But Andy didn't see Magi anywhere. But that made sense, everyone here was a high-level esper after all. He just chalked it up to it being Yo's psychic power. Fine, we're on our way." Then in a single sip he finished his coffee, and Senzo also stood up suddenly. The two stood next to Momiji. She turned toward Hayabu. "We're going." "Sure." When Andy saw the trio disappear, he assumed Momiji was a teleporter. "Whoa!" he suddenly shouted as he barely dodged a brick that Hayabu had thrown at him, but when he angrily stood up, he saw all kinds of objects float above Hayabu, from bricks to spoons and even whole bottles of wine. "You need to get going, too," Hayabu ordered with a smile on his face. While Yujuri next to him was still happily eating her ice cream, she didn't seem to have a care in the world. "The next one won't miss," Hayabu added. "Get running, slowpoke." All right. You could have at least given me a heads up, or, like Senzo. Actually never mind, I'm going already," he shouted, feeling shivers run down his spine, and when he ran into a narrow alley, he heard glass shattering right behind him. That bastard actually threw a whole bottle. Not thinking about the boss, he tried to find the other three members that had just left. "TSK, that bastard. He tells me to go but not to where." While complaining about his unreasonable boss, he was looking around the narrow alleys trying to locate the others when he suddenly heard Yo's voice in his mind. "Turn right at that corner. Enter the building's courtyard." "A voice again?" he exclaimed, looking around surprised. "Hurry it up, newcomer. You should take notes of how Senzo is doing it." "Damn it. Shut up, messy hair." Andy didn't have time to hesitate and made his way toward where Yo had instructed him to go. When he arrived, he suddenly felt a sharp pain assault his head. With both hands he immediately covered his ears as he grimaced, and looked around for the origin of the noise. That's when he saw Yo with mouth wide open, and he could see the sound waves escaping from there. While wondering what that was, he thought back to how his voice suddenly appeared in his head. That must be his power, right? He thought. But before he could think more, he suddenly saw a person being slammed into the ground. Instant death. There was no way anyone could survive such an impact. Looking upwards, he saw Magi floating there, holding another person within his deformed black wings. The entangled person was struggling to try and free himself, but it was of no use. Without a moment's hesitation, Magi reformed his wings into sharp knives and completely diced the person up. He then glanced to his right and saw Momiji teleport after someone that was also teleporting. With a smile she teleported one last time and stuck out her hand, then the other person, who was also teleporting, was smashed into the wall. It was like he was squashed by a massive invisible hand. Andy looked at the man who lay dead on the ground and the other man who was squashed into the wall. Then through a narrow alley where ordinary people were cluelessly walking by, they didn't notice a thing. After Yo confirmed all the enemies were dead, he closed his mouth with a smirk. Then Senzo came out of the building holding the last of the men in suits who were pursuing them. "What should I do with this one?" he asked, holding the man by his collar. The man wanted to scream, shout, or do anything, but it was impossible. It felt like his whole body was wrapped in something invisible but unbreakable. "Oh, not bad, newbie," Yo remarked, slapping Senzo on the shoulder. Momiji and Magi also turned toward him, both smiling. "Just kill him," Magi said. Momiji, on the other hand, approached him with a sly smile. "You have guts to pick a fight with us, mister," she remarked, a teasing smile on her face. Then the man was smashed into the concrete with such force that he became a paste. "Alright, was that all?" Senzo asked, dusting his hands off with his clothes. Looking at the others, Andy finally saw them for who they are. They might have acted so leisurely on the boat. But these people were Pandra, the world's most powerful esper criminal organization. "I'll report back to the major," Yo said. Magi and Momiji just nodded as they leaned against the wall awaiting Hyabu's next instructions. "So who were they?" Hyabu inquired while he was still seated next to Yurjuri at the restaurant. It looked like he was talking to no one, to any onlookers, but he knew better. Members of the Maldini family. In other words, the group we're making a deal with tonight. "Oh, I see. Was it delicious, Yurjuri?" he asked as he and Yurjuri left the table that was now surrounded by dead men, all armed with guns and wearing the same clothes as the people Magi and the others had dispatched. "Yeah," she replied, holding Hyabu's hand as they strolled into the distance. "As planned, the deal goes down tonight." Yo had a serious look on his face, and the moment Magi and Momiji saw it, they knew what time it was. "As expected, the major is merciless. Let's go," Magi declared. "As for you, newcomer with the power to negate other powers, Yo will tell you the location where you need to go." After he said that, everyone stood close to Momiji, and they vanished from sight. This has to be the most inconvenient power ever. Chapter 16 Old Friend. After finally arriving at Pandra's hideout, Andy went straight to Hyabu. "You're still going to meet their boss? Are you insane? They're the ones who attacked us." He tried to reason with Hyabu. It was madness. But Hyabu didn't even flinch. "Yes, he is an old friend. I want to know what he truly wants. But when I give the sign, shoot him," he casually said, like he just ordered Andy to give a child a piece of candy. "Traitors deserve death. That is the Esper law. Andy Hinomiya and Senzo Kazuko, this is the first job Pandra will give you both. I'm counting on you." Even though he said it so confidently, Senzo could still see the pain in his eyes. He must have been rather close with this friend, he thought, but he had steeled himself for this. He would not back down. After his memories from previous years had fully integrated, he at first couldn't really come to terms with the fact that he had killed many people before, innocent or not. He just followed Babel's orders, but that was the kind of world this was. Then Senzo glanced at Andy. He could guess what he was thinking. "Let's do our best, Andy." Snapping out of his daze, Andy accepted the hand Senzo had extended. "All right. Oh, and Senzo, Yurjuri will be with you, so please guard her well. Make sure nothing happens to her," Hyabu ordered. Senzo gave a powerful nod, and with a smile, he walked toward Yurjuri. "Stay close and listen to everything I say, okay? Then nothing will go wrong." "NNN." The little girl nodded her head vigorously. The major looked very serious, so she would rather stay with Senzo at this moment until this was resolved. "Quite confident, newbie," Yo chimed in, a grin on his face. "Well, yeah, I am rather powerful after all," Senzo said with a shrug. "Hee, do your best and I might reward you, you know," Momiji added, with a wink. Magi chuckled a little as the tense atmosphere dissolved into a friendly one. "It's good that you all can relax, but remember, failure is not an option," Hyabu reminded everyone. "Understood." They shouted in unison, giving a military salute. After seeing that Yurjuri did the same, everyone's hearts completely melted at the cute creature that was imitating them. "Let's go." On a roof, Andy, Senzo, and Yurjuri were carefully positioned so they could clearly see Hyabu's meeting with his old friend. Andy lay down, looking through the scope of a sniper rifle, while Senzo and Yurjuri sat leisurely, their feet dangling off the rooftop. "The night sky is beautiful, right, Yurjuri?" Senzo asked the little girl. "Why yes," she said, almost biting her tongue. "Ha ha ha, just relax. Everyone is very capable, you don't need to be so nervous, and if anything goes wrong, I'll step in if that's even necessary. Yurjuri heaved a sigh of relief hearing those words. Even though she knew the Major was very powerful, she still couldn't shake this feeling of dread every time he went on a mission. Thank you, she whispered while hugging Senzo's body tightly. He just smiled and patted her head. So how are you feeling, Andy? You nervous? He then asked the young man lying on the roof holding a large sniper rifle. I'm surprised you can even talk so leisurely in this situation. Do you have nerves of steel or something? He said, exasperated. It looked like Senzo was feeling right at home while he himself was walking on eggshells every day. He couldn't understand it. How was he so comfortable here? Haha, you just worry too much about pointless stuff. These guys might be called a criminal organization, but I think that explanation is a little too black and white. You felt it yourself. No. They're more like a large family that does what's necessary for survival. And maybe sometimes they might go too far, sure. But look at the prison you came from, that was undoubtedly more evil than what these guys are doing. Senzo explained. While Andy was carefully listening, he felt that what he said made sense, but still he felt like Pandra also definitely did evil things. I get what you mean, but still. Just as he wanted to continue, he saw Hyabu appear through the large class window. Oh, I guess it's starting, we'll talk more later. Senzo casually said. Sure. Andy now refocused, aiming his sniper straight at the head of the older man seated across from Hyabu. Hyabu took a seat across from the older man. It didn't look like they had just fought his men this afternoon. Magi stayed upright right behind the Major. Hi, long time no see. How many years has it been? Carlo Maldini. The older man looked Hyabu straight in the eyes. It's been half a century, Hyabu Kusuk. It's been that long, huh? Time flies, I guess. Hyabu commented, a smile that didn't reach his eyes plastered on his face. It doesn't look like that to me. You still look the exact same as the last time I saw you. Carlo said, a serious look in his eyes. Ha ha ha, I guess I just took good care of myself. Hyabu replied with a shrug. Magi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Even though he had known Hyabu for a long time, it still weirded him out how he could act so nonchalantly before someone they were about to dispose of. On the roof, Andy was now sweating bullets, all kinds of thoughts racing through his mind. Senzo noticed but decided not to comment. He needed to focus to take a proper shot, if he was even going to take the shot. Stay focused, newcomer. You're going to miss. Anbai suddenly heard Yo's voice echo through his mind. Looking around, he saw Yo standing on a roof even further back next to a large bell. Oh, Mamijine. When Andy and Senzo heard Yo say that, they looked around, and to their left on another roof, they saw her standing there, her hair swaying wildly. She says the surrounding men have been taken care of. Yo relayed her message to Senzo and Andy, making sure not to transmit it to Yurjuri. This just leaves your job. Don't screw it up, newcomer. Pretty sure Andy's going to blow it, though, Senzo thought to himself, chuckling. Chapter 17, Hesitation. What's wrong, Carlo? You aren't drinking your wine, you used to practically bathe in the stuff. Hyabu casually mentioned. Carlo got a melancholic look in his eyes. I cannot keep up with the passing years. I am old. My family once controlled this country, but that influence is a thing of the past. Hyabu was already getting bored of this charade, but he had to wait until they had solid proof to dispose of him. That's when Magi bowed down and whispered something in his ear. According to our research, he has made a deal with the Justice Department. In other words, he is licking boots of normals. And for his own safety. Hyabu's vibe instantly changed as he glared at Carlo, the man he once called a comrade and friend. At this moment he looked more like a stranger to Hyabu, who without hesitation gave the order to shoot. Shoot him. He whispered, making sure Carlo couldn't hear him. Andy saw Hyabu's mouth move, but he couldn't make out what he was saying. Shoot him. There's your sign. After Yo cleared it up, he slowly moved the sniper rifle to aim at the older man's visage as he started sweating and panting. Andy's finger hovered on the trigger, trembling. His breath came in shallow gasps. He could hear his heartbeat louder than the wind. If he had pulled the trigger, he would have killed a person. Even though he was a criminal mafia leader, it was still a human life. Did you hear me, newcomer? Shoot him. Yo urged, he said, looking with disdain at Andy. But Andy didn't pull the trigger. He just kept panting while he felt his heartbeat go wild. But because of his hesitation, he saw Carlo's men take out their own pistols and point them straight at Hyabu and Magi. His gaze hardened, but he still couldn't pull the trigger. It would haunt him forever, and he wasn't sure if he could ever forgive himself. Senzo glanced at him and shook his head a little. He was very disappointed. Even though he knew what happened in the anime, he had hoped it would be different here. Come on now, Carlo. We haven't even finished the hors d'oeuvres yet. Hyabu remarked, looking at the men in suits pointing guns straight at him and Magi. But instead of looking worried, he looked rather relaxed, leaning his head on his arms with a smirk on his face. The same could be said for Magi. Instead of trying to defend himself, he just stood there right behind Hyabu. Carlo looked at the duo with a blank expression, and with a single gesture of his hand, the men started shooting wildly, aiming at Hyabu and Magi. Bullets pierced the two as Hyabu fell, blasted backward from his chair, and Magi just fell down lifelessly. Both bodies were riddled with bullet holes. Blood splatters could be seen on the ground surrounding the two lifeless bodies. Carlo smirked. Heh, life is much too short. Isn't that right, Cusick? Now Andy was in full panic mode, screaming Hayabu's name atop the roof. He threw down the sniper and was about to rush toward him. But suddenly Carlo's whole body limped as if some strings were cut, and the men standing behind him all turned into Hayabu. Carlo was alarmed but couldn't do anything while his projection was erased. The men standing behind him all raised their guns at each other. Seeing so many Hayabus made them panic as their eyes turned foggy and they shot, killing themselves instantly. Andy's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't understand anything that was happening anymore. Why? He stared blankly at the large window. Senzo and Yurjuri, on the other hand, were super relaxed. As I thought, you couldn't shoot him, Hayabu casually said, standing on the rooftop now as well. Andy turned around and saw both Hayabu and Magi standing there. Heh, what's with that look? I told you to shoot him, did I not? Raising his hand, he glared at Andy, but instead of panicking, he just closed his eyes and awaited whatever Hayabu was planning. You do not seem to understand your position here, so you must be punished. Seeing Andy just standing there ready to take anything, he couldn't help but smirk. Heh, just kidding. Here is the reward I promised. I had it specially ordered just for you, you know. He said while putting a small necklace around his neck with the same design as the one he used to unseal his true powers. Take good care of it, and never remove it. Andy's eyes widened in surprise, but he was rather grateful. Hayabu's wrath is not something he would want to face ever. Then he took a quick peek at the necklace. A limiter. Then Hayabu snapped his finger, and they got teleported back into the room Hayabu used to meet with Carlo. Magi formed a black blade and slashed Carlo's head off, but there was no blood or anything, just wires and a metallic sound when it made contact with the ground. What? What's going on here? Andy was alarmed, but he had no idea what was going on. Hayabu was standing at the window with Senzo next to him and Yurjuri seated on his shoulder. Look through the large window toward the building they had just been positioned on. The real one is over there. What? Over there? That's the building we were on just now. Andy suddenly said. He is a high-level Esper. He was protecting his men with ESP from there. He was hoping to defeat the Major. Magi explained. But by putting you directly above him, his Esper powers were negated, he continued, slowly approaching Andy. You may not realize it, but your negating ability seems to expand several meters when you are stressed. How'd he do? Well, he was at least useful, as expected from you. You always had a good eye for people, Major. Magi said. Andy looked shocked. It was like Hayabu had everything calculated from the very beginning. His position, his power expanding under stress, and not taking the show was read like a book. Now then, Senzo, take care of him. He has betrayed the Espers and needs to be disposed of. Carlo glared at the group in the room where he had just met Hayabu. You won't even take action yourself? Don't underestimate me, Hayabu. He screamed. I will now destroy you all. A massive burst of psychic powers burst forth from the elderly man who looked severely malnourished. You could clearly see his rib cage, and he barely had any muscles. The whole building shook, and the windows broke as the massive wave of psychic power was launched straight at Hayabu's group. Senzo casually stepped forward. Having put down Yurjuri, he stood in front of everyone inches from the massive window. Let's get this over with, old man, he muttered. Then the massive wave of psychic energy froze in place. I don't feel like ruining this beautiful room, so I'll have to stop you there, unfortunately. Magi's and the others' eyes widened in shock. How did he do it? Stopping psychic power like that should be impossible. They were all alarmed even though Hayabu had warned them about his power level. This was beyond their expectations. Carlo looked just as shocked. The psychic power he was so proud of that had made him one of the world's superpowers and he had used to build his empire was completely useless in front of that rookie he had never even seen or heard of. How dare you? He shouted. Now fully enraged, he mustered every last bit of psychic power in his body and launched it straight at Senzo. He couldn't care less about Hayabu and the others. He had to take down that bastard. Senzo, on the other hand, didn't even blink. He just smiled, and then it happened. The whole building Carlo was in was crushed. It came crashing down like a paper castle. Chapter 18 Goodbye Comrade. But that wasn't the end. Instead of being crushed together with the building, Carlo was stuck in the air helplessly. He couldn't move a single muscle nor utilize any of his psychic powers. Want me to dispose of him, Major? Senzo asked, looking at the helpless old man with pity in his eyes. Give me a moment. Alright, just tell me when you're done. With that, Senzo took a seat at the table and leaned back, relaxing his whole body. Humph. You've grown weak, Carlo. You think I don't know that, Cusick? I know this is all a futile struggle. Time can be so cruel. He replied, looking straight at the young man that was just as old as he was. Do you remember, Carlo? I first met you in Vienna when it was still occupied. You were already a major, and I was still a warrant officer. Hayabu started seeing his old friends so helplessly suspended in midair made him recount their history. Do you know why I became a major like you? It was because I died. After saying that, he lifted his hair to show a perfectly round bullet wound in the middle of his forehead. Then his eyes turned cold, staring straight at the old man with pure, unfiltered rage. On the event of my death, I was specially promoted up 2 levels. Andy, Magi, and the others stood there silently listening to Hayabu's story. Yes, these clothes are mourning clothes. They are for my dead comrades and for myself when I died on that day. Suddenly all kinds of memories flashed before his eyes, all the people who he held dear that died during the wars. This is the black of mourning. My old friend, Carlo, tonight, I will mourn you too. Do it, Hayabu said quietly. Senzo's powers surged. Carlo was lifted into the air, out of sight for Yurjuri, completely helpless as he awaited his end. Then, without hesitation, he was torn to complete shreds. Blood fell like rain. Thanks, Hayabu muttered, as a single tear slid down his cheek. Major, are you okay? Magi asked him. Humph, don't treat me like an old man. Hayabu said, but he did not move from his spot as he looked toward the sky where Carlo had just been floating. Andy looked at Hayabu's back, then at the destruction that had happened outside. He cleared his throat. This is what happens when powerful espers battle, normals suffer and destruction follows. Hinomiya, what are you doing? We're leaving. And the group quietly left, all of them following after Hayabu. Back on the catastrophe, the mood was rather somber. Hayabu dismissed everyone the moment they returned, and they could do whatever they wanted. Yurjuri was walking through the hallways trying to fix her hair. For some reason a couple strands kept sticking out. She carefully tried to use her hands to get it under control. Kaya. When she suddenly walked straight into Magi. She looked up at the tall, imposing man, shrinking into herself a little. Then she quietly tried to slip away. Wait, Yurjuri. But before she could, Magi called out to her. Look into who Hinomiya is when you have a chance. With that limiter on him, you should be able to read his mind with telepathy. But she straight up ignored what Magi said, continuing on without looking back. Yurjuri. Only the Major or Senzo can give me orders. She said with a serious look. Then, without waiting for a reply, she took off running. Time passed in a blur for all the crew members, and before they knew it, it was dinner time. And because they had just completed a mission, they were having a barbecue. Andy stood there all alone, leaning against the railing. He wasn't in the mood for a barbecue after such a mission. He kept thinking about what ifs. What if he had just taken the damn shot? Would that have changed anything? Holding the necklace he had gotten from Hayabu, he had a somber look on his face. After grabbing a couple skewers, Senzo made his way toward his fellow newcomer. Hey, you look rather down. Don't you like barbecue? He asked. No, it's not that. Andy said, taking a good look at Senzo. He wondered how he could be so relaxed after what they had just witnessed. Don't worry too much about it. I've served in a military special unit. I'm used to it. Like he had just read his mind, Senzo told him a little more about himself. That sounds hectic. Andy said, looking straight at Senzo. That's right, I wasn't even 12 when I was first deployed on a mission. It was rather traumatic. And after they felt like they couldn't control me anymore, they tried to discard me. Andy was speechless. They deployed him before even turning 12. How could they do that? Those bastards. Gritting his teeth, Andy looked outraged. So he also has that side to him. Senzo thought, seeing Andy so outraged on his behalf felt good. You should remember that feeling, getting outraged on others' behalfs. It's very rare in a world like this. Andy awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Thanks. He muttered, turning away. That's when he suddenly saw Hayabu standing there, an evil smirk on his face. I saw you looking at the necklace. Do you like it that much? What? Andy's face turned bright red. How long have you been there? Looks like it was worth giving you that. Hayabu remarked. That's not it. Then Andy's face darkened. In the end I wasn't able to shoot. You know, Andy, the kindness not to shoot is part of your own power. Like getting mad at others suffering. You accomplished your first mission with us, using the power you were born with. The same goes for you, Senzo. I'm glad to have you both as members of Pandra. Both looked at Hayabu, who had a huge smile on his face. Likewise, Senzo replied. While Andy just looked at him. What are you all talking about? Momiji interrupted, seeing the three of them standing together away from the other people. Welcome aboard for real this time, newcomers. Yo added. I'm Yo Fujira. And I'm Momiji Kanu. Okay, a toast to our new members. Cheers. Everyone suddenly felt Momotaro's voice echo through their heads. Come on, Andy, at least drink a little. After all, the mission was a success. And it wouldn't look good if you don't drink at your own party, you know. Oh, sure. Andy reluctantly grabbed the cup Hayabu had offered him and downed it in one big gulp. Wait, this is milk. Chapter 19, Kingdom of Monarch. Far away from the catastrophe, a helicopter with the Babel logo on it was approaching a small kingdom. After the helicopter landed, two young men stepped out, both wearing very formal clothes. So this is the Kingdom of Monarch, said one of the young men. He wore a neat suit and had black hair. The other young man had a darker complexion, and while he still wore formal clothes, it wasn't a suit. Yes, replied the man with a darker complexion. You're finally free, Minamoto. The man continued. How does it feel to not have to look after those kids for a while? And on top of that, you got an invitation from a princess, an actual princess. And a beautiful one on top of that, you must be pretty excited, right? The other young man adjusted his glasses and looked at his colleague. What are you saying, Sakeke? We're here on a job. And remember that other incident. Sakeke's face darkened a little after hearing Minamoto mention that incident. Yes, don't worry. I understand. That's good. Okay, let's go to the ceremony. Right. The beautiful princess is waiting, Sakeke sang while jumping in the air from joy. Minamoto rubbed his temples while following his friend. Maybe you should leave, if you're going to act like that, he muttered. But Sakeke couldn't hear him at all in his joy. He was singing, dancing, and running around wildly. He couldn't wait to see the beauty of this princess. Hayabu and Senzo were leisurely leaning against the railing while having a casual chat when they suddenly heard Andy approach from behind. You're both still out here. Go inside, you might get a chill. Senzo just rolled his eyes. Hayabu, on the other hand, couldn't help but chuckle a little. You're treating me like an old man, too. Haha, sorry. Andy replied, scratching his hair awkwardly. Ah, by the way, where is the ship headed? Upon hearing this, Senzo also started paying attention. This was important after all. Hehe, a princess's kingdom. Nice, right? Maybe you could get hitched and live your life in luxury as her useless husband. Hayabu teased with a smirk. Andy was left speechless, his mouth wide open. He stood there completely still, trying to process what Hayabu had just said. Pfft. Senzo was trying his best not to burst out laughing, but it was rather hard. Andy decided it wasn't worth his energy to bicker with the major here, so without hesitation he turned around and left the duo standing there. Hayabu raised an eyebrow at the newbie that had just left, but with a shrug he turned back around to admire the beautiful night view of the sea once more. I assume we aren't just going there to sightsee? Senzo casually inquired. That's right. And this time you will have a lot of work. Silence. Senzo stared at Hayabu, wondering what he could be planning, but decided to let it be. This was also a good opportunity to earn a better world rating. Babel was a big deal, and mingling with them could only help. So mingling with them should be good. I am at your service, Major. Senzo suddenly shouted with an over-the-top salute. Hayabu looked at the young man in front of him with a wide grin. Good, I will be sure to work you to the bone, heh. Senzo felt a couple shivers run down his spine, but it was fine. If he could help Yurjuri and the others by just suffering a little from overwork, he wouldn't mind that at all. With that, the two also went back to their own lodgings after a final firm handshake. They both disappeared from the ship's deck. Inside Senzo's room, he was lying on his bed with his laptop in front of him. Currently he was reading all the news of everything that was happening on Earth. The only information he had was that only 3 full days would pass on Earth. He didn't know anything about how they would be distributed. Would they pass slowly over the whole duration of his mission, or would the time be the same in both worlds, and after 3 days, would time freeze? He was completely in the dark about all the details, so that's why whenever he had free time, he would do research also to see if the dungeons had already started spawning. If they did, he could slowly start planning a strategy for his return. What he knew for sure is that there would be a massive economic boom, so he had to prepare to make use of it as much as possible, to live in luxury on Earth and the other worlds he would travel to. Let's see, oh, it looks like dungeons are already appearing, huh? Scratching his chin, he started to think of things he could start doing when he returned. I should be one of Earth's strongest when I return, so I should make use of that and take the initiative to possibly start a guild, a company, and maybe even reforms. That should give me a massive amount of wealth and influence, which would only be a good thing, as it means that my family will be safer. Then the visages of 3 people flashed across his mind, his mother, father, and little sister. And he couldn't help but smile. He had been missing them ever since he arrived in this world. Even though he did also thoroughly enjoy his time here, he found it totally normal for him to miss his family. I think I'll start by clearing dungeons to prove my abilities. That should make it easier for those old fogies at the top to listen and not just dismiss me. He couldn't help but click his tongue in frustration while thinking about that sudden changes were always a major weak point with such governments, especially when most politicians were rather old school and very stubborn. Well, there's nothing I can do about that. I don't want to overthrow the government, that would just be a pain in the ass to handle, he grumbled. Ah, it's late. I'll continue this another time. With that he closed his laptop and went to sleep, awaiting the next mission Hayabu would give him. Chapter 20, Ceremony. In the small kingdom of Monarch, it was a very special day. Currently it was the founding day of this small European country. Today, a ceremony called the Blue Star Day will soon be held. The philanthropic Princess Sophie sponsored it for peaceful coexistence with the 5% of the population that are espers, and hopes to change the current system in society. Minamoto explained to Sakeke with a worried look on his face. After they stepped out of the limo that had picked them up, Sakeke lazily stretched his whole body. They were now both wearing suits to attend the princess's event. Count on a princess to pick you up in a limo. Sakeke said, a smirk on his face, as he glanced at the massive building in front of them where the ceremony would be held. Sakeke, please don't try to hit on the princess. We're here as representatives of Japan. Remember to stay respectful and act with dignity. Minamoto warned him. He couldn't help but readjust his glasses, seeing how Sakeke was leisurely strolling toward the entrance. It looked like he had completely ignored his words of advice. With a heavy sigh, he also made his way toward the entrance to keep an eye on him. After the both of them entered the large building, they were immediately met by a magnificent sight. People from all over the world had come today to celebrate this day. The two Japanese representatives looked around and recognized a lot of familiar faces. There are a lot of people here, huh? Sakeke casually remarked. Every country with an Esper agency was invited. So that makes sense. Minamoto explained to his less educated friend. Sakeke stared blankly at Minamoto. I know that much, you know. I might not be as serious as you, but on important missions like these, I properly read through the files and information we get. That's good, so you know they might show up as well, right? Minamoto inquired, looking around for a certain group of people. Yeah. Sakeke's earlier laid-back attitude shifted when Minamoto mentioned them. If they were coming here, that could only mean major trouble, and they might even have to mobilize the children then. Well, just keep an eye open for them. Headquarters isn't certain if they are coming or not yet. Alright, will do. Sakeke said, his features visibly relaxing. Then, without hesitation, Minamoto went straight back to explaining about the ceremony. Even though Sakeke had said he read the file, he couldn't trust his word. The ceremony is meant to give a peaceful coexistence between espers and normals, but everyone is sounding each other out. Also, don't you dare use your psychometry, okay? Minamoto stood face to face with Sakeke, staring him dead in the eyes. Yeah, don't worry, I won't. Sakeke said, putting his hands in his pockets. In a hotel close to the venue, all the members of Pandra were gathered in front of Hyabu. It's been a long time since I've been here, he casually said, looking out the window straight at the venue where Senzo had been assigned his first mission of the day. Major. I know you trust him and that he is powerful, but was it such a good idea to assign him this mission solo? Magi asked, looking at the young man that was casually strolling toward the large building where the ceremony was currently ongoing. It's a sort of test as well. Is he really loyal or just acting like it? After a solo mission we will know a lot more about his motives. And we're all here, aren't we? If anything goes wrong, we just swoop in and fix it. Hyabu replied, without turning around. The others nodded. That made a lot of sense. He won't fail. And he also won't betray the major. Yurjuri suddenly shouted, her cheeks puffed out. The moment they heard her, everyone turned to look at the angry little girl, but they couldn't help but break out in a smile. She was just too adorable with her cheeks puffed. She looked like a cute little squirrel. Hyabu appeared next to her and took a seat. I know, but I have to make sure the others know that as well, he said, patting her head. We know you like him, Yurjuri, but what if he only joined to protect or be with you? Then he wouldn't have any loyalty to Pandra. You know we can't have those kinds of people on board. They would bring the whole operation into danger. Magi explained, trying to soothe her anger. Momiji and Yo just nodded along. They agreed with Magi's points but would never voice them in front of Yurjuri. She was, after all, just a little girl. Andy stared at the others in wonder. How could they be so relaxed when a newcomer was about to do something so big? He started rubbing his temples but didn't say anything. He just turned around and saw Senzo enter the large building. Once he entered the large building, Senzo immediately made his way toward the place where all the food and drinks were placed. This food is looking great. He muttered to himself, a silly smile on his face. It was like he wasn't being tested at all. He felt totally relaxed and was even comfortable enough to taste all the delicacies the princess had prepared for this grand event. So those two are the guys from Babel. He mused, staring straight at Sakeke and Minamoto. When he was deep in thought with all kinds of dishes being devoured, he suddenly heard everyone applaud. The time has come, huh? Princess Sophie appeared on a high balcony in a beautiful white dress with a small golden tiara in her long brown hair. Turning around, she started waving toward all her guests with a beautiful smile on her face, her beautiful blue eyes grabbing the attention of most of the men in the audience. She's even more beautiful in person. Senzo commented, still stuffing his mouth with food. So, that's Princess Sophie. Miyamoto remarked, staring at the beautiful woman standing on the balcony. Such beauty. Sakeke added, rubbing his chin with a grin on his face. Sophie cleared her throat loudly, and then the whole building quieted down. Thank you all for coming to this grand occasion. She started her speech, a blooming smile on her face. This was a massive opportunity for her to further improve the Esper treatment in the world, and she would grab it with both hands. 21, Chapter 21, Disappearance. Time to complete my objective real quick I guess. Senzo muttered, stretching his whole body. He had thoroughly enjoyed all the delicacies that were presented here, and he was very grateful to the princess for her hospitality. Then with a snap of his fingers the beautiful chandeliers hanging on the ceiling were blasted into thousands of pieces. Kaya! What? Panic erupted within the large room where everyone was gathered and carefully listening to the princess's welcome speech. Get the emergency lights on. A guard shouted toward his colleagues. But nobody could move. It was like they were all stuck in a massive invisible block of titanium. Even the more powerful espers that were attending felt utterly helpless under the oppressive power. While everyone was panicking, Senzo had walked toward the princess standing on the balcony and put her to sleep gently. And while carrying her toward the exit in a princess carry, he looked toward a certain wall. And with a devious smirk he left a kind message for all the other people attending. Hearing that, suddenly everyone felt the control over their bodies return once more. Looking around frantically toward their entourage, a huge commotion ensued within the hall. The princess is gone. Someone suddenly shouted, staring at the balcony where she had just been giving her speech. Sakeki and Minamoto both turned their heads simultaneously and stared at the now empty balcony. Could this be a kidnapping? Someone then shouted, the murmurs in the room becoming louder with every passing second. This was a huge deal, an important royal had just been kidnapped in broad daylight. What? Others exclaimed, hearing someone say the word kidnapping. Some people felt their knees weaken thinking back to that suffocating power they had all just felt. My princess. Sakeki shouted. He was worried and outraged at the same time, but just thinking about that overwhelming power he leaned more to worried. Such power was absolutely not normal. He was rather certain only the children or the absolute strongest of all the espers could match that. Sakeki, look at that. Minamoto suddenly said, looking in a certain direction. You're kidding, right? What they saw painted on the wall left them worried and outraged once more. Pandra was here. Teehee. With a portrait of Hayabu drawn on the princess' massive picture hanging in the hall. Those bastards. But I haven't even seen any of them here. Sakeki said, gritting his teeth. They must be planning something. But it's rather problematic that we have no clue what. Minamoto added, while staring at the message they had left. Senzo had placed the princess comfortably on a couch, even covering her with a blanket. Well done, Senzo. Hayabu said, tapping him on the shoulder. But did you really have to do the message like that? It's like you're mocking them. Momiji raised an eyebrow at the major's question. But Major, you have a huge grin on your face. She stated. Shush. He hissed, trying to compose himself. Well, you did a great job. As for the message, I'll let it go for once. But no one could take him seriously. They all knew he loved stirring up trouble and acting like a defiant teenager. So he was probably just trying to keep up his dignified leader look in front of the princess even though she was unconscious. All right, Major. Senzo replied, a smile on his face while Yurjuri sat on his shoulder and he patted her head softly. Meanwhile, Yo and Andy were staring at the sleeping beauty Senzo had just arrived with. Looking at her here. Andy started, his face totally red. She's really beautiful. Yo finished his sentence with his face equally as red. Momiji puffed out her cheeks and glared at the two, but they were completely absorbed in staring at the princess. Humph. Senzo appeared next to her and placed a hand on her shoulder, bringing his lips close to her ear. I find you just as beautiful if not more. He playfully said with a wink. Momiji stood in her spot, her cheeks turning slightly red, now glaring at him, but she quickly turned her head away, hiding her flushing face with her hands. Thanks. She whispered. Senzo just nodded, not saying anything more. She really is adorable, he thought, staring at her. The princess slowly stirred awake, looking around in confusion. Where am I? And who are you all? She inquired, rubbing her eyes. She slowly propped her body up and leaned against the couch's back. Magi jumped between the love-struck teenagers. We are Pandra. This is a hotel we own. It is across the street from your royal hotel. The princess, now fully awake, looked at the group in front of her. I see, I was kidnapped. But why me? Oh, that's rather impressive. Even after hearing the name Pandra, she doesn't shrink back into herself. Senzo mused, carefully observing the princess's every move. You do not need to know. Hayabu stated, staring straight at her. His earlier smirk was gone. The one thing I will say is that the one who suggested we kidnap you is that girl. He explained, pointing at Yurjuri, who was cozily seated on Senzo's shoulder. Huh? What? Senzo and Andy muttered almost simultaneously, both looking at the shy little girl. Yurjuri, feeling the curious gazes of almost everyone present, started to shrink into herself little by little, and Senzo let her down. She immediately hid behind his leg, peeking her head out slightly to glance at the princess. My, what a cute kidnapper! She exclaimed. After a little more observing, Yurjuri carefully approached her until they came face to face, staring at each other, and silence followed. Yurjuri was curiously looking at the princess, and the princess was patiently waiting for her to say anything. After a while the princess couldn't take it anymore and she clapped her hands together, breaking the awkward silence. What's your name? Come on, let's go. Get to your next jobs. Hayabu suddenly ordered, and without replying Yurjuri and all the others followed behind him, leaving only Momiji and the princess. Princess, feel free to use this room as you please. Momiji said with a smile. Oh, thanks. 22, Chapter 22, The Real Reason. Andy was exercising his body while Hayabu sat next to him lazily in a lounge chair, both minding their own business. Hey Hayabu, was that true? Andy suddenly asked. Was that true? That Yurjuri suggested we capture the princess. Why are you doubting my words? But yes, it's true, she predicted the princess's assassination and asked me to save her. So as the capable leader that I am, I delegated it to Senzo. Andy raised an eyebrow at Hayabu's statement. So she predicted her assassination, and you decided the best course of action was kidnapping. But why, Yurjuri? Those two have no connection, do they? Andy squeezed out of his lungs while doing sit-ups. Hayabu glanced at his new recruit, and a genius idea struck him. You seem to have quite the crush on Yurjuri. And no, I don't. I'm not into little girls. Don't you dare say that to anyone else ever. Andy screamed, glaring at Hayabu. Isn't it fine? She has been through more than enough already. I just wanted to grant her first ever request. We're a family after all. Then Hayabu put a book over his face and went to take a nap, while Andy glanced at him with a conflicting expression on his face. Meanwhile in the other room, Princess Sophie was sitting on the couch bored out of her mind. She had absolutely nothing to do except sit here and stare at the walls. This is so boring, I wish there was anything to do, she muttered. While staring at the wall, she heard someone knock on the door. Come in. Hello, I've brought you some water. Yurjuri shyly said. Oh, it's you. Come in, come in. Patting on the couch next to her with a big smile on her face, Sophie wanted to get to know this mastermind behind her kidnapping. What's your name? And thank you for the water. My name is Yurjuri, and you're welcome. She shyly said, turning slightly red, while she handed the filled glass of water to the princess. The princess didn't stand on ceremony and gulped it down. Ah, now that hits the spot, she exclaimed after downing the whole glass in an instant. Yurjuri just stared at the woman in front of her, wondering why she did look a little familiar, but she couldn't quite place it. Yurjuri, that's a nice name. So Yurjuri, what do you enjoy doing in your free time? After putting the glass away on the small table in front of the couch, the princess's full attention was now aimed at the little girl that sat next to her. I don't really know, most of the time I'm staying on the boat with the major or Senzo, or playing with the other kids if we aren't on a mission. Yurjuri was quickly warming up to the princess. And while they were having a friendly chat, the princess couldn't help but frown more and more as she listened to the little girl. So you haven't played outside much? How about this, would you like me to take you around my country then? She asked, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Being stuck all alone in a hotel room is the worst, so if she could accompany Yurjuri outside instead, she would choose that in a heartbeat. That might cause trouble for the major, so no, I'll just be a good girl and patiently wait. Yurjuri resolutely said, clutching her small hand into a fist. Minamoto and Sakeke were still at the building where the princess had been abducted in broad daylight, but they were anything but happy. Staring at the chief military officer of the kingdom of Monarch, who refused to budge. Why are you refusing to work with us? Minamoto exclaimed, his right hand formed into a fist, clearly showing his frustrations. We at Babel have plenty of experience dealing with Pandra. I'm sure we can help you rescue the princess. Stopping for a moment to let it sink in, he tried to calm himself down to act more composed in front of important officials, but just thinking about Pandra got him all fired up. The princess's safety comes first. Put away your useless pride and let us help. Sakeke placed a hand on Minamoto's shoulder, trying to calm him down, but he shared his sentiment. He couldn't understand why they were being so stubborn in accepting help. An older man with slicked back white hair looked at the man standing in front of the large window. Chief, he muttered, with a worried look on his face. The chief then turned around and announced something to the two representatives of Babel. This is the kingdom of Monarch's problem. We do not need help from foreigners, said the large man, staring straight at Sakeke and Minamoto. The two of them glared at the chief but couldn't really do anything about it. If they tried to brute force it, it would become a major international incident, and with Pandra still free, they could not afford to have that happen. Could you keep out of this? Please escort them out. The chief finished before turning back around and staring out of the window once more. Once the two of them were outside, they looked at the large doors that were now closed with distaste. What a pain. What should we do now, Minamoto? Well, it's for sure that we can't just ignore this. But if they refuse help, our options are very limited. There were just a couple of things bothering Minamoto. He couldn't understand why Pandra would so blatantly announce it. Or why he would kidnap her in the first place. This was just a small kingdom. If he wanted money, there were thousands of better ways to get it. That's when an idea suddenly struck him. It can't be. Then Minamoto, without warning, took off sprinting. Sakeke surprisingly stared at his back for a moment before rushing after him. Hey, where are you going, Minamoto? From the balcony where he had been napping, Hayabu was now looking at the two Babel members with a smirk. Those two idiots have finally started moving. I hope they stir things up plenty. Andy just stared at him, already used to his shenanigans by now, casually devouring his noodles. Hey, how are you going to protect the princess? You can't have her living in this hotel forever, you know. Well, duh. Hayabu stated, rolling his eyes at the stupid question he just heard. Then the two heard knocking on the door. Excuse me. The princess said, holding Yurjuri's hand as they both entered the room. 23, Chapter 23, Playing Outside. Hayabu looked at the princess and Yurjuri, who had just entered the room. Is there something you need, princess? This girl said she has not played outside much, so I wanted to show her around my kingdom. May I? With a confident smile on her face, she showed not a sliver of doubt or scheming in her eyes. What are you saying? If you go outside now? Andy exclaimed, but before he could finish his sentence, Hayabu interrupted him. Wait. He kneeled in front of Yurjuri and gently asked her, what do you want to do? Yurjuri clutched her small fist tightly. Should she say it? She wasn't sure, but she really did want to go outside. But wouldn't that cause the major trouble? The words were stuck in her throat for a while, but eventually she made up her mind. I will protect the princess, she exclaimed, staring straight at Hyubu, her cheeks slightly flushed. Hyubu just smiled, looking at Yurjuri say something like that was also a first, but this was good as well. She had always been very shy and never spoke out about anything. Alright. What? But Hyubu straight up ignored Andy's protests and patted Yurjuri on the head. I will leave it to you to protect the princess. A massive smile appeared on the little girl's face. Major. The princess watched this all happen right in front of her with a smile. This clearly wasn't just a criminal organization. Wait, you're joking, right? If that would cut it, why even kidnap her? Andy said. But Yurjuri wasn't having it. She stared directly at him, glaring, puffing her cheeks as well. It'll be fine. Senzo will join them as well, just to make sure. Hyubu casually said. And the moment his name was mentioned, he appeared inside the room. You called for me? He inquired, and upon seeing the scene in front of him, he knew exactly what Hyubu was about to say. Yurjuri, on the other hand, was over the moon. Not only was she going to play outside, but even Senzo was coming along. This was a great day. Oh, and I have another interesting idea. Andy, you will be coming with me. The smirk Hyubu had on his face looked rather evil to Andy, who couldn't help but gulp a couple times and take a step back. After the princess changed out of her all-white dress into casual clothes she borrowed from Momiji, the three were now outside strolling leisurely through the streets of the small kingdom. I can already see Andy suffering from what Hyubu's planning. That's what you get for running your mouth. Senzo was walking a small distance behind the princess and Yurjuri, mocking Andy. He had, after all, brought it upon himself. Making Yurjuri angry isn't a good thing. She might be the highest-ranking member because everyone dotes so much on her, especially Hyubu. The princess and Yurjuri were completely oblivious to the suffering he would go through and instead were enjoying their time walking through the city sightseeing while eating a massive ice cream. Yurjuri, isn't that a little too much? 5 whole scoops? Senzo asked, seeing the massive ice cream the size of her head inside that small hand. She just stuck out her tongue and continued munching on it. Guess not. So you're Senzo, right? The princess suddenly asked, slowing her steps so she walked next to him. Yeah, I'm Senzo. But I'm rather surprised. Are you always like this, princess? Going out with your kidnappers? The princess puffed out her cheeks slightly and turned her head away from him. It's Sophie. Sophie Grace. Alright, my bad, Sophie. Senzo stated, seeing her act like that put a smile on his face. She was, after all, very beautiful. So you're an Esper as well? Right, I heard only Espers can join Pandra. She went right back to being all chummy as if nothing had happened. Senzo just shrugged. He had never understood women anyway, so he straight up ignored her weird behavior. Yeah, I am an Esper. And just between us, I'm the one who did the kidnapping. Oh, and thanks for all the food, it was delicious. At some point Yurjuri had also slowed her step and walked on the other side of Senzo, but instead of saying anything, she just raised her arms up in the air. And without delay, Senzo lifted her up and put her on his shoulder. Sophie, who saw all of this happen, widened her eyes. Is that telekinesis? She immediately asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Nope, I do not have that power. Mine are rather special. Senzo replied with a shrug. Yurjuri, on the other hand, was thoroughly enjoying her massive ice cream. She didn't even hear Senzo and Sophie going back and forth. Then what power was that? The only one I know that could do that is telekinesis. Senzo rubbed his chin deep in thought. It'll probably be fine to tell her. He wasn't too sure if it was dangerous to tell her, but her enthusiasm made it hard for him to refuse her. With a sigh, he started explaining the power he had just used. It's a power called Vector Authority. I can control, erase, or destroy vectors. He casually said, with a proud look on his face. He was, after all, very proud of this power. It was a super useful multipurpose superpower. Sophie's eyes sparkled upon hearing his power. Wow, that is a very powerful ability. Her mind raced with all the possibilities that power could be used for, then her mind went back to the kidnapping incident. Before she lost consciousness, she clearly felt her body being frozen in place. Did you freeze everyone's vectors during the kidnapping? She suddenly blurted out. Her cheeks turned slightly pink at the embarrassing sight of her acting without any manners, but she couldn't help it. She had always admired Espers. That was also one of the reasons she was actively advocating for Esper rights. Impressive, yeah, that's right. Senzo said, raising an eyebrow at the observation the princess had made in that short time. 24, Chapter 24, Weird Occurrence. While Senzo, Yurjuri, and Sophie were enjoying their time exploring the city, Minamoto and Sakeke were busy looking for any clues about the princess. Now back at the hall where she was kidnapped, they were carefully inspecting every little detail they could find. There's no mistaking it. This killer intent is the residual thoughts of someone targeting the princess. Sakeke said, while holding his hand on the ground, a frown forming on his face. Did Hyubu and the others predict this? And kidnap her to protect her? Minamoto muttered, trying to make sense of the current situation. With every new piece of information they found, the mystery kept deepening. But why would he, of all people, do that? It just doesn't make any sense. Sakeke nodded at his words, and while they kept searching for any other clues to help them out of their current deadlock, they didn't find anything. Let's just go back and think it over once more. That doesn't sound too bad. Sakeke replied. Both had gloomy looks on their faces. The higher-ups from the kingdom refused to cooperate, and they didn't have the slightest idea where Hyabu was or what his objective was. Once outside, Minamoto rubbed his temples furiously, trying to come up with any remotely useful intel or idea. Sakeke, on the other hand, was looking around, hoping to spot some beautiful ladies he could talk to or admire. Minamoto, look over there. Sakeke suddenly exclaimed as his eyes widened in shock upon seeing the princess. What is it? Is it another beautiful woman? Minamoto asked, rolling his eyes. But he did turn around to look because maybe, just maybe, Sakeke had found something useful for once. But what he saw left him speechless. Every woman he could see had become Princess Sophie, and the streets were filled with Princess Sophies who were also wearing that same pristine white dress she was wearing during her speech. The city is filled with Princess Sophies. What the hell is happening here? They both stared with wide eyes at the strange occurrence happening right in front of their eyes. Minamoto, is this? Yes, I can tell too. A large-scale iconic hypno like this could only come from Hyabu Kusuk. Shit, what is he planning now? Both were now on full alert. This was beyond just a mere kidnapping. He was now clearly plotting something else as well. Let's go, we don't have any time to lose. Minamoto shouted, rushing away. Sakeke solemnly nodded and followed right behind him. Now this is worth watching. Hyabu said. Standing on top of the highest building in the whole city behind him stood a massive statue of a lion sphinx. He was casually watching the Babel agents run around like headless chickens, clearly enjoying it thoroughly. After that, his gaze turned toward Senzo and the two girls, and seeing Yurjuri smile like that while running around with the princess, he felt his heart warm. Yeah, it was a good idea to let her go outside, and with Senzo there, nothing will go wrong. After he had enjoyed the sight of the Babel agents and his own members enjoying themselves for a good while, he snapped his fingers and vanished. Inside of his office, the chief of the kingdom of Monarch was glaring through the window, clenching his teeth and fists tightly. His aide stood next to him with his mouth agape. What is this? Silence. The chief also had no idea what was going on. The only thing he did was he kept staring out the window, hoping a miracle would happen. Yo, how are things going? Hyabu stood in an abandoned warehouse at the Cape, a smirk on his face. This was a good plan, old man. With all these princesses, the panicked mice are running around, squeaking. Yo replied he was clearly enjoying the hunt thoroughly. Oh, Nei-san, turn left at that alley. Momiji quickly finished her opponent with a single punch and followed Yo's instructions. She and Magi had been cleaning up all the mice that had fallen for their trap, but they were getting bored rather quickly. Okay, but these guys are weak. They're just normals. TSK, how foolish. Magi muttered, standing over dozens of corpses that had been cut to pieces. How is the princess, Momiji? The two were having a casual chat surrounded by corpses like it was the most normal thing ever. She's fine with her imprisoned in that abandoned building at the Cape, no one will ever find her. Andy couldn't understand what they were doing. He was panting heavily while trying to keep up with Momiji and Magi. But when he finally arrived at the spot he was supposed to be, he heard someone rush away after Momiji's statement. You let that guy go to catch the rest in one fell swoop? He asked, between labored breaths. Momiji and Magi just rolled their eyes. Luckily, the mouse had long left and hopefully called his accomplices to rush toward the warehouse, otherwise, this would become a busy afternoon. Newbie, please just keep your mouth shut if you don't have anything remotely useful to say. Magi ordered. TSK, you guys never tell me anything and expect me to figure everything out on my own, for God's sake. He grumbled, but Magi and Momiji had left mid-sentence. This is what I mean. Yo was chuckling at the complaints and frustrations of the newcomer, but he did have a valid point. Well, that is until he realizes they had also been through the same thing. You'll get used to it, newcomer. Just keep up the good work. Yo muttered to himself, then he rushed to rendezvous with Momiji and Magi. Hyabu stood casually inside the abandoned warehouse, hands in his pockets like he was waiting for his friends to meet up. Outside there were dozens of people rushing toward the door, all of them armed with machine guns and wearing the same clothes. Ready? One of them asked. Yes. The others shouted in unison, and with that, they broke the door off its hinges. Guns loaded, they all aimed at the center of the room, but what they saw left them dumbfounded. Instead of seeing the princess bound on a chair or something, they saw a young man wearing an all-black school uniform with white hair and an evil smirk. Hey, I've been waiting. Can you scum tell me who's behind this? Hyabu said while raising his right hand and pointing it straight at the invaders. 25, Chapter 25, The Inside Job. Who are you? The man that stood at the front shouted, his gun aimed straight at Hyabu's head. Where is the princess? All the intruders were alarmed. If she wasn't here, that meant that she might be safe, and go through with the deal. They had to find her and dispose of her while she was still in Pandra's hands, and then they could blame them as well. Oh, the princess. She's somewhere in the city enjoying herself. Hayabu said with a shrug. But that's none of you guys' concern. You know you should worry more about yourself, because if you don't tell me who the leader is. He stopped for a moment, a grin on his face, as he stared at all the armed men in front of him. You guys are going to suffer a painful death. Then massive explosions suddenly appeared all around them. The small warehouse was blown to pieces, while he calmly stood there with a smile on his face. The armed men, on the other hand, had been wiped out in an instant. Some were blown to pieces, while others were crushed under the collapsed warehouse. Heh, normals that think they can handle espers are so funny. Hayabu stated as he took a seat on a piece of metal. He took out his phone from his pocket and dialed Senzo's number casually. Yo Senzo, how's it going over there? It's going fine, there has been no trouble whatsoever. And they're currently shopping for some new clothes. Heh, that's good. Make sure to keep an eye on both of them, we still haven't found the ringleader after all. I know, Major, if anyone pops up over here, I'll take care of it and let you know. Or tell the others don't worry too much. Now that's what I like to hear. Sadly, I couldn't get any useful information from these scrubs. They were just members from an anti-esper organization, and because of that, it's rather obvious why they would target the princess. One of the people lying on the ground was patiently waiting for an opportunity to shoot the monster in black clothes that was leisurely chatting on the phone. Gripping his gun tightly, he glared at Hayabu with pure hatred, and the moment Hayabu had turned his back toward him, he discreetly lifted the gun, aiming it at his head. But Hayabu just smirked, and without looking at the man, he snapped his finger and blew his whole body up. What was that? Senzo asked, hearing a faint explosion coming from the other side of the line. Don't worry about it. Hayabu stated and got right back on topic. It's because Princess Sophie is friendly toward espers, and wants to use a portion of the national budget to help espers. I see. Well, thanks for the info, and I'll stay on the lookout. Sounds good. I'll let you know when those goons from Babel find out who the mastermind is. After saying that, Hayabu hung up, looking at the normals with disdain in his eyes. His mood immediately soured. Clicking his tongue, he teleported away to keep an eye on the duo that was trying to find out who the true mastermind was. Minamoto and Sakeke were walking around the city still looking for any clues they could find to rescue the princess, but now they were also searching for the mastermind. The one who planned the assassination of the princess is probably someone from the inside. Minamoto said, a serious look on his face. From the inside? Why do you think that, Minamoto? Because of Hayabu. His objective behind the kidnapping of the princess was probably to protect her life. Minamoto started his explanation after looking around, making sure no one was listening in on them. There's also the residual thoughts the assassin left in the ceremony hall. It would have been impossible to enter without the help of someone from the inside. Sakeke frowned, hearing Minamoto's explanation. So in order to protect her, they kidnapped her. But was there really no other way? Well, you know Hayabu, he is rather extreme in some cases. And with this he's basically sending a message to us at Babel, we can't leave these kinds of things to you. He sure knows how to piss people off. Sakeke replied, clenching his fist. Yeah. Both were glaring straight in front of them. If Hayabu had been close by, they would have loved to give him a good beating, but that was just unrealistic. He is one of the most powerful espers in the world, and most people in Pandra are like him, very powerful espers. So as long as we don't find the person who's targeting the princess, he won't release her, huh? Sakeke muttered, staring in the air. Yeah, but that's the problem. How do we find the culprit? It's not that they want our help. Minamoto replied with a sigh. Well, about that, I think I have an idea. Sakeke said, looking at the large building where the ceremony was held. Minamoto could only shake his head. His idea was probably some nonsense or had something to do with women, but he had no other or better ideas, so the duo briskly entered the large building, determined to execute his idea to the best of their abilities. Hi bonjour mademoiselle. I'm Shuji, I'm not anyone suspicious. Sakeke approached the lady sitting behind the reception desk with a confident smile as he tried to distract her from his colleague. You know, the moment I saw your beautiful visage, I simply could not ignore someone as beautiful as you. Oh, I might not look like it, but I'm a doctor, you know. Then he unbuttoned two of his buttons from his shirt and flashed his well-built torso. So, how about a nice cup of tea while I examine your heart? And while Sakeke was doing this over-the-top distraction, Minamoto had slipped through, entering the chief's office. He was still cringing from Sakeke's display, but it was the only thing they could think of, so he had ultimately decided to just let him do it. Why am I always stuck with that womanizer? He muttered while he was typing rapidly on the computer, trying to find any intel that would prove useful. If I can just get any clue about whoever's targeting the princess. While he was deep in thought, he suddenly saw something strange appear on the computer screen. This is. His eyes widened in shock. This was the clue he was looking for. He had finally found it, but in his moment of joy he didn't realize that multiple people had also entered the room after him. While he was trying to absorb as much information as he could, the chief and his aide both took out their guns and approached him from behind. Budget documents and demographic changes from all ministries, top secret data from the Kingdom of Monarch, and even information about people in the security force and information on the employees of the royal family. Don't you think that's enough? Investigator Minamoto. The chief suddenly interrupted, putting his gun to the back of Minamoto's head with a grave expression on his face. Minamoto froze in place, not daring to move a muscle in fear of what the chief might do if he made any sudden movements. You have just seen something you should not have. 26, Chapter 26, The Old Orphanage 1. Sophie and Yurjuri were walking around the city, both holding a small bouquet of flowers, laughing and giggling. Meanwhile, Senzo was carrying all the bags and boxes they had bought during the day already. So what's the next destination? He leisurely inquired. The princess turned to Yurjuri and crouched down a little. Do you want to have some tea at that cafe next? Okay. Senzo could only smile at the sight the little girl that had been so timid was now finally being an actual kid and just enjoying herself. Hey! All three of them turned toward the person that had just shouted toward them. Andy came running toward them, waving his arms wildly to grab their attention. Isn't it about time you all head back? The princess's life is still being targeted, you know, he said, looking straight at Princess Sophie. Senzo just rolled his eyes, and Yurjuri started pouting. No, the major said I can play as long as I want as long as Senzo is here. She resolutely stated, grabbing Senzo's sleeve. And with puppy eyes she looked upwards at him, trying to get him to do something about Andy. The princess also turned toward Senzo, a sad smile on her face. I beg you, please watch over me just a little bit longer. I will, don't worry. You heard what Yurjuri said, right? As long as she wants to play and I'm here, she can play. Then he turned to Andy, rolling his eyes slightly. Get out of here, you're ruining it for them. And I'm here, so there's literally nothing to worry about. After he said that, the three left the stunned Andy standing there, his mouth hung open slightly, and he stared at their backs. I was just looking out for her safety. Why am I getting treated like this? He couldn't understand it all because a little kid wanted to play outside during a mission, they let her. You're way too clueless. Andy suddenly heard turning his head sharply, he saw Momiji standing there leaning against the wall. What do you mean? Why do you think the major sent Senzo with them? It's not just for fun, you know Senzo is about as powerful as the major and probably the best guard in the entirety of Pandra. Momiji casually said, glancing at the three that had just gone around the corner, a slight pout appearing on her face for a second. The gears were slowly turning in Andy's head. He was that powerful. He had known Senzo was powerful, also seeing his superior's reaction, but that powerful? That's insane. Hyabu is the highest level Esper on the planet, and that guy was just as powerful. So he sent Senzo specifically to let her play as long as she wants. He asked, scratching his head. Yes, for that and some other reasons you don't need to know. So just let her be, she deserves it after everything she has been through. Momiji stated, a somber look appearing on her face. Well, now you know a little, just let them be with Senzo, and everything will be fine. Oh yeah, the major ordered you to return to the hotel. See ya. No. But before Andy could get another word in, Momiji teleported away. For God's sake, take me with you. I now have the limiter on so my powers don't work. Andy grumbled, clenching his fist after taking one last look at the trio leisurely enjoying their tea. He heaved a heavy sigh and started walking back toward the hotel. Sitting at an outside table, Sophie and Yurjuri were enjoying their tea, and Senzo sat at a table a little further away, making sure their perimeter was safe at all times. Hee, it's the first time I've walked around the city so freely. The princess enthusiastically exclaimed, her expression so peaceful. Senzo was mesmerized for a moment. Are you having fun too? She asked the little girl sitting across from her. Yurjuri nodded with the large cup in her hands while she was sipping her drink. Hee, I'm glad. Hey, is there anywhere you'd like to go in particular? I'd like to express my gratitude to you for protecting me today. She suddenly asked the little girl. When Senzo heard that, he knew it was about time for it to happen. Yurjuri slowly put her cup down, staring straight at the princess. She was silent for a while and glanced at Senzo, but she saw him nod with a smile on his face, and after seeing that, she had made up her mind. There is. Minamoto and Sakeka sat across from the chief and his aides, with different, grave expressions on all their faces. In other words, the Esper criminal organization Pandra kidnapped the princess in order to protect her? Is that what you're saying? The chief asked, raising an eyebrow at the unbelievable story he had just heard. Yes. Minamoto resolutely replied. There were also residual thoughts from the assassin in the ceremony hall. When he said that, the chief became outraged, slamming his hands on the desk in front of him with full force. He glared at the two Japanese officials. Are you suspecting me, the chief of security of the Kingdom of Monarch Security Force, to be an assassin? He screamed. Minamoto glanced at the chief, and with a sigh, he tried to calm him down. I did not say that. After all, Chief Degas, you were investigating on your own the whole time, to protect the life of the princess. Or am I wrong? You already knew even that. It seems you aren't in babble for nothing. Hearing Minamoto say that calmed him down, and he sat down again, a sad look appearing on his face. The princess stands for protection of Espers. So she has plenty of enemies, which makes protecting her all the harder. He said, clenching his fist. Now Minamoto looked straight at him. Even inside the government. That's right. And that makes it even harder to find them. Degas replied. There should be someone among the people in the security force that guided the assassin. Do you know who that might be? Chief Degas closed his eyes for a moment, thinking about what Minamoto had just asked, and then he turned toward his assistant that stood behind him. Where is Sisley? Mr. Sisley received a phone call a while ago and left. The assistant casually mentioned, readjusting her glasses. Minamoto and Degas looked at her in shock, then without hesitation Sakeke jumped up and rushed to the phone. He put his hand on it and read all the residual thoughts. What he saw left him stunned. The princess is at the old orphanage. Understood, there is no need to report to the rest. Shit. This is bad, Minamoto. Sakeke exclaimed. 27, Chapter 27, The Old Orphanage 2. Senzo, Sophie, and Yurjuri had arrived in front of a large building on the outskirts of the city. It stood there totally empty and imposing. What is this place? Senzo asked, looking at the large building that looked like an empty hotel. Sophie stood next to him looking at the empty building, her clothes swaying in the wind. An orphanage I used to support. It's no longer in use, though. She explained, looking at the little girl that stood in front of the double door. Senzo, I want to enter. Could you please open the door? Yurjuri politely asked, her fist clenched in front of her heart. She looked at the building longingly. Sure, princess, do you have a key? Humph. Sophie pouted, turning her head away from Senzo. He massaged his temples. He couldn't make sense of what she was thinking, but whatever, it wasn't important now. This was an important event for Yurjuri, so he had to do it properly. My bad, I meant Sophie. Do you have a key to this place? Or should I just break down the doors? A smile bloomed on Sophie's face, but she shook her head. I had a key, but it's been standing here empty, so I don't have it anymore. Without a moment's hesitation, Senzo snapped his fingers, and the doors burst open, but nothing broke. He had just pushed them open with brute force, but he had controlled the strength so delicately it looked like the doors weren't even locked in the first place. Let's go inside then. After the two girls entered the former orphanage, Senzo casually turned around and narrowed his eyes slightly in a certain direction, but instead of doing anything, he just shrugged and also entered the building. Heh, they should have connected the clues by now, right? Together the trio explored the whole building. Yurjuri was all the way at the front. She was looking around like she knew the place by heart. The princess and Senzo were leisurely walking behind her. On top of the ceiling, miniature dinosaurs and planets were hung up. And Yurjuri was closely observing everything, her earlier enthusiasm during the day nowhere to be found. After going through almost the whole building, Yurjuri ran ahead and entered a certain room. It was now totally empty except for a shoe rack at the back of it and some toys scattered around. The curtains were flailing softly due to the wind that came through the open windows. Yurjuri stared at the room in a daze, as overlapping scenes suddenly started going through her mind. She sat all alone in a dark corner of the room, gripping her book with her small hands, staring at the other children playing with the beautiful princess that visited them occasionally. After playing with the other kids, the princess saw the little girl sitting all alone in a corner and decided to approach her to see what was wrong. Hello, I'm Sophie. Would you tell me your name? Yurjuri looked at her with empty eyes, and for a moment the life returned to them. But just as fast, it was gone once again. And instead of replying, she just closed her eyes and shrunk all the way into herself. No, I'm a bad child. Then everything went completely black, like she was swallowed by a black hole. A tear formed in her eyes while she remembered her painful past. She stared straight at the curtains for a while longer. There you are, the princess suddenly said, sliding open the door. With a smile on her face, she looked straight at Yurjuri, who was surprised to see her. Extending her hand with a gentle smile, the princess waited patiently for the little girl to grab it. Yurjuri turned around, and without hesitation, she grasped the princess's hand firmly. Yurjuri, I'm Yurjuri. She said with a slight blush on her cheeks. I finally know your name. The princess replied, embracing the little girl in a firm hug. So it really was you. That little Esper girl who disappeared shortly after arriving. Yurjuri didn't say anything as she relished in the warm embrace she and the princess were sharing. Hey, Yurjuri, would you like to come live with me? I won't let you feel lonely anymore. She asked. What do you think? When she heard that, Yurjuri opened her eyes and stared at the wall. She had no idea what or how she should reply to that. She had thoroughly enjoyed this day but was leaving Senzo and the major. Could she bear that? She had no idea and turned her gaze to Senzo, who at some point had also entered the room and leaned against the wall with his arms crossed in front of him. But before she could reply, the three suddenly heard footsteps approaching them. The two girls let go of each other and stared at the man that had just entered the room. I've finally found you, Lady Sophie. A man wearing a uniform said, staring straight at the three. Senzo stepped in front of the princess and Yurjuri, hand still in his pocket and a relaxed expression on his face. Now, would you kindly return the princess to me, kidnapper? The man in military uniform ordered, aiming his gun straight at Senzo. Sisley. The princess muttered, staring at the man holding the gun. How about you calm down first? You're aiming your gun straight at her, you know, Senzo said, not an ounce of tension in his body. Please put the gun down, Sisley. These people are not dangerous. The princess said, putting her body in front of Yurjuri. Sisley stared straight at the princess, with a weird look on his face. Then, without hesitation, he pointed the gun straight at her. I see, in that case your turn will come first, princess. He exclaimed with a smirk on his face. You are no good setting aside a part of the national budget to establish a foundation for the protection of espers. There will not be such a waste of money in my country. He stated, casually readjusting his tie. It should be used for more profitable things, like reinforcing national security and developing weapons. Not on espers and the like. Ho, so that's what you think, huh? Senzo casually muttered, his hands still in his pocket, as he positioned himself between the princess and the man's gun. Sisley. The princess suddenly said, a serious look on her face. A future in which normals and espers work together hand in hand. Dream of that day. And until that day comes, I will not give in. Not ever. She confidently declared, looking him dead in the eye. Sisley just shrugged and glared at the young man standing in front of his target. If you don't move, you will also become a casualty, you know. As for you, princess, as you wish. So I'm going to ask you to die. 28, Chapter 28, Lines Crossed. Senzo didn't move an inch and kept standing in front of the princess and Yurjuri, staring straight at Sisley in front of him. Okay, I understand your reasoning, but is it really necessary to kill Sophie just for that? Senzo casually asked, trying to defuse the situation. He did not want to do anything extreme in front of Yurjuri. He could see the two standing behind him put up a tough front, but deep down they were both very scared, especially Yurjuri. She had been tormented by esper haters for the majority of her life, and right now this insect in front of him was triggering that trauma again. Of course it's necessary. You esper trash should all die or act like the proper slaves you are. Sisley screamed, glaring straight at Senzo. You know what I hate in the world. Useless things. So shouldn't espers who are errors in normal's eyes be considered useless? While he was still screaming that, he now had a fanatical expression on his face. The gun was no longer aimed at the princess, who stood behind Senzo. Now it was fully aimed at Senzo and Yurjuri. Senzo was doing his absolute best to stay calm. He could not lose it right now, or Yurjuri and the princess would be the ones that would be traumatized. And the one who wants to protect such useless trash is something I find hard to understand, he stated, staring straight at Princess Sophie now. Then Senzo heard it. Footsteps were rapidly approaching. It must be them. But that was enough idle chatter. Time to finish the job. And thanks to you guys at Pandra, I can just blame you guys and say, heroically killed the kidnappers, but they got Princess Sophie sadly. With an evil smirk on his face, he fired a single shot straight at Senzo's face. He couldn't wait to relish in the thought of killing not one but two useless espers and the princess as well. Haha, he. He was laughing like a madman, but instead of someone falling to the ground with a bullet hole in his head, Senzo kept standing there. Sisley regained his composure quickly, and his eyes opened wildly. The bullet was stopped in midair a couple centimeters in front of Senzo's forehead. Now you're gone and done it. Yurjuri, tell the major that I'll be back in a bit. As for you, Princess Sophie, the agents of Babel and the security force will arrive shortly. Senzo's relaxed atmosphere was gone. Instead, he stared at the man in front of him with a look of disgust in his eyes. And then, in the next second, they were both gone. Yurjuri looked around worriedly, but remembering what he had just told her, she decided not to worry about him too much. He was very powerful after all. A couple hundred meters above the orphanage, Senzo and Sisley reappeared. Senzo stood there silently while Sisley looked around in a panic. What are you doing? He demanded, as cold sweat dripped down from his brow. What do you think? I'm getting rid of some trash but can't show this to Sophie or Yurjuri, you know, nor do I want to blow up a place full of memories like that. After hearing that, Sisley's face lost all its color. But instead of cowering, he aimed the gun at Senzo and kept firing bullet after bullet until the whole gun was empty. But nothing happened. All the bullets were floating in midair right in front of Senzo's body. Okay, now your turn is over and it's my turn. Senzo said with a small smile on his face. This would be his first time actually doing something like this, but he was seriously pissed off. This bastard had almost traumatized Yurjuri, who was finally coming out of her shell. Senzo glanced at the man's arms and legs, and then all four were completely torn off his body, but instead of stopping there, Senzo completely stopped all the bleeding and blocked out all sound so he didn't have to hear the wails of such trash. Sisley, on the other hand, was screaming his lungs out. 1 second he was floating up in the air completely powerless after firing all his bullets, and the next he lost all his limbs. They were torn off without any warning. The pain was so gut-wrenching that he kept screaming and screaming, but the young man in front of him didn't seem to hear. I'm sorry. Please, anything but this. I'll tell you anything you want to know. He screamed while gasping for breath and trying to not lose his mind from the pain. He will probably ask for mercy, right? Well, too bad, I can't hear you. Senzo muttered to himself, looking coldly at the limbless body floating in front of him. Then with a single look, the whole body started twisting and turning at unnatural angles, but Senzo did it so deliberately and slowly that Sisley would feel all the pain before dying. He was twisting his body in such a way that all the important organs were left unharmed as long as possible to draw out his suffering as much as possible. And after a couple minutes of this, Sisley's head hung limply, no more screaming, no more heartbeat. He had died in one of the worst ways possible. After seeing that, Senzo controlled his body's vectors in such a way that his whole body was compressed into a ball the size of a tennis ball and launched it into the ocean at a speed exceeding Mach 8. After he had finally thrown the trash away, he heaved a sigh of relief and appeared back in the room where Yurjuri and Sophie were still waiting, but now they weren't alone. Minamoto, Sakeki, and Degas and his aides were also in the room looking around to try and find Sisley. While Senzo and Sisley were having a relaxing chat in the clouds, Minamoto had his gun drawn and was rushing through the orphanage, checking every room to find the traitor. Sisley, give up, we know what you're planning. He shouted, bursting through the door of the final room. But what he saw left him speechless. There was no sign of Sisley, or any man for that matter. He only saw the princess and a little girl standing there looking at the window. Sakeki, Degas, and his aides also rushed into the room, but seeing the same thing as Minamoto left them stunned. Minamoto, what's going on here? 29, Chapter 29, Decision. Minamoto, Sakeki, and Degas all looked around, confused looks on their faces. Where had Sisley gone? Hello Degas, Sisley has been dealt with by an esper from Pandra. Sophie said, seeing the confused looks on their faces. Ah, princess. I'm so sorry that I let this happen. Degas exclaimed, bowing his head so deeply he almost smashed it into the floor. The princess could only wryly smile looking at the muscular Degas groveling like that. Don't worry about it, I had a good time with Pandra, you know. I got to reunite with an old acquaintance. Minamoto and Sakeki were looking at her with a frown. Why did Hyabu let them find out in the first place then? If someone from Pandra would deal with it. Minamoto could only sigh and rub his temples, hoping Hyabu would appear so they could get some answers out of him. And speaking of the devil, a moment later they saw him appear next to Yurjuri, gently patting her head. Did you enjoy your day? He asked the little girl. But the scary man ruined it, she said, hiding behind Hyabu. Then Hyabu turned around to find the so-called scary man. Who was it? Major, Senzo already took care of him. Yurjuri whispered, burying her face in his pants. Hyabu's serious expression changed immediately after hearing that into a relaxed smile. I knew it was correct to let him come with you. Let's wait for him to return, and then we can return to the catastrophe. After all, we have no need to stay longer in this country. Yurjuri bobbed her head up and down. She couldn't wait to see Senzo again. Even though it had been a scary experience, she was with Senzo, so she knew nothing bad would happen. Hyabu. Minamoto approached the two, not sparing Yurjuri a single look. Yo, if it isn't Minamoto-kun. Don't yo me after you forced me to search for the culprit. Someone from your team just took care of him. Minamoto started readjusting his glasses while staring straight at Hyabu. And why did you go that far to save the princess' life? Minamoto couldn't understand it. He was certain Hyabu despised normals with a passion, but he had decided to save the princess. It just didn't make any sense. The life of a normal has nothing to do with me. What? Minamoto blurted out. I was merely granting the wish of a certain lady. And I technically did nothing in protecting her. I left it all to Senzo-kun, you know. Hyabu casually mentioned this as the princess, who had joined them at some point, looked at the young man with a strange look in her eyes. You two are completely different, but he respects you a great deal. It's rather interesting, don't you think? She stated, thinking back to the time she had spent with Yurjuri and Senzo. Hearing Hyabu talk like this and remembering how Senzo had acted, it was quite strange how they came to trust one another so much. But maybe those differences are what make them a great pair. She didn't know, but she would very much like to find out. Well then, I'm giving the princess back to you, investigator. Hyabu casually said, creating some distance between himself and the princess and Minamoto. Now then, when that guy returns, there's no reason for us to stay here anymore. Then Senzo reappeared through the window, landing right next to Princess Sophie. Cracking his neck a couple times, he looked at the scene in front of him with a raised eyebrow. Did I miss anything? Nope, and you're right on time. Get over here, Senzo, we're leaving. Senzo casually strolled over to Hyabu and Yurjuri and gave her a couple pats on the head with a smile on his face. Are you feeling better now, Yurjuri? If anything is wrong, make sure to tell me, okay? Yurjuri, who had been hiding behind Hyabu the whole time, peeked out from behind him, and seeing Senzo, she jumped straight into his arms. Welcome back, she exclaimed while embracing him, with a huge smile on her face. Hyabu looked at the two with a peaceful smile on his face, and after Senzo stood up while holding Yurjuri, he was ready to leave. Wait, Hyabu. I still have things I want to ask you. Minamoto shouted, rushing toward the trio. But Hyabu, Senzo, and Yurjuri didn't wait. With a snap of his fingers, they all vanished from sight. That bastard. He's so fucking annoying and obnoxious at times. Minamoto growled, glaring at the place where the three had just been standing. But there was nothing he could do to stop them. He was just a normal after all. Well, shall we head back, princess? Are you hurt anywhere? He then asked the princess if at least they had saved her. That was at least something they had to show for it. But there never came a reply, and after waiting for what felt like an eternity, Minamoto had a bad feeling about this. He slowly turned his head toward where the princess should have been standing, but instead of the beautiful princess, what he saw left him stunned. There was no princess in the room anymore. It was like she had vanished into thin air as well, just like Hayabu and the others. Then Minamoto turned to Degas and his aides, and they stood there with mouths wide open, staring at the spot where Hayabu and the others had been standing. What did I miss? Minamoto asked, heaving a sigh. Then the princess snuck over to Hayabu and got teleported with them. Degas managed to squeeze out. He felt like he could pass out at any moment now. Right after they had just found her, she just vanished once more. What the fuck? Minamoto couldn't keep his composure anymore and started stomping his feet. Why would she do that? Does she not know she's royalty? It seemed like she was planning this for quite some time, because while she was sneaking over there, when we saw her about to teleport away, she stuck out her tongue with a sneaky smile. Degas muttered while he just stood there staring at the wall. Minamoto and Sakeke were both done. They couldn't help with this anymore because they had to return to Babel urgently to inform them of everything that had transpired here. Well, we wish you luck, Chief Degas. We will see you later. The two simultaneously said. Back on the catastrophe, Hayabu, Senzo, and Yurjuri had just arrived when they suddenly heard someone that shouldn't have been here. Wow, so this is the headquarters of the world's most dangerous criminal esper organization. Sophie said, looking around the deck of the catastrophe. Senzo just stared at the beautiful princess, his mouth agape. Why? His brain wasn't braining. He couldn't form a coherent sentence at the sight of her standing on the catastrophe with them. Hayabu just started laughing uncontrollably. Puahahaha. I never expected you to be so daring, princess. Color me impressed. Yurjuri, on the other hand, just had a big smile on her face. She was the only one that had seen the princess sneak over after all, and she totally didn't mind it. Chapter 30, Complications. Hayabu looked at the princess for a while, thinking about what to do with her now. On the catastrophe, he couldn't just return her to the kingdom of Monarch because he had other things to do. Then he looked at Yurjuri and Senzo, and a genius idea hit him. With a smirk, he approached Senzo. Senzo felt something was wrong with the way Hayabu was casually approaching him, but he couldn't put his finger on what exactly was wrong. So princess, why did you come with us? Or well, what are you going to do now? Hayabu? He asked, placing his hand on Senzo's shoulder. To be honest, I hadn't thought that far ahead. I just wanted to stay close to Yurjuri, she said, while looking around. And I wanted to spend some more time with Senzo as well. She whispered so quietly, hoping no one would have heard her. But the people in front of her were all high-level espers, and all three of them had clearly heard it. Senzo just stood there, his mouth agape, as he stared straight at her. Yurjuri's cheeks started blushing slightly. Did that mean what she thought? Just thinking about it made her cheerful. Hayabu, on the other hand, knew for sure what he had to do with the princess. I see, so how about this then? You can stay with Senzo in his room, and Yurjuri can stay there from now on as well. He teased, so you can try out what it's like, being a family. The princess shouted, her cheeks flushing. Senzo, on the other hand, just stared at Hayabu. He had no idea how to react to such a statement. What do you think, Yurjuri? Would you like that? Hayabu straight up ignored the two and went straight to Yurjuri. He knew that if she agreed, the two of them wouldn't dare protest. Yurjuri stared at the major with her eyes wide open, but when she saw him stand in front of her, she snapped out of it. NNN. She said, nodding her head vigorously. All right then, it's decided. I'll leave the princess and Yurjuri to you. After saying that, Hayabu teleported away. He had to take care of some urgent business, and putting those two under Senzo's protection was also a way to make sure they were safe. Senzo just stood there, not knowing what to say. He stared at the place where Hayabu had been standing, but now it was totally empty. After slapping his cheeks, he finally snapped out of it, turning toward the princess whose face was hidden behind her hands. What do you want to do now? Want me to show you around? Senzo asked, hoping this could let her forget everything Hayabu had just said. Sophie opened her fingers slightly so she could see again and saw Senzo and Yurjuri standing there waiting for her to come back to her senses. You can come get me in a while. I need some alone time. She replied, trying to stay calm. Alright, if you need me, just say my name, and I'll come immediately. After he said that, Senzo put Yurjuri on his shoulder and left. If she wanted some alone time, he would give it to her. He had missed his own room as well. While he was strolling through the ship, he saw Yo, Momiji, and Andy seated next to the pool, all wearing swimsuits. Hey, how did it go for you guys? He casually asked while taking a seat on one of the free lounge chairs. Hello Senzo, Momiji said, with a big smile on her face. Yo and Andy just waved casually to him before jumping in the pool. The mission went perfectly as long as you don't count Andy's screw-ups, she said, rubbing her temples. Senzo had placed Yurjuri on his lap and was gently patting her head, with a silly smile on his face. He is still a newbie, so cut him some slack. His power is very useful for certain situations and mostly against other espers, so in the missions against normals, he's basically a normal as well. Senzo said with a shrug. That's true. Well, enough about that. How was it for you? Senzo looked around nervously and signaled for Momiji to take a seat next to him. Momiji raised an eyebrow at his sudden shift in behavior, but she wouldn't miss such an opportunity. She quickly stood up, letting go of the towel she was using to cover her bikini. Senzo's eyes widened when he saw what she was wearing, a pitch-black bikini that accentuated her curves nicely. But he regained his composure just as fast, but not before Momiji had noticed his gaze, of course. She gave him a teasing smile and took a seat next to him. She also started patting Yurjuri's head. "So what could you not say loudly?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. She was very curious now after he acted like that. It wasn't often that you could see this guy flustered, after all. Senzo brought his mouth as close to her ear as he could and started whispering about what had just transpired. "So Princess Sophie is also on board, and she will be sharing a room with me and Yurjuri. That's what the major ordered, at least. So I'm basically a guard and guide." "What?" Momiji blurted out, but she quickly regained her composure and covered her mouth with both hands. "Yeah, that was also my first reaction. She's one hell of a daring princess." Senzo had to give it to her, that was some impressive mental fortitude and risk-taking, joining the criminal Esper organization that kidnapped you and doesn't accept normals on the spur of the moment. Momiji's left eyebrow started twitching slightly, and she stared straight at Senzo and the little girl on his lap. But she couldn't seem to form a coherent sentence. It was just so unexpected. Senzo had been assigned as a guard by the major in the kingdom of Monarch. She understood that, but now even here? Then how would she get closer to him? She started forming plan after plan to try and get the princess back to the kingdom of Monarch to get that nuisance away from here, but the next destination was already decided, so it wasn't easy at all to come up with an actual viable plan. 31, Chapter 31, Queen 1. The ship's intercom crackled to life, and an older male voice echoed throughout the catastrophe. "A message to the crew. The catastrophe will arrive at Tokyo Bay shortly. Be prepared to return to your positions soon." When everyone heard that, they all stopped relaxing and started preparing for the mission. Senzo went to get Princess Sophie and decided to stay close to both her and Yurjuri. Momiji and Yo also quickly prepared themselves and went to the bridge, preparing for the inevitable. Hyabu, on the other hand, was casually drinking his milk at the bar. Magi sat next to him, and Andy was also in the room. "Major, why are we going to Japan this time?" Magi inquired, sipping from his drink. No reason in particular." Andy stood behind the two, feeling the arm he was shot in during the last mission. "Okay, my wound's all better now, so maybe I'll also have a drink." When Hyabu heard that, he immediately grinned. "Ah, you were shot. Sorry for the trouble," he teased. Andy had expected it, but still this guy could be seriously obnoxious and annoying. "You're telling me this now?" he grumbled, glaring at the smirking Hyabu. Then he quickly changed the subject after requesting a drink from the bartender. "Ahem, did you hear that the kingdom of Monarch is in an uproar because the princess straight up disappeared? And also they apparently announced they would be creating a foundation for the protection of espers." "Oh, is that so?" Hyabu muttered, still enjoying his milk. "Really now? You know, having such a beauty, be grateful, and on this ship, that can't be a bad thing, right?" Andy teased, looking straight at Hyabu with a slight smirk. Hyabu just shook his head. "You really don't understand the thing, you know. The one I give my heart to is not a princess, but a queen." "What does that even mean?" Andy replied, staring straight at Hyabu. You'll see soon enough." Three girls stood on a platform surrounded by ships, their hair swaying wildly due to the wind. All three of them wore school uniforms, and they looked to be around 12 or 13 years old. Then Minamoto's voice echoed through a communication device they all wore. "Our target is currently 83 kilometers off the coast of Izushima. Are you thoroughly prepared?" The girl that stood in the front with long burnt orange hair and crimson eyes looked into the distance with a determined gaze in her eyes. "It's okay, Minamoto. This time we'll definitely catch you, Kyusuk," she stated while clenching her fist. "Understood, but please be careful. It is Kyusuk that we're facing after all." The three girls looked at one another, and seeing the determined looks in their eyes, they knew they were ready this time. For sure they would catch that guy. "The helicopter will arrive shortly. Make sure to follow all the instructions properly, and don't engage before I say so." Okay. Kaoru replied, rolling her eyes at Minamoto's words. While the Japanese were planning a massive intervention, Andy was hiding at his spot, giving his usual report. "You report, Investigator Andy Hinomiya." Andy gritted his teeth while looking at his superior straight in the eye. He knew he needed to get results fast. "I haven't been able to access the main block of this ship as of yet." "In other words, you still haven't completely gained their trust." Andy just nodded. "That's right, but please rest assured, I still have a trump card. I will complete this mission." The older man stared straight at Andy. "A large sum of money, as well as many people, has been invested into this mission. Your objective is to secure that device that's aboard Pandra's ship. Remember, you were especially selected for this, so failure will not be tolerated." After saying that the hologram was disconnected, Andy sat there for a while, staring at the wall. "Well, this is my job. Might as well put in some effort." After resolving himself, he quickly made his way toward the hallways where the special pass was needed to enter the restricted area. In Comerica, on the other hand, Andy's superior was holding his head. The operation Babel was planning would happen soon, and they absolutely could not find that device. "Has it come to this?" he muttered to himself. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he picked up his phone and dialed a certain person's number. Hello. You are currently speaking with Minamoto Koichi. Good, it seems like the operation against Pandra hasn't started yet, right, Minamoto? When Minamoto heard that voice, he was rather surprised to be contacted by someone from Comerica. It was very unusual, especially right in front of such a top-secret operation. What do you want? He bluntly stated, keeping his guard up. Nothing much, it's just I want to give you some exclusive information about Pandra that you would probably need. Minamoto stayed silent on the line but was intently listening to the following words of the man. The pivot is aboard Pandra's ship and has joined forces with Audiobooks. I will not tell you where I got this intel, nor will I answer any questions. I'm just warning you to take the proper measures. Goodbye. With that, he hung up the phone and heaved a sigh of relief that should make sure they don't go too aggressive and acquire the device before their mole can get their hands on it. Minamoto, on the other hand, kept the phone glued to his ear and stared at the wall of his office in shock. That piece of intel was seriously bad news for their operation. He was silent for a long time, just staring at the wall, forming all kinds of plans in his mind. He kept thinking of new approaches, but they all relied on a certain person to help them. With a sigh he pressed a special button that stood on his desk, and a moment later a beautiful woman stood in front of him with a smile on her beautiful face. What's the problem, Minamoto? Isn't the operation going to start any moment now? Why would you call for me? The woman asked, tilting her head slightly to the side, a normally cute gesture, but Minamoto knew her better than that and felt shivers run down his spine. After staring at her for a while, he quickly slapped his cheeks to snap out of it. This is no time for jokes, Tsubomi. He exclaimed. Leave the formalities, Koichi. We've known each other long enough to be on a first-name basis, you know. Fine. Fujiko, I'll have you be on standby instead of actually participating. When she heard that, she raised an eyebrow and stared straight at Koichi, waiting for his explanation. I have just gotten intel that the pivot has joined Pandra and is currently on board, so you will have to face him while we continue the operation. Minamoto said, sinking into his chair with an exhausted sigh. What? Are you serious? That guy is still alive. Fujiko exclaimed, now it all makes sense. This is most definitely an emergency, and a serious one at that. That guy was a monster in human skin, and they had exploited him, mistreated him, and even tried to dispose of him when they couldn't control him anymore. Yes, I am not sure how accurate the intel is, but I cannot take any chances when he is involved, so please protect the children. Minamoto saluted with a deep bow. His eyes were shut closed as he waited with bated breath for her answer. I understand. I'll do my best, but I'm not sure if I'm even a match for him. Remember, he has only ever used 2 psychic powers, so I know what those are, but the readings said he had 3. After he heard her answer, he immediately raised his head, heaving a sigh of relief, but then the second part of that sentence left him dumbfounded. Are you serious? Minamoto was alarmed. If what she said was true, this was the worst-case scenario. Yes, it is the truth. I wouldn't joke about something like this. 32, Chapter 32, Queen 2. Andy was walking through the hallways of the catastrophe, desperately looking to find a way to enter the restricted area. Entering door after door, he seemed to always come out at the point where he started, like they had looped the space as a security measure. The 10th time, he looked around with an annoyed look on his face. He couldn't do anything about this. Either he would have to gain their trust, or he would need to find an opportunity to steal an entrance key. TCH. What are you doing? Andy suddenly heard someone say from behind him, and when he turned around alarmed, he saw Yo glaring at him with his hands in his pocket. Only members with an access pass can go past this point. What business would a newbie like you have here? Yo inquired, staring straight at Andy with a serious look in his eyes. Momotaro lay lazily on his head, also looking straight at Andy. Andy looked around trying to find anything he could use as an excuse when suddenly the whole ship started to violently shake. Everyone was alarmed, and Magi demanded an explanation from the man who was steering the ship. What's going on? The camouflage system has been damaged. The man behind the steering wheel shouted. Someone has gotten on board. Yo now couldn't care about Andy anymore. As he was about to rush to help, everyone heard the intercom shout an announcement. Announcement from the bridge. Intruders are heading towards the main block of the ship's rear. Find and capture them immediately. Tisk, let's go, newbie. Yo ordered, turning around to rush toward the intruders. Wait. Yo and Andy stopped in their tracks when they heard the small mammal's voice echo through their heads. You're weak, newbie, so I'll protect you. After stating that, he jumped from Yo's head onto Andy's. Gee, thanks. Andy muttered, feeling the small mammal lying on his head. While Yo and Andy were rushing toward the rear of the ship to intercept the intruders, Magi, Momiji, and Hyabu were at the bridge carefully observing everything that was happening. And what they saw left them stunned. Their comrades that were rushing toward the intruders were disappearing one after another. Wah! Momiji shouted, staring at the spot where her comrades had just been standing a moment ago. Yuh! Magi yelped. What the hell is going on? Who are the intruders? Anyone, please give us some info on them. He shouted, clearly frustrated. Hold on, what is this, Magi-chan? Momiji suddenly interrupted him, staring at the large monitors they were staring at. Then they heard an announcement from their monitors that clearly wasn't from them. This is Japan's base of backing Esper Laboratory. Babel. Captain Hayabu Kyusuk, as well as all other associated crew members. An arrest warrant has been issued under international law. Stop the ship immediately. If you refuse, we won't hesitate to use force to stop you. I repeat. But Hayabu had stopped listening at that point and interrupted the announcement with a smirk on his face. That speech is way too long, honor student. You're ruining my homecoming spirit, he casually said. Andy and Yo were still rushing toward the rear of the ship when suddenly they saw a silhouette outside of a window just appear out of thin air. Both of them were alarmed, and Yo immediately got ready to fight. That's... Andy shouted. Cover your ears, newbie. He suddenly heard from Yo, and a moment later Yo inhaled and screamed as loudly as he could. And a beam was shot straight at the silhouette that stood outside the window, but the girl with glasses and black hair wearing a school uniform casually dodged every single beam Yo shot at her. As long as you don't hit me. Something like that is no big deal, she said while teleporting closer and closer to the two men standing in front of her. Then the moment she was close enough to Yo, she also teleported him away, to who knows where. A high-level teleporter. Andy exclaimed, glaring at the young girl. It can't be, that's AO. But before Momotaro could finish his sentence, Andy grabbed its small body and flung it straight at the young girl standing in front of him. Go beast. Get out of my way. The girl shouted, slapping the hamster with a nasty backhand. But at that point it was already too late. Andy had closed the distance between them too much and was rushing straight at her. Hoi! She shouted, trying to teleport the man away like she had done with all the others. But instead of him teleporting away, nothing happened. Huh. Her eyes widened upon seeing the man close the distance rapidly, and she tried to brace herself for the impact. But before she could, Andy tackled her and pressed her whole body to the ground. After that, he put her hands on her back. Don't move. Whose Esper are you? He demanded, glaring at the girl he had pinned on the ground. The girl glared at Andy with a hateful look in her eyes and turned her head slightly. I should be the one asking about you. Why are my powers not working? She countered. After she said that, Andy was suddenly flung off her, tied in what looked like iron ropes. Yuh! He shouted while rolling on the ground. Then another girl dressed the same way as the black-haired one he had just pinned to the ground entered his sight. That's perfect, you can keep struggling like that. That way the nanochip wires will bite into your skin more quickly and tear your body to shreds. The girl with shoulder-length white hair said with a smirk on her face. Her cheeks were also flushed red as if she was enjoying seeing Andy struggle like that. To shreds. Andy's earlier defiant expression vanished without a trace as he started sweating violently. Are you alright, Aoi-chan? The white-haired girl asked. About that, Shiho. I don't know why, but my powers didn't work on that guy. Aoi replied, staring at Andy with a disgusted look. When Andy heard those names and saw the Babel badge on their uniforms, he finally connected the dots. Aha, I got it. You're Japan's special espers, the children. He shouted, looking at the two girls standing in front of him and the last red-haired girl floating in the sky enveloped in moonlight. 33, Chapter 33, Queen 3. Hayabu was looking at the girls through a monitor, and the moment he saw the red-haired girl floating in the air, a massive smile bloomed on his face. Well then, time for a date. I'll leave this to you, Magi, and remember, only call for that guy when you really need it. After casually making that remark, Hayabu teleported away. Major. Roger that. He muttered he knew this would happen if Hayabu saw her. But still, to just leave like that. There was nothing he could do about it. That girl was just that important to him. With a sigh, he then turned around and quickly went on his way to try and get all the chaos under control. Above the catastrophe, Hayabu and the red-haired girl were floating, staring straight at one another. You look even more beautiful than ever tonight. I've missed you. My queen. Hayabu said with a slight bow. That's because I'm already in middle school, Kyusuk. She replied, not taking her eyes off of Hayabu. Her whole body was tense, and she was ready for anything he could throw at her. Oh ho, is that so? I'll have to treat you more like an adult then. Hayabu remarked with a smirk on his face. In one fluid motion he launched a massive fire tornado at the red-haired girl in front of him. Right. Kaoru didn't even flinch, and with a single slap the fire tornado vanished, while she kept staring straight at Hayabu. Ho, impressive. Then, without hesitation, Kaoru rushed straight at Hayabu, and the two started trying to take the other down. Hayabu kept flying away while launching fireballs and lightning at the girl, but she was unperturbed, and nothing could connect with her. Her telekinetic powers were so powerful that she could destroy anything Hayabu threw at her. Kaoru was glaring at Hayabu while carefully following after him, making sure to not fall for any traps he might have planned. Fufu, interesting. Hayabu stated, a massive smile on his face. In the middle of their intense battle, he suddenly started a leisurely conversation like they were taking a walk on the beach and not fighting. You're being unusually extreme today. What are you planning? Hayabu asked while still flying away from Kaoru but staying close enough so she could hear him. Is Minamoto trying to get at me for the other day, perhaps? Kaoru wasn't taunted by Hayabu's provocations and kept carefully dodging all his attacks and following closely behind him. Who knows? In any case, today I'll definitely catch you. While shouting, she suddenly launched a massive wave of psychic power straight at Hyubu, but he easily dodged the attack by teleporting out of the way. Bang! The wave of psychic energy hit the catastrophe, denting the hull. Hyubu looked at it for a moment with a shocked expression, while Kaoru kept her eyes glued to him. Nice, he said with a grin on his face. And while Hyubu was engaging with Kaoru in a heated battle, Andy was tied up and sat in front of the other two members of the children. The children, to think you were actually kids. I thought it was just a codename. Andy muttered, staring at the two young girls standing in front of him. But Aoi and Shiho were completely ignoring Andy and instead looking for something. So Aoi-chan, does he have it? Doesn't look like it. Aoi casually replied. Oi, don't ignore me, you brats. Andy hissed, glaring at the girls that were clearly ignoring him. But then the two girls saw something interesting hanging around Andy's neck. Isn't this a limiter? Aoi suddenly said, grabbing the necklace that hung around Andy's neck. Hey, Aoi-chan, let's turn it. Then Shiho came close and stared Andy straight in the eye. Now you won't be able to keep any secrets from me, right? Andy glared at her, afraid all his secrets would be revealed by the girl with psychometric abilities. How'd it go, Shiho? Nope, he doesn't have it, she said with a sigh. Or rather, it's more like they still haven't given it to him. Pfft. Clearly mocking Andy, she smirked at him, then she turned to find the hamster he had with him. Andy, however, couldn't care less about Momotaro at this moment. He was afraid that she had found out about his secret identity and that would put him in grave danger. The hamster should have won. Oi. Let's quickly find it and continue our mission. When Andy heard that, he suddenly got an idea. Hey, wait a minute. Take me with you. I can at least serve as a hostage. This was his chance to finally get closer to his objective and learn more about Babel's top espers. It was a win-win situation. Hostage. Shiho muttered, looking at Aoi. Aoi was speechless. She had no idea how to reply to something like that. Do you want to come with us that badly? Shiho asked Andy, glancing at him while still looking for the hamster. I guess. Andy resolutely said, a slight smirk on his face. But Shiho, where is that hamster? I haven't been able to find it at all. Aoi suddenly mentioned she had been looking around everywhere, but it was nowhere to be found. And without the key they had, they couldn't fulfill their orders at all. Momotaro is over here. The three suddenly heard the hamster's voice echo through their heads, and they all looked around to see where it was coming from. That's when they saw it. The hamster sat on the shoulder of an abomination. It looked like something straight out of a horror movie. It wore a creepy mask soaked in blood and had such long and slender limbs that they were all completely misformed in all kinds of disgusting angles. Shiho barely managed to squeeze out before she felt its deep red eyes turn toward her, and her whole body froze in place. Aoi was the same. The moment those crimson eyes landed on her body, she felt her whole body freeze in place. She couldn't control her body anymore and was rooted in place. Andy was also just staring at the monster, but instead of being afraid, he was only frozen in place. He had been trained for almost all scenarios and was used to illusions, if that was even an illusion. Momotaro was clearly lying on its shoulder, but how was that possible? It should have been an illusion. I'll be leaving now, see you later, newbie. After Momotaro said that, the monstrosity vanished from sight together with Momotaro. Shiho and Aoi both fell on their behinds, tears forming. They were both sniffling, terrified by the monster. Let's go back, Aoi. Shiho barely managed to say. Aoi just nodded silently and grabbed her hand tightly, and the two then vanished, teleported away to safety. Andy couldn't understand what was happening anymore. A moment ago he saw hope in completing his mission, and the next he was left all alone because those two girls were frightened so badly they ran away, abandoning their mission. Just my luck, he muttered, lying down on the floor. The only thing he could do now was wait for someone to find him and get these constraints off him. 34, Chapter 34, Queen 4. Inside the bridge, Magi was carefully observing Hyubu's battle with Kaoru. It's just the queen. He muttered. Where are the other two? But no one knew, as everyone just stared at one another, shrugging. No idea, Magi, we haven't gotten any reports at all. The man behind the wheel replied, rubbing his temples. That's when Senzo, Sophie, and Yurjuri, with Momotaro on her head, casually entered the room. Don't worry, I've sent those two back. And they shouldn't be able to relate to what happened to me. Senzo mentioned, a reassuring smile on his face while he looked at the battle that was still ongoing outside. Impressive, to be able to go toe-to-toe with Hyubu for that long. That's right, these guys are the children, they come from Babel. Magi suddenly shouted, looking straight at Senzo. And you sent two of them packing just like that? Without even using any of your psychic abilities, they know. Well, I did use them, technically speaking, but they probably won't realize it's me. Senzo said, scratching his cheek awkwardly. Magi now also started rubbing his temples. This guy and the major were way too careless when it came to things like this. But at least Senzo stayed behind to help them, unlike their so-called major. Fine, just keep an eye out for the other two and Tsubomi. When you see any one of them, please immediately intercept them. We need time to reorganize after their surprise assault. Magi requested with a deep bow. Even though he was technically higher in rank, he had always carefully observed everything about Senzo, his mannerisms, behavior, and personality. and after an extended period of time, he had come to the conclusion that he was trustworthy and deserved his respect. Senzo's mouth fell open upon seeing Magi bow before him in front of all the others. "Please raise your head, Vice Captain." "Of course I will do that. Thank you," Magi said with a smile on his face. "Please position yourself at the forefront of the deck and use any means necessary to keep any intruders off the ship." His resolve hardened even though the Major said to only use him when necessary. He had no other choice. If the children were here, that meant Tsubomi was likely here as well. The same goes for Sakeke, so he had to do everything he could to keep the members safe. "Understood, let's go, Yurjuri, Sophie. And no matter what, listen to whatever I say." While ordering the two to make sure nothing would happen to them, the three vanished from sight and reappeared at the front of the deck. On the way here, Senzo had also grabbed 3 lounging chairs and placed them neatly next to each other. "You need to stay on that chair until I say so, okay?" he said, looking around to make sure no other intruders were approaching the catastrophe. "NNN," Yurjuri said, jumping straight on the chair with enthusiasm. "Oh okay," Sophie remarked, a little more shaken by everything that was suddenly happening around her. One moment she had been enjoying her time exploring the ship, and the next, they were under attack by Babel. Was this the life of espers? "Don't worry, Sophie, with me here nothing will happen to you, but I need you to stay on the chair until I say you can leave. I need to focus now." Sophie just nodded her head and also took a seat on the lounge chair. Seeing all the sparks and explosions flying around from high in the sky left her stunned and frightened at the same time. But she felt like this was a good opportunity to get to know the espers better and make sure they and normals could peacefully coexist at some point in the future. Inside a large helicopter flying over tens of ships, all with the Babel logo on them, Shiho and Aoi suddenly appeared, gasping for air. What was that?" Shiho exclaimed, falling straight to her knees right in front of Minamoto and Fujiko. "I don't know, Shiho-chan, but I refuse to go back to that ship," Aoi resolutely stated, as sweat kept dripping down her forehead while she was breathing heavily. "What happened? Shiho, Aoi, please quickly explain what the hell happened." Minamoto interrupted the two girls that had suddenly appeared in front of him. Even though he had given orders to teleport back to the main helicopter if they saw him, it was also only if they met that guy. Why would they be this terrified of him? It made no sense. So a weird and terrifying monster suddenly showed up the moment we were about to succeed in inserting the hacking device. Shiho explained, her hands going wild through the air as she tried to imitate the abomination they had seen. "Yeah, like Shiho-chan said, it was so creepy, and the moment it locked eyes with us, we couldn't move anymore. Nobody ever informed us about anything like that being aboard their ship," Aoi added, looking straight at Minamoto for an explanation. But he was alarmed by what they said. They couldn't move. They weren't just normal schoolgirls. These two were some of the strongest espers on the planet. "What do you think, Sue?" Fujiko. Correcting himself mid-sentence, Minamoto just rolled his eyes at the woman seated across from him. "Has to be him, and I guess that monster has to do with his currently unknown psychic power? But what could it be?" Fujiko muttered, and then she turned toward the two little girls with a serious expression. "Please tell us every little detail about that so-called monster. I know this might be hard on you too, but this is crucial in completing this mission." The two girls looked at one another, and without hesitation, they both stood up and nodded their heads vigorously. "Understood," they exclaimed simultaneously. Then a moment later Kaoru suddenly appeared next to them. Why are you two here? Did you complete the mission already?" "Quiet now, Kaoru, these two have found some crucial information," Fujiko said, putting a finger in front of her mouth without even sparing her a glance. Kaoru pouted and turned her head toward Minamoto, hoping he would scold the old lady. But he just shook his head. "Just listen for now, this is super important," he whispered. It looked like something straight out of a horror movie. It wore a disgusting mask and had weird, misformed arms and legs. But the scariest part was its crimson eyes. The moment those eyes locked on me, I couldn't control my body anymore. It felt like I was a lamb in front of a wolf," Shiho said, hugging herself tightly. Aoi stood so close to her they were practically hugging, but that was necessary for them to be able to explain what they had seen. The experience was so traumatic they never wanted to remember nor talk about it, unless absolutely necessary, like now. And another thing is that it was real. The hamster we were following to get the special key stood on its shoulder, and the esper guy we had captured didn't seem bothered at all," Aoi added. Her eyes kept jumping between Fujiko and Minamoto, who were both deep in thought. Kaoru was just quietly listening to their explanation, but she just cocked her head to the side. She couldn't understand it. Aoi and Shiho were completely paralyzed. How is that possible? Not even Hyabu would be able to do that with his telekinesis. 35, Chapter 35, Queen 5. "Seems like we will have to change our original plan," Minamoto said, after pondering all the currently available options. Kaoru widened her eyes slightly, but she stayed silent. If what Aoi-chan and Shiho-chan said was right, then it would be unreasonable to blame them for failing their mission. "Fujiko, you will also be deployed now." But before he could explain, a devastating message was delivered through his earpiece by Sakeke. "Shit. Okay, complete change of plans. All 4 of you will launch a frontal assault on the catastrophe," he said, a grave expression on his face. All four of them were alarmed. That was more than enough to overpower any, if not all, espers in the world. Oi, Koichi. Aren't you overreacting a little? Why would we launch a full frontal assault in these circumstances? Have you lost your mind? Fujiko inquired, narrowing her eyes slightly while she stared at Minamoto. No, I have just gotten news that he has been stationed at the front of the deck of the ship. So if we can swiftly neutralize him, that would be the best course of action. Minamoto quickly explained his reasoning, but they didn't have much time. Only now was he all alone. Neither Hyabu nor any other members of Pandra were close. Move out immediately and do everything in your power to neutralize him. I don't care how you do it. Whether it's launching him away or whatever else, just please make sure to succeed, and if you see Hyabu approaching, leave immediately. After he barked his orders, the four just blankly stared at him for a moment before they all teleported away, and they appeared in front of the large ship as they all stared at a young man who sat leisurely on a lounge chair. Is that him? Kaoru inquired, inspecting the young man below her. He didn't look like that big of a threat if he was that relaxed while all four of them had appeared before him. Yes, that is him for sure. Fujiko affirmed, clenching her fist tightly. Girls, absolutely do not underestimate him. I'm serious, okay? He might not look like it, but he is perhaps the single most powerful esper on the planet. She added, not letting Senzo leave her sight. What? Aoi muttered, her mouth wide open as she kept glancing at Senzo. Fujiko-ne, aren't you exaggerating a little? Shiho asked, staring at her. No, that is the truth. You might not know this, but he was once part of Babel. But because of certain circumstances, he left. While they were keeping an eye on Senzo and discussing, Hyabu was back inside the bridge, and he had taken a seat and was looking at the monitor that displayed the four girls floating above Senzo. Heh, Minamoto must have found out that that's him, he muttered, a smirk on his face. Now was a good time to see how strong that guy actually was. Nobody moves. Everyone stays hidden and absolutely do not interfere. He ordered. Magi was speechless. Senzo had possibly prevented a massive disaster by rescuing Momotaro, and the Major still had time to do his usual shenanigans. But Major. Before he could finish his sentence, however, everyone felt a massive wave of psychic energy erupt from Hyabu. Do not make me repeat myself. Sit down and enjoy the show. You understood. Magi reluctantly affirmed. While the four girls were conversing about what to do or how to engage with this extremely powerful esper below them, Senzo was casually walking in the air. He was climbing to reach their height while still keeping his body between them, Yurjuri and Sophie. Even though he had hidden them by twisting and turning the vectors around their chairs and even adding some sensory distortion, he couldn't be careful enough with Sophie. After all, she was a normal. Hello, it is an honor to meet you all. Except you, Fujiko. Senzo casually greeted them all with a smile on his face. Fujiko just rolled her eyes at his greeting. Kaoru and the other two girls carefully inspected him. They couldn't understand what power he was using. It definitely wasn't telekinesis, nor was it true flight. It was more like he had formed an invisible floor beneath his feet. Fujiko-ne, what power is that? Shiho asked, pointing straight at Senzo. It's as impressive as always. Listen up, girls, he is a high-level multi-power esper. He has 3, but we currently only know 2 of those. The one he is currently using is vector manipulation, and his other power is mass displacement. Shiho and Aoi cocked their heads to the side a little. They had heard about vectors in school, but was it possible to use vectors like that? Vector manipulation is one of the most versatile powers. I can do a lot more than just this, you know. Senzo casually added that he wasn't in a hurry anyway, and if they didn't have to fight, it would be even better. Like this. Then with a snap of his finger, the air below the 4 girls suddenly firmed up. Seeing that, they all flew away alarmed. All of them were now ready to engage him at any moment, but instead of following up, Senzo casually took a seat and patted the air below him a couple times. Try it out, then we can have a conversation and maybe talk this out, he said with a shrug. Fujiko stopped the 3 girls from going forward and taking a seat. I'll go first. If he tries anything, attack immediately. Okay. The 3 girls nodded their heads solemnly and turned their gazes to Senzo, keeping their eyes peeled. They were ready for anything he might throw at them. Fujiko slowly floated toward the place where the air had suddenly firmed up a moment ago, and she slowly took a seat. What? You can actually sit here? Her mind was a mess. Had this guy learned how to control his power even more masterfully while he was away? Just stay there, I'll talk with him. She ordered the trio. Fine by me. Senzo replied with a shrug that it didn't matter at all to him. Fujiko was the one with the highest authority among them anyway. So, how about a little chat, and maybe I won't have to whoop your asses. He teased with a smirk. Fujiko and the girls all rolled their eyes simultaneously. They could see the Hyabu in him with that statement. It seems you like acting like a douche, like a certain someone. Fujiko stated, a grin on her face, as she was certain Hyabu was watching them. 36, Chapter 36, Queen 6. So what did you want to talk about, Fujiko asked. Did you really forget my name already? It's been barely 4 or 5 years since I left. Anyway, it's Senzo Kazuko, just call me Senzo. Ahaha, my bad, Senzo. So why did you want to chat when you're clearly aware of what our orders are? Fujiko stared straight at him with a stoic expression. The earlier playful atmosphere was nowhere to be found. Kaoru and the others also felt it and clenched their fists. Senzo casually waved his arm once more, making sure not a single sound would leak out. "That's better," he muttered. Then he turned his gaze straight to Fujiko. "Nothing much, actually. I was just hoping to avoid the confrontation. How about it? Do you have any ideas on how to avoid it?" Fujiko looked at him with her mouth slightly hanging open. Did he really just say that? Pfft. She suddenly burst out laughing. It had been a long time since anyone had mentioned him, but it seems like spending time with that douchebag has changed him for the better. I can feel Kyusuke's influence from that sentence, you know. And I don't think so. You and Kyusuke working together as Pandra is problematic for the whole world. I know that much. I'm asking for a solution for our current problem. I'm currently a guard and babysitter, so I would prefer if I didn't have to fight. Senzo explained with a shrug, a sigh escaping his mouth. What is that supposed to mean? Fujiko raised an eyebrow after hearing what Senzo said. Oh, don't worry about it, it's just some trivial stuff. So have you got any ideas on how to avoid fighting? Or do you just want to start and get it over with? I will leave the choice to you. Fujiko turned around and glanced at the three girls floating behind her. His offer was tempting, but it was almost impossible to not engage in a battle, and even if she agreed with him, those three over there were always way too serious. What other options do I have? Koichi has ordered us to try and get you out of the picture to try and capture Kyusuke and some other members from Pandra. Senzo closed his eyes for a moment and thought about what the other options were. How about we make it a grand play then? That way Koichi can be happy that he almost caught the major, and those three chicks behind you can gain some more experience. Tell me more. What do you have in mind? No, Minamoto gave us our orders, Fujiko. Kaoru suddenly interrupted, glaring at the young man who was bringing up weird ideas. That's right. We have our orders. If we're too weak to carry them out, that's fine, but not executing them is impossible. Shiho chimed in, now also glaring at Senzo. Ha, a tired sigh came out of Senzo's mouth. Then he looked at the three girls, and they all felt their bodies freeze in place, as if they were Senzo's puppets and he cut off their strings. Don't worry, I won't harm them. Let me explain the plan. Fujiko tensed up for a moment, feeling, but after she heard him say that, she heaved a sigh of relief. It is impossible to beat Hyabu and this guy with just the four of us, she thought, staring straight at Senzo. So we will fight, and you get me away from the catastrophe, and the queen can draw Hyabu out again, and then the other two will take control of the ship with that nanochip and change the course of the ship like you originally planned. And after that, well, I haven't thought that far ahead, to be honest. Senzo, he said, scratching his hair awkwardly. Fujiko was speechless. How did he know what their plan was? It didn't make any sense, but if that happened, Minamoto would definitely get off her back because she did what he wanted from her. Deal. She immediately replied. All right. But before Senzo could continue, Fujiko interrupted him. But why would you recommend something like that? What is there to gain for Pandra and you personally? It just didn't make sense to her. This deal was ultimately very disadvantageous for Senzo and Pandra. But Senzo just shrugged. So, at the end of the day, nothing changes. Babel won't see me as a huge threat, and you will have almost bested Pandra. Isn't it a win-win? You know I could tell them about all this, right? And you overpowering those three as well, she said, pointing at the three girls behind her that were still frozen in place. Even she couldn't believe it. How could he alone overpower those three so effortlessly? Haha, like you would do that. I know you better than that, you know. Hyabu said you hate working a lot, and reporting this would only give you more work. He casually stated. That is true. Fujiko muttered. Now she understood him better. It looks like they had misjudged him. He wasn't some uncontrollable esper that they needed to get rid of. He just wanted to live his own life on his own terms. But wouldn't Koichi still be rather suspicious just seeing us sit here casually having a chat? That won't be an issue after all. While we were chatting here, I have been showing them a grand fight between all of us. Senzo explained, a smirk on his face. So your last psychic ability is creating illusions? But wouldn't Kyusuke be able to see right through that? And that's where you're wrong. Fujiko, it's not just creating illusions, it's distorting reality to make the illusion so lifelike, and by controlling vectors so precisely with it as well, the illusion basically comes to life. Silence followed. Senzo sat there with a confident smirk, staring straight at Fujiko, who looked at him in a daze. Is that also how you made that hamster sit on the horror creature you created? As expected of you, that's right. And I also used vectors to freeze them in place like that when it looked at the two. But then that's decided. I'll release the three over there, and then we just fly away, and I'll let the illusion conclude the fight. Then the rest should go as expected. 37, Chapter 37, Queen 7. Hyabu was observing the ongoing battle through the monitors with a smirk on his face. Seems like all four of them are too much even for him to handle, heh. Magi was also looking at the battle that was ongoing. Senzo kept getting pushed back by the four. His fingers were twitching, but he couldn't do anything to help as long as Hyabu didn't give them the order. Major, isn't it about time? He asked, keeping his eyes glued to the battle. I know Magi, don't worry. Hyabu casually remarked. We also still need to rescue everyone that was caught by the children and is being held captive on Babel's main ship. Magi nodded, his fists clenched tightly, glaring at the culprits. And while they were leisurely observing the battle, Minamoto sat at the bridge of the main ship, also observing the battle, but instead of being relaxed, his whole body was tense. Just that one guy was holding off their four most powerful members. Sakeke report. He suddenly shouted. For now the members Aoi and Shiho have caught are still being detained in that room. Hayabusa hasn't made a move yet. Sakeke replied after asking around through his earpiece. What do you think Hayabusa's plan is? Why is he waiting this long while all four of them are busy fighting against a single opponent? Minamoto asked, sweat dripping down his brow. But Sakeke had no answer, and he just shrugged. I have no idea. It just doesn't make much sense to keep waiting. But as soon as those words left his mouth, the whole ship shook violently. What? Minamoto yelped while he was flung out of his chair. Sakeke was just as surprised and crashed into the metal wall. Ugh. Almost losing consciousness from the impact, he gritted his teeth and started barking orders. Report. He barked. An intruder has boarded the ship. I repeat, an intruder has boarded the ship. The reply came swiftly. Sakeke's eyes widened. It looks like they jinxed it. Minamoto, call the children back. An intruder is on board. Sakeke frantically said, trying to stay upright. All right. And while those two were trying to do everything within their power to catch the intruder, Hayabusa stood leisurely in front of a large metal door. Where are you, yo? He said, looking around the interior of the large ship. Major, we are right behind a large green metal door. Oh, perfect. And with a smile, the metal door was crushed like a piece of paper. Heya, I'll send you back to the catastrophe now. While he casually said that, Hayabusa snapped his fingers and teleported everyone away. Now let's explore this ship until they show up, I guess. With a smile on his face, Hayabusa then started exploring the ship he had just entered as if he wasn't in the middle of enemy territory. Kaoru, return immediately. Hayabusa has made his move. Leave the pivot to Fujiko. Minamoto's voice echoed in Kaoru's ear loudly. After they had been released by Senzo, they were waiting for anything to happen because Senzo and Fujiko refused to fight, and they couldn't understand why. They had heard Senzo mention something about faking the fight before all sound vanished. Understood. Let's go, Shiho, Aoi. And just like that, the three girls rushed back toward the main ship. Fujiko and Senzo, on the other hand, quietly flew even higher, and Senzo, with a snap of his fingers, put an end to the illusion. Now we just relax and wait until everything's over, he casually mentioned, laying down on the lounge chair he had brought with him. Yurjuri's and Sophie's lounge chairs were right next to him, and the three of them were just lazily lying there. Fujiko couldn't help but chuckle at the ridiculous sight before her. You know what? On second thought, you're kind of cute. How about I sit next to you? She asked with a teasing smirk on her face, clearly accentuating her figure with a sexy pose as well. Sure. Senzo managed to squeeze out, looking at the old lady acting like a young maiden. Humph. Sophie suddenly pouted, turning her head away from Senzo. Actually never mind, I'll go sit with Sophie. You can have my chair. Sophie blurted out, her cheeks turning crimson. Yurjuri couldn't help but giggle at the sight, while Momotaro decided to stay silent. Senzo quickly took a seat next to Sophie before she could protest and threw the last chair to Fujiko. Inside the main ship of Babel, Hayabusa was casually strolling around without a care in the world. This is quite nostalgic, he muttered, feeling the walls and looking around, taking in everything. When suddenly a metal door was flung at him, but without blinking an eye, the door was cut in half before it could hit him. Well, that wasn't a very polite greeting. In front of him stood the three girls he had just seen fighting with Senzo. Hey, sorry, but I can't let you return, he said, with a smirk. You came, just as I thought, Kyusuk. Kaoru said, glaring at the man in front of her. Shiho and Aoi stood on either side of her, all ready to face him with everything they got. After being treated like nothing more than an afterthought by Senzo, they had to regain their confidence. Heh, of course I would come. That guy was clearly having trouble facing all four of you guys, so the great me has to give him a hand. Then, without waiting for a reply, Hayabusa snapped his finger and blew a massive hole in the roof of the ship and quickly flew into the sky. The three girls quickly followed after him, looking at one another, wondering what he meant by having trouble facing all four. Did he not see what was actually happening up there? Kaoru shook her head, removing all the useless thoughts, and decided to focus purely on what was in front of her. Oh, by the way, Kaoru, are you ready to embrace your destiny? Hayabusa suddenly asked. Kaoru shook her head, glaring straight at him. Never, I will not join you in your delusions ever, Kyusuk. Ha, fine. I guess I'll have to beat some sense into you then. Aoi and Shiho distanced themselves from Kaoru a little, preparing for anything Hayabusa might throw at them. With Kaoru at the front, Hayabusa charged at her with a mad smile on his face. The two flew around launching psychic blasts at one another, with Shiho shooting nanowires at him and Aoi teleporting Kaoru around to try and catch Hayabusa by surprise. Not bad. Hayabusa remarked, while he was effortlessly dodging their relentless offense while staying mostly on the defensive. Then Kaoru appeared behind him and in a single motion formed a massive telekinetic palm above his head, and in one fluid motion slapped Hayabusa from above. Ugh. Hayabu was flung into the sea by the massive palm, and the three girls flew right above the sea trying to find him. Not bad at all. Hayabu muttered, flying around underwater. He was rather impressed by the progress they had made in their teamwork even if he was only testing the waters. To push him this far was impressive on its own. After flying around a bit in the water, he launched a massive wave at the three girls floating above it with an evil smirk. He also teleported back up to the surface. Kaye. The girls cried out after seeing the massive wave almost engulf them whole, but Aoi could barely teleport them out of range of the wave. Great job, I must say you have impressed me. Hayabu, he casually said, clapping his hands slowly. It's not over yet. Kaoru exclaimed, rushing straight at Hayabu once more. But before she could reach him, he just waved them goodbye and vanished from sight. 38 Chapter 38 Queen 8. When Hayabu vanished, the three girls also teleported away, meeting up with Minamoto once more. TCH, Hayabu, they're getting away, he stated, staring at the catastrophe that was going in the opposite direction from their fleet. Since it's come to this, we have to do that, Minamoto. Kaoru shouted with Shiho and Aoi right behind her when they suddenly appeared in front of Minamoto. Yeah, we don't have any choice. While Fushikone is keeping that other guy busy, we have to take down Hayabu. Aoi added. But. Minamoto scrunched up his eyebrows as he stared at the three girls. Seeing their determined gazes, however, he just shook his head to let go of all the doubts he had and decided to allow it. I understand. Sakeki stood on the largest ship, speaking into a voice comm that was connected to the whole fleet to promptly give orders to everyone at once. We will now capture the target. Once they're near the sea wall, capture them immediately, and take them down. He ordered, staring at the catastrophe with a determined expression. And while he was making sure everyone knew what they were supposed to do, Minamoto and the three girls stood across from one another. The children, release. Triple boost. He shouted. Coup. Then a massive burst of white light spread out with the three girls at the center, and a moment later, massive glowing white wings appeared in all four cardinal directions. And then Shiho and Aoi grabbed Kaoru's waist and hung on tightly to combine all their psychic powers into one. Meanwhile, Hayabu had also reappeared back on board the catastrophe and was leisurely walking toward the bridge. That was quite nice. So Magi, what's going on now? But Magi was too focused on the spectacle that was unfolding before them with the three girls at the center of it all. Ho, seems like they're finally going all out. Hayabu casually mentioned a smirk on his face while he observed the three girls carefully. Wadash. Andy suddenly shouted he at some point had been freed and been brought back to the bridge, using psychokinesis to pull the ship along. He had a panicked expression on his face. This was insane. Pulling a whole ship like that was unheard of. Major. Someone shouted. What do we do, old man? You asked, the panic evident in his voice. This was also the first time anything like this was happening to them. But Hayabu was still enjoying the show, completely calm. I'll engage with the queen. Magi match my timing, he added before he vanished once more. Yes, Major. Magi replied that he had to execute the Major's orders perfectly, or it could become a disaster. The queen. Andy inquired, looking at Yo for an answer. Newbie, what's the name of this ship? It's the catastrophe, right? Andy replied while staring at Yo, unsure what he was getting at. That's merely an abbreviation. Magi interrupted. The official name is the Queen of Catastrophe. Andy raised an eyebrow at that name, especially after what Hayabu had just called the girls. We, Pandra, are not simply a criminal organization as the public believes it to be. Then Momiji also jumped in to help explain everything. We're fighting to free espers from their oppression by normals and to create a new world. Then Yo continued the explanation. The three of them were so in tune that Andy could only listen with his mouth slightly hanging open. And in that future, the one leading us, the queen, is right in front of us. Akashi Kaoru. Silence followed while everyone on the bridge turned their heads and looked at Hayabu facing the three girls from Babel. Andy was especially speechless. He had never expected anything like that from Hayabu. Outside the catastrophe, floating above the water, were Hayabu and the three girls surrounded by the massive glowing wings. This ship was made to be your throne, but I can't hand it over to you yet. Hayabu raised his hand to stop the three girls from pulling the ship any further. Koog. Kaoru grunted, feeling her grasp on the ship being severed by Hayabu. She glared at him. Hayabu, this is the end. Just give up and follow us without resisting. Let time flow unlimited. He turned the small badge on his collar around, and massive psychic shockwaves surrounded him, his earlier tame appearance gone. My queen, shall we dance? He asked with a smirk on his face. A massive psychic wave spread out with the catastrophe at the center, and it became bigger with every passing second. Wadash. This power is Kyokusuk. Kaoru managed to squeeze out with both arms raised, trying her hardest to resist the incoming psychic wave. And while she was struggling, even combining her powers with Aoi and Shiho's, Hayabu had a smirk on his face. Kaboom! A massive explosion suddenly appeared in the middle of the three girls and Hayabu. The explosion was so big it looked like a nuclear bomb had just been dropped. Kukiku. Hayabu was still smiling but now not as nonchalant as before, as he had both of his arms raised, using all his powers against the three girls. Kaoru had both her arms raised, and Shiho and Aoi each had one raised, using everything they had against Hayabu. Ugh. But then a massive hand formed by psychic power appeared above Hayabu's head, and with a devious smirk on his face, he launched it straight at the three girls. "I'm sorry, my queen, we'll have to finish our dance another time," he shouted. And he smashed through all the smoke that the earlier explosion had just raised and through all the girls' psychic power with ease. "What?" Kaoru cried out. "Ugh." While Shiho and Aoi were doing their best to block the massive hand Hayabu had just launched at them. But it was impossible to stop after all, and right before impact, Hayabu let the hand explode, blowing the girls away without the slightest chance to resist. "Oya!" All three were blown back simultaneously, flying uncontrollably through the air. "Girls!" Minamoto shouted, seeing the three of them flying through the air right back at the ship he was positioned on. At the bridge of the catastrophe, Magi and the others knew this was their chance. "The ship's controls are operating again," Momiji announced. "All hands stand by. ESP converter at maximum output." Magi ordered without hesitation. "Deploy, PK field." He also added. Then something unimaginable happened. The catastrophe started flying. And not only that, it kept climbing higher and higher into the air. Back on the ship, the girls sat there catching their breaths and stared at the now fleeting ship. It's flying!" Kaoru exclaimed, staring at the massive ship flying over them. Then she saw Hayabu floating next to it. "Kyusuk," she muttered. Minamoto was also staring purely at Hayabu, not minding the flying ship. Right now, it's fine to stay by that person's side." Then he released his unlimited transformation, and his wild aura became a bittersweet one as he smiled softly at the sight of Kaoru. "Because you'll definitely become our queen in the end. There's no doubt." Then he vanished from sight, reappearing back on the bridge of the catastrophe. 39, Chapter 39, Queen 9. "Seems like everything is wrapping up nicely," Senzo muttered, overlooking everything that had just happened from above together with Yurjuri and the other two ladies. But Fujiko just gritted her teeth with a determined expression on her face. And with a serious look, she turned to Senzo, staring him straight in the eye. Will you protect Hayabu and the others when things go south?" She barely managed to say. Senzo raised an eyebrow at her heartfelt question, and his earlier nonchalance vanished. "Of course, Yurjuri and Sophie are also on the ship, so I'll do my utmost to protect it, including the major. So even if Babel comes again, I will not show any mercy like this time." "That's good. And see you later, Senzo. I hope we can meet in more favorable circumstances next time." Then Fujiko teleported away back to the fleet Minamoto was leading. Seems like things are going to get busy from now on," he muttered before he, Sophie, and Yurjuri also vanished from the spot, reappearing aboard the catastrophe's deck. Looking down at the whole fleet Babel had assembled, he saw Sakeke run around like a madman trying anything to not let the catastrophe and Pandra escape, but it was futile. The children were exhausted, so was Fujiko, and their fleet could not fly. "Fuck!" he screamed, clutching his hands into fists so tightly his nails dug into his palm. Senzo stood still, looking over all of them with a neutral expression, but his right hand was also clenched into a fist. The next couple of days would become quite hectic, and he would have to go all out. "No use in worrying about it. I'll just prepare as thoroughly as I can and hope for the best." He suddenly heard from beside him, and he saw Princess Sophie trying to say something. "Go on, don't be shy," he gently encouraged her. "Would it be better for me to return to Monarch for a while? It looks like I might become a burden by staying here," she said, staring at the floor. She couldn't muster the courage to meet his eyes after causing so much trouble because of her whimsical behavior. Especially now, it felt like Senzo had chosen his strategy based on her being here. So if she hadn't been present, wouldn't it have played out more favorably for him and Pandra? She felt horrible just thinking about her holding him back because of her childish wish to get to know him better. While staring at the floor, she kept her jaw clenched tightly, waiting for the answer he would eventually give. But before he could, Yurjuri smacked her non-existent chest with her fist. A fierce expression on her face. "Don't worry. I will protect you even if Senzo can't. I'm strong after all," she proudly declared. Hoping this would let Sophie stay, she really wanted her and Senzo here after all. The major was always very busy and left her care to Senzo most of the time, and Sophie would stick close to him with both of them here. She would surely enjoy every second of it. Senzo chuckled a little at Yurjuri's display, and patted her hair gently with a wink. "Don't worry, she can stay," he whispered in her ear so softly that Sophie couldn't hear it. A massive smile instantly appeared on Yurjuri's face as she sat back down on the lounge chair, bouncing her legs back and forth while humming. Then Senzo took a seat next to Sophie and patiently waited for her to actually look at him. When Sophie felt him take a seat next to her, she wanted to turn her head to him immediately, but the feeling of guilt didn't let her. She felt so useless and worthless here, like she was baggage that was dragging him and Yurjuri down. She didn't deserve to be here just because she wanted to be here. Suddenly she felt taps on her shoulder, and finally she turned and looked at Senzo, who was sitting right next to her. Her face instantly turned bright red, but she still continued looking him dead in the eye. That was the least she could do. Don't worry, Sophie, you aren't useless or a bother at all. Even if you weren't here, I would have taken the same course of action just now. Senzo gently reassured her, also patting her head like he always did with Yurjuri. Oh, my bad, it's become a habit, he said, pulling his hand away and awkwardly scratching his cheek. I didn't mind, you know, and... She stared straight at him. She needed to know for sure that he wasn't just sweet-talking her and actually meant what he said. Did you really mean it? That I'm not a bother? She asked with upturned eyes, tears forming at the edges. But instead of a long speech or anything, Senzo just nodded and wiped her tears gently with his fingers. Yurjuri sat next to them with a massive smile on her face. She could hardly contain her excitement. Without warning, Sophie suddenly embraced Senzo and started bawling her eyes out. Senzo was initially surprised but quickly regained his composure and gently patted her head while lending his shoulder so she could let all her feelings out. Don't worry, Sophie. I also want you here, and look at Yurjuri over there, it looks like she also wants you here. Senzo said with a smile on his face while he pointed to Yurjuri with his free hand. MMN was the only thing Sophie could muster while still bawling her eyes out. Meanwhile, on the bridge of the catastrophe, Hayabu had reappeared and was overlooking the monitors that were showing the three girls sitting there staring with wide eyes at the flying ship. What a horrible country Japan must be. Andy suddenly stated, just thinking about everything that had just happened made him clench his fist. Am I wrong? Even though they're espers, those children have been turned into government agents. Hehe, those children aren't as delicate as they seem. Hayabu replied, a small smile on his face. While they were casually chilling aboard the catastrophe Minamoto, the children were gawking at the flying ship, when suddenly the sky cracked open and the ship vanished into thin air. All the helicopters that had been flying after it stopped dead in their tracks while the pilot's eyes bulged at the phenomenon they had just witnessed. TCH. Minamoto could only glare at the place where that massive flying ship had just been with hatred, another failure in capturing Pandra. Turning around, he approached the three girls that were looking at one another with gloomy expressions. Girls. Oh. All three cried out, running straight toward Minamoto. Wah. Who was taken completely by surprise as he tried to calm them down to the best of his abilities. This sucks. They got away. Aoi cried out. Even though we almost had them. Shiho added. Kyusuke is a coward. And where the hell did he get that pin? Kaoru screamed. Minamoto had a slight smile on his face looking at the three girls expressing their frustrations, but this was also a good thing, they were still children after all. Don't worry about it. The three of you did a great job, he reassured them with a big smile on his face. Then their faces instantly lit up with joy. He. The one who didn't do well this time is Sakeke-sensei. Kaoru exclaimed with a big smile. Sakeke, who had arrived at some point during their meltdown, suddenly had a bad feeling about this. You womanized too much. Aoi stated, glaring at him. And you womanized too much. Kaoru added while holding him upside down above the water. I want him to stop breathing. Shiho said, leaning on the railing casually. Wah. He shouted while thrashing around in the air. Put me down, you brats. Don't take your anger out on me. Hey, stop it, you guys. Minamoto tried to save his friend, but it wasn't looking too good for him. Oi, Minamoto. Stop them, seriously. But without hesitation he was dropped into the water by Kaoru with a smug look. Aoi and Shiho both heaved a sigh of relief when they heard the water splash. Chapter 40, Diagnosis. Hey, Minamoto-kun. Is that prediction really true? Minamoto sharply turned his head upon hearing Fujiko's voice. Director. But hearing her question, his mood shifted completely. Staring straight at her with a serious expression, he clenched his fists tightly. Yes. Not even the precognition department could predict its fluctuation, he stated, gritting his teeth. I see. Silence followed as both of them looked at the place where the flying ship had just vanished. Don't die, Hayabu Kyusuke. Minamoto muttered. Meanwhile, the catastrophe had made its way toward a large facility owned by Pandra. All right. A man with short blonde hair and wearing over-the-top glasses paired with an all-black suit shouted with a big smile on his face. Yes, okay. Senzo could only roll his eyes at the over-the-top display that the man was putting on. But the catastrophe had taken major damage during the last confrontation, and he was the best one to fix it. Magi jumped off the ship and gracefully landed in front of the man, with a tired look in his eyes. They sure did a number on her again. Magi could only sigh. Just thinking about it left him angry, but he couldn't do anything about it. I'll need the repairs to be done ASAP, he stated. Of course, leave it to me. She'll be fixed in no time. The man said with a massive smile on his face, giving Magi a thumbs up. By the way, where is the major? He inquired, looking around but not seeing the big boss, who would normally come greet him immediately. Magi's expression changed into a grave one. The major is attending to some minor business. While they were busy fixing the catastrophe, Hayabu stood in front of an impressive building in the middle of Tokyo. In large letters atop the building, the name Babel was displayed, but Hayabu just had a serious look in his eyes. This wasn't the time to play pranks after all, he had come here for some important business. Then his whole appearance shifted, and instead of his usual black school uniform, he became an ordinary-looking researcher with short black hair wearing a white lab coat. Just like that, he promptly entered the building without any hesitation. He had to do it now. Otherwise, he might not have another chance like this, with Minamoto and Fujiko gone. While walking through the hallways, he saw many people pass, nurses, people wearing construction outfits, and normals who came here to get their health checked. While casually strolling through the building, he suddenly heard a familiar name. But Kashiwagi-san, to construct a triple-strength shield, we need a rather significant budget. A man wearing a hard hat and a high-visibility vest said, scratching his chin awkwardly. Kashiwagi, on the other hand, was a beautiful woman with long glossy black hair and black eyes wearing a tight-fitted suit that accentuated her figure. If it's about the budget, there's no problem. We've taken measures regarding it. She reassured the man with a polite smile. Babel's medical research facility is one of the world's most advanced medical facilities. We cannot afford to be lax with our security, she explained to the man while handing him a binder. When suddenly she felt a shiver run down her spine, she didn't show it on her face, but she immediately surveyed her surroundings and spotted a strange young man wearing a white lab coat walking right past her. Kashiwagi-san? The man hesitantly inquired, seeing her staring at the young man who had just walked past. I apologize. Therefore we'll be installing small-sized ECMs here, and Hayabu had successfully entered the medical facility, and while walking, his appearance went back to normal, a grave expression on his face when he finally found the room he was looking for. I hope it's not too bad yet, he thought, quickly entering the general laboratory. Upon seeing the machine he was looking for, he sighed and unbuttoned his shirt. He lay back as the CT scanner slid over his head and chest, the machine whirring softly while it captured detailed images of his brain and upper torso. And while the machine was doing its thing, Hayabu just lay there, a neutral expression on his face, hoping the results would be positive, but he knew better. Most likely it would be bad news. He tightly clenched his fists, but he had to stay calm. Everyone in Pandra was counting on him as the major, and he had to help as many espers as possible in the remaining time he had left. After a short while the machine was finally done, and he quickly got up and went toward the computer, pulling up the results of the scan. He grimaced, looking at the results of the scan. As I thought, I don't have much time left. Then with a snap of his fingers, he vanished from the spot and appeared on a large commercial building across from a high school. And right after he teleported away, the door was quietly opened, and Kashiwagi looked inside. Guess I was just imagining it, she muttered before going back to her duties. Something wrong, Kaoru? Aoi asked, looking at her red-haired friend, who was absent-mindedly staring through the window. For a second it felt like Kyusuk was there. She muttered. You know that's impossible, right? Aoi countered, shaking her head. That's right. After what happened, all of Japan is searching for Pandra. Shiho added. Both stared at Kaoru with worried looks. Why would she say something like that? Was she that worried about him? Yeah, you're right. Kaoru replied, scratching the back of her head. I don't know why I would say something like that. Let's go home. But while those three were leisurely enjoying their time, Hayabu was observing them from the sky, just standing there floating in midair. He was absent-mindedly staring at the three girls but was focusing most of his attention on Kaoru. Then he unconsciously put his right hand in front of his heart, and his blank stare turned into a sad expression. And without a word, he turned around and teleported away once more. 41, Chapter 41, Intervention 1. While Hayabu was infiltrating Babel's medical facility, Senzo, Yurjuri, and the others were leisurely walking through Tokyo, admiring all the cherry blossoms that were in full bloom. Wow, was the only thing that came out of Yurjuri's mouth while she was admiring the beautiful scenery of the cherry blossoms in full bloom. Their petals drifted down around her, settling gently on her shoulders and hair. Fufu, it's rare to see Yurjuri in such high spirits, Momiji stated, readjusting her glasses while also looking at all the falling petals. Probably because it's the first time she's seen cherry blossoms. Yo casually added. Magi also had a relaxed expression on his face looking at the little girl enjoying herself. Andy and Senzo were walking next to each other, minding their own business. And while Andy had a blank expression on his face looking at all the relaxed attitudes from all of them, he couldn't help but wonder why they were here. Hey, after fighting so intensely against Babel, did we really come all the way to Tokyo just to see some flowers? Pfft. Yo couldn't help but chuckle at the stupid question he had just heard. You're such an idiot, newbie. It's because of that we have to let things cool down for a while. Yo explained while rolling his eyes. Plus we have to repair the ship. Then Magi jumped in, a look of disdain in his eyes. Of course that's not our true objective. Our true objective? Andy raised his eyebrow, waiting for Magi to explain further. But nothing came. Magi and the others just kept walking forward, all minding their own business. Andy sighed dramatically, but he couldn't do anything about it. Don't worry about it too much. Even I don't know the true objective, you know. Senzo suddenly said, with a smile on his face. He quite liked this guy now. It was painfully obvious what he was thinking, and his behavior was so straightforward it was very refreshing compared to most other people he knew. So they didn't even tell the super newbie Senzo, Pfft. Momiji couldn't contain her laughter, and she suddenly burst out laughing. Yo and Magi were also chuckling but were able to keep it on the low. Yeah, laugh all you want. Senzo muttered, but he wasn't mad or even annoyed. He quite enjoyed this vibe. That's when they arrived at an old shrine. It stood quietly in between all the blooming cherry blossoms. The front gate at the entrance framed the path of worn stone steps, leading visitors toward the main hall. Faded lanterns hung from the eaves, swaying gently in the breeze, while the faint scent of incense drifted through the air. Before the shrine stood a wooden box lined with copper slats, where people tossed their coins with a clink before bowing in prayer. Beside it, small racks of paper fortunes fluttered like white leaves in the wind, tied there by countless hopeful hands seeking blessings or hoping for a better fate. Wow! Yurjuri was speechless. Her mouth hung open slightly while she took in the impressive sight of the shrine in front of her. The others also admired the shrine from a distance. Senzo stood next to Yurjuri, holding her hand so she wouldn't get lost. Beautiful, right? He asked her. Yurjuri vigorously nodded her head up and down while still staring at it. This is why we love coming to Japan. Shrines like these are always a sight to see. Magi added. Momiji and Yo both nodded their heads. That's right, Yurjuri, now that you're one of us, we will show you even more fantastical sights, he exclaimed, a grin on his face. Really? You're going to show me more things like this one? She could hardly believe it. This was the first time she had seen such beautiful trees and such a large shrine, but he was saying they were going to show even more things like it. She clenched her small hand tightly into a fist and thrust it into the air. Yay! She shouted. Senzo chuckled seeing the little girl act like an actual little girl instead of acting so reserved to ensure she wouldn't be in anyone's way. That's right, Yurjuri. We will show you even cooler and more beautiful things, just you wait. While patting her head, he affirmed what Yo had said and even went a step further. Yurjuri was practically bursting with anticipation, nodding her head vigorously up and down with a massive smile on her face. Shall we try out some food stalls, Yurjuri? Momiji suddenly asked, pointing in a certain direction where tons of people were leisurely walking around enjoying all kinds of different foods. Yurjuri quickly let go of the hand of Senzo she was holding and ran toward Momiji, grasping her hand tightly while almost drooling, seeing all the different kinds of street foods that were being served there. I don't get it. Why would she be so excited to try food stalls? Andy muttered while leisurely walking behind Yo and Magi with Senzo next to him. Well, this is her first time seeing them, so that's probably why. Senzo casually replied. Andy sharply turned his head toward Senzo after hearing his reply. Seriously? Isn't she like, what, 5 or 6 years old? How come she's never been to one? Senzo, Magi, and Yo's expressions all darkened at the same time hearing Andy's question. You explain it, Senzo. We will keep an eye on those two. Magi casually said. Sure, see you in a bit. Then Magi and Yo quickly made their way toward Momiji and Yurjuri, while Senzo slowed his pace to make sure the little lady wouldn't hear him. Never talk about this in front of her, understood? Ah, sure. Andy couldn't understand why the atmosphere took such a 180 after a singular question, but he had a hunch. Yurjuri has basically been in that prison all her life. She isn't just a regular little girl as well, but I won't go into detail about that, or we'll be here all day. Senzo explained with a pained expression on his face while he remembered everything she had been through. So whenever she asks something that isn't a bother, please just do it. She is very shy and introverted also because she has spent years inside that prison being treated as nothing more than an ingredient for those super soldiers. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. Those disgusting pigs using a little girl to make artificial monsters whose only purpose is to engage in war. Andy clenched his fist tightly just from hearing what she's been through. He could tell that no one ever deserved to experience something like that. Especially not a literal child. He himself had also been through a lot of discrimination because of him being an Esper, but it was nothing compared to her. I understand, and thanks for telling me, man. Don't worry about it. It was you who wanted to know. That's the first step in forming a proper bond, in my opinion. Senzo said, extending a firm hand toward Andy. Andy took it without hesitation, and the two exchanged a firm handshake. The resolve in both of their eyes was clear. They would do anything to protect Yurjuri's happiness. 42, Chapter 42, Intervention 2. After hearing everything Yurjuri had been through, Andy began seeing her in a new light. At first he thought she was just a very shy and well-mannered child, but after Senzo's revelation about her tragic past, he felt sorry looking at her. And I thought I'd had it rough, he muttered, clenching his fist with a determined expression on his face. He slapped his cheeks to firm his resolve to make sure nothing bad would ever happen again to her. But with Hayabu and Senzo here, he couldn't really see anything going wrong. Unless, of course, his superiors began taking drastic measures to acquire that stupid device they wanted. Something wrong? Senzo asked, seeing Andy's grim expression. Nah, just felt like I was self-pitying a little too much. I thought my childhood was bad, but compared to hers, it was child's play. Don't underestimate what you yourself have been through. Everyone experiences tragedies differently. To you, your childhood could have been traumatic, while for others it might seem normal. Don't worry too much, and just do your best. Senzo reassured him with a smack on Andy's shoulder. Thanks. Guilt kept building inside Andy as he observed how well the crew always treated him. But he couldn't stop now, he had sacrificed too much for this mission. Let's go, the others are waiting. After Senzo said that, he and Andy made their way to where the others were enjoying themselves. Momiji and Yurjuri were buying all kinds of souvenirs, and Magi's eyebrows were twitching violently looking at the price tags of all the things they had already bought. Yo, on the other hand, was standing by casually enjoying the festivities and looking at all the other people walking around with smiles on their faces. This is quite nice for a change of pace. You stated. That's right, unless a certain someone spends way too much money on useless junk. Magi added, glaring at Momiji but making sure Yurjuri couldn't hear him. Teehee. Momiji had a teasing grin plastered on her face as she looked Magi straight in the eye, clearly taunting him. She knew that with Yurjuri by her side, he couldn't do anything, so she could go wild in buying all kinds of things. The clueless little girl just stood next to her nibbling on her ice cream, her expression one of pure joy. That's when she suddenly saw Senzo appear in her field of vision, and without thinking, she let go of the hand that was holding Momiji's and ran straight toward him without hesitation. Senzo, look at this. She shouted, pointing at the large ice cream cone she was holding. Oh, that looks delicious, he replied, a massive smile on his face upon seeing Yurjuri without her usual reserved attitude. He caught her with his arms and, in one fluid motion, put her straight on his shoulder. Hee hee. She was happily kicking her legs back and forth while enjoying the ice cream and was now seated on the shoulder of the person she trusted most, together with the major. This day could hardly get any better for her. Looks like your shield just ran off. Magi said, glaring straight at Momiji, who stood frozen in place, her eyes wide open, staring at the little girl that had just run off without warning. Fine, she muttered, rolling her eyes, and then she threw the card back to Magi while grumbling. You know, Asakusa is a really nice place. Yo suddenly interrupted, trying to smooth the tension over. There's a lot of delicious food, too. Yurjuri added without missing a beat, her cheek smeared with strawberry ice cream. Magi and Momiji could only chuckle when they saw Yurjuri smile like that and forget about their petty argument. Oi, newbie, go and fill the backpack with everything Momiji bought. Yo suddenly ordered, pointing at a pile of bags filled with all kinds of souvenirs. Silence followed as Andy stared at the massive pile of bags stationed between Magi and Momiji. His eyes twitched slightly, but he complied and filled his massive backpack with everything they had bought. But this is not just looking at cherry blossoms, you're basically sightseeing all of Tokyo. He grumbled. Yo just shrugged, while Magi and Momiji decided to ignore his ranting. Also, isn't this too many souvenirs? He muttered, but when he saw what most of these bags contained, he felt his face flush red with anger. What the hell's with all these doujinshi and protein shakes? He shouted, glaring straight at Momiji. But she just stuck out her tongue and hid behind Senzo. You're being too loud, newbie. Just shut up and carry it. Damn. Was the only thing Andy could muster. He was just too exhausted from dealing with all their shenanigans. Then the group made their way through all kinds of stalls when they finally arrived at a stall that sold all kinds of lucky charms. When Yurjuri saw them, she jumped off Senzo's shoulder and bolted inside. Oi, newbie, you stay outside with Magi. Yo ordered, and without waiting for a reply, he, Senzo, and Momiji entered the store to keep an eye on Yurjuri. Are you kidding me? First I have to be your donkey carrying all this junk, and now I have to wait outside as well. But Andy's complaints fell on deaf ears as Momiji, Yo, and Senzo had already entered the store, and Magi couldn't care less about his complaints. Just shut up and do it, this is a special day for her. After he said that, he leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. Fine. Inside the store, Senzo and Yo were keeping their distance from Yurjuri and Momiji, who is helping her choose one. Are you having a hard time choosing, Yurjuri? She asks. Then she grabs a couple articles from the shelves and, with a smile, starts recommending them to Yurjuri. Then how about this one? Oh, this one is adorable as well. See. But instead of getting a reply like she expected, Yurjuri clenched her fists and glared at her. I can decide by myself. She screams before running off into the distance. Oh my. Momiji had an apologetic expression on her face, but Yurjuri had already run off too far for her to be able to apologize. When Magi and Andy saw her run past them, Magi immediately turned to look at Andy with a serious expression. And a moment later, Momiji, Senzo, and Yo were also out of the store. Go follow Yurjuri, you too, Magi ordered the two newbies. That's right, go Hinomiya. And you as well, Senzo. Why me? Andy demanded, glaring at Yo. Senzo just shrugged and turned around without hesitation and started walking after her. You know, if something happens, your ability might be useful if even Senzo can't handle it. Yo explained with a grin on his face. Now, hurry up before you lose them. TCH. I'm going. Oi, Senzo, wait for me. 43, Chapter 43, Intervention 3. While Senzo and Andy were following after her, Yurjuri was looking around, unsure what to do now. Seeing all the adults walking past her and being all alone surrounded by strangers was very overwhelming for her. She gripped the hem of her dress tightly while staring at the ground and hearing all kinds of whispers around her. Whose child is that? Is she lost? Just leave her alone. Just hearing that was very disheartening, but she wouldn't give up. Clenching her small fist tightly, she looked around for something she could give to him. That's when she suddenly saw a booth, and they had just the thing she was looking for, a Sakura-themed Omamari lucky charm. She immediately approached the booth where she had seen it, but the moment she arrived, she didn't know what to do. She stood on her tippy toes, raising her head just above the counter as she tried desperately to get the clerk's attention, but it was to no avail. While she was doing her best to try and get his attention, other people kept coming to the booth and ordering other Omamari. "Excuse me, I'll take this one, please," an older woman said, handing the clerk an Omamari. "Thank you, that will be 500 yen. The older woman paid immediately, and she was gone before Yurjuri knew it. "Thank you very much," the clerk said while waving her goodbye before turning around to continue organizing his booth. Yurjuri kept standing there on her tippy toes, but it was like she was completely invisible, but she really wanted that specific lucky charm, otherwise, she would go back empty-handed. Just thinking about that made her shoulders droop, and with a defeated expression, she slowly backed away from the booth, with tears forming at the edges of her eyes. That's when she suddenly saw Senzo and Andy looking around. Without hesitation she ran straight toward Senzo, wiping the tears from her eyes. "I'm sorry for causing trouble," she meekly said while tugging at Senzo's sleeve. "Oh, there you are, Yurjuri." He turned around after hearing her voice and feeling someone tug on his sleeve, and with a big smile he patted her head, reassuring her. "Don't worry about it, it must have been overwhelming with Momiji. I'm sure that Magi must be giving her a piece of his mind." Hearing that, Yurjuri raised her arms while doing her cutest puppy eyes. "What?" Senzo was momentarily taken aback by how adorable she was, but without hesitation he lifted her up and put her down on his shoulder. "Is that better?" "NNN." She nodded her head vigorously, a massive smile blooming on her face, and without hesitation she pointed toward a certain booth. "Can we go there?" "Sure, why not?" "Oi, Andy, let's go, I found her," Senzo casually remarked, and without waiting for a reply, he made his way toward the booth she was pointing at. Sure." While he was busy looking around, he suddenly heard Senzo shout, which so completely caught him off guard that he looked around and finally saw her sitting on his shoulder without a care in the world. "Well, it's good that we found her without incident," he muttered before hurriedly running after the two. "So where are we going?" "She wants to go to a certain booth, so we're just going there." Andy raised an eyebrow and looked at the little girl sitting on Senzo's shoulder but decided not to comment. And before long they had arrived at the booth she was pointing at, and now on the shoulder of Senzo the clerk saw her immediately. "Hello, how can I help you?" he politely inquired, seeing the two men carrying a little girl. "Which one do you want?" Senzo gently asked. "The one with the beautiful pink flowers on it," Yurjuri stated, pointing at a certain Omamari. "Can we please have the Sakura-themed Omamari?" Senzo politely asked. "Of course, that will be 500 yen. "Oh." Then, without hesitation, he slapped Andy's shoulder with a broad smile. "You don't mind chipping in, right? I kind of don't have any money on me right now." The clerk and Andy looked at Senzo with wide eyes, as if they couldn't believe what they were hearing. In this day and age, he wasn't carrying any money on him. "Sure, but you owe me one." After paying, Yurjuri was hugging the lucky charm with a silly grin on her face. The clerk had even put it inside a bag so she didn't have to wrap it anymore. "Thank you very much," the clerk said while Senzo, Andy, and Yurjuri left the booth. "See you," Senzo casually said, waving at the clerk. Andy, on the other hand, was just looking at the grinning little girl that treated a lucky charm like it was her most precious possession. So what now?" Andy suddenly said, looking around. "Well, we are at a theme park, no? Why don't we have some fun?" Senzo said with a grin. But the only thing Andy could hear was him taking advantage of the fact that he'd have to pay for everything. But before he replied, Senzo turned toward him, showing Yurjuri's hopeful gaze. "Well, why not? She does deserve it." While glaring at Senzo, he sighed and slumped his shoulders a little but gave a nod. "Sure, let's go." Hee. Yurjuri now had a massive smile on her face, and she could hardly wait to try out everything it had to offer. But just as they were about to start exploring the amusement park, they saw a sign that ruined everything. "High-level espers are not permitted beyond this point." Bruh, don't go acting like you want to listen to a stupid sign," Senzo said, and without hesitation he stepped past it while carrying Yurjuri on his shoulder. Andy could only chuckle. Of course he wasn't about to follow the sign's directions, but scaring Yurjuri a little might have been fun. Following close behind the two espers, Andy also entered the park. 44, Chapter 44, Intervention 4. For the next few hours, the trio explored everything the amusement park had to offer. Yurjuri's delighted squeals on the merry-go-round made even Andy crack a smile, and Senzo was going overboard all the time, almost getting them kicked out multiple times. After they enjoyed all the rides and attractions, they decided to visit the merchandise stores, and inside they had even more fun running around being followed by Yurjuri, who was holding a toy gun and wearing a massive smile on her face. Andy and Senzo were also having a blast, but as the hours swiftly passed, Andy was wondering what they were even doing here at this point. "So, Senzo, why are we just having fun here instead of going back to the others?" Senzo just shrugged with a smirk. Why not? They pushed the task of finding Yurjuri on us, so why not take advantage of it? Andy's mouth was wide open for a moment, and he took a good deep look at the young man standing next to him. But he just sighed with a slight smile on his face. That is pretty smart. You know. Heh, of course it is, and it's on their dime as well. So just ask for them to pay you back after we return to the catastrophe. Senzo remarked, not meeting Andy's eyes. Even though Andy felt like something was wrong, he couldn't quite put his finger on what exactly, and with a shrug he nodded. That's when Yurjuri finally emerged from the shop with a massive smile. Hee hee. Andy felt all his worries melt away when seeing that little bundle of joy in the form of a little girl in front of him. But before he could ask where to next, something caught Yurjuri's eye. In front of one of the shops, multiple people dressed up as clowns were doing a performance. Yurjuri couldn't help but stare, not even noticing that Senzo had picked her up and put her on his shoulder while approaching the performance. Can you buy some drinks, Andy? But to Andy it sounded more like an order, and while he rolled his eyes, he didn't refuse. After all, it was finally time to confront the rats that were following them around the whole time within the amusement park. Andy leisurely walked away toward a remote corner where the bathroom was, but right before entering the building, he went into an alley where someone was standing, quietly following me around. Do you have some kind of business with me, Mr. Babel? He said while leaning against the wall of the building, a confident smirk on his face. I've come to have a chat with you, investigator. Huh. Andy was rather taken aback by Minamoto's declaration, but before he could inquire further, Minamoto entered a secret door in the side of the building. And without hesitation, Andy decided to follow him as well. After all, if they knew his true identity, it could be disastrous to let them go without having a proper conversation. Once the two were inside, they walked through a long empty corridor in silence, but Andy was staring daggers into Minamoto's back. All kinds of thoughts were running rampant in his mind, but the most dominant one was when one of the children had read his mind. It must be then. Me, an investigator from UCI. What are you basing that on? Do you not remember one of the children with psychometry touching you before? We learned everything from her. Minamoto casually stated. Tisk. Andy's earlier relaxed attitude was now gone, and instead he was carefully inspecting his surroundings, ready to face anything they could possibly throw at him. Hi. He suddenly heard, and in front of him stood another prominent member of Babel, Fujiko, one of the strongest espers in all of Babel. Yo. Was the only thing that came out of Andy's mouth, but he didn't let his guard down even if she acted so nonchalantly. Hee hee, I quite like you. And unlike that brute, you're quite cute, she stated with a smirk on her face. Brute. Andy muttered, raising an eyebrow at her statement. Don't worry about it, but are you still going to play dumb? Or can we have an actual conversation now? Alright, but I can't be away for too long, or Senzo might sense that something is wrong. We know we have worked with him in the past and know very well just how perceptive he is. Fujiko replied, her relaxed attitude disappearing without a trace. Minamoto and Fujiko locked eyes, and Fujiko gave a firm nod. After clearing his throat, Minamoto stared straight at Andy and finally dared to say why they contacted him like this. We at Babel intend to simultaneously arrest all of Pandra, and we'd like you to cooperate with us from the inside. Oh, but you do know if I give this info to Hayabu, he will only trust me more, right? Andy immediately countered, a smirk on his face. But the ones from Babel weren't impressed at all. Instead, Fujiko gave him a disapproving look. Well, if you're going to do something so mean, then as a punishment we'll blow your cover, too. Then she gave him a thumbs up and an innocent smile. For everyone's sake, Oni-san suggests we cooperate with each other. TCH. Andy had a sour look on his face. They had him checkmated, basically. If only they didn't know about my secret identity. But would they have even contacted me like this if they didn't? Then something dawned on him. The only reason they told him this is because he was a mole. Well, you got me, but there is one thing I don't understand. Why are you so focused on Pandra? To put in so much effort just to capture them time and time again. Oh, and if you don't tell me, I will refuse to help. So think carefully. This was Andy's bottom line. He had his own mission, and gathering more intel was always helpful. 45, Chapter 45, Intervention 5. Fujiko and Minamoto exchanged glances and both nodded at one another. Readjusting his glasses, Minamoto sighed with a sad expression on his face. During the war, are you aware of the existence of a special operations unit, referred to as the Psychic Powers Unit, in the Japanese Army? Yeah, more or less. Then Fujiko continued the explanation, her expression completely blank. Hayabu Kyusuk was affiliated with that unit, and just before the end of the war, he was betrayed by his superior. Now they had Andy's full attention. He himself was also a part of the army from another country, after all. That incident transformed Hayabu Kyusuk into a monster bent on revenge, Fujiko continued, her expression becoming sadder with every sentence she uttered. And during that time, he murdered everyone associated with it, one after another. But it doesn't stop there. Andy was now fully invested in the story Fujiko was telling, as he could finally get a glimpse at Hayabu's past. Almost every founding member of Babel, created to protect espers, has been murdered by Hayabu. A deep sigh escaped Fujiko's lips as all kinds of grim scenes flashed before her eyes. Hayabu standing in front of a burning building with destruction all around and corpses littered everywhere, or founding members being pierced by spears or their heads imploding. Every single one was Hayabu's doing. Andy kept his mouth shut and listened intently. He says that he can't trust any Esper protection group that's associated with normals. This sounds very unrealistic. Do you expect me to believe anything you say just because you say so? Andy muttered, a grim look on his face. Everything is true. I know Hayabu very well from back then, she replied, staring Andy straight in the eye. From back then? Andy said, taking a closer look at Fujiko, and that was when it dawned on him. Then how old are you? But before he could finish his sentence, Fujiko's fist connected with his face at full force. I'm forever 17 years old. She screamed. You know, when you ask a lady her age, you should be prepared to die, she added, as if she hadn't just punched Andy in the face. Minamoto stood there dumbfounded. He knew how sensitive the age topic was for Fujiko, but he hadn't expected it to be this bad, and he quickly made a mental note to never ever approach this topic if Fujiko was even remotely close by. After her little outburst, she looked at the floor with a sad expression. Before being betrayed, Hayabu was like a different person. He was a complete angel back then. While still holding his face, Andy couldn't help but keep his eyes glued to Fujiko, who was still explaining more and more about Hayabu, and the more he heard, the sadder he became. If only that betrayal had never happened, then one of the strongest Espers ever could have used his abilities for a good cause instead of seeking revenge. Even though the purpose of the psychic power unit at that time was only to serve the military during war, for us, it became a family. Then a peaceful smile could be seen on Fujiko's face as if she were reliving some pleasant memories. The moment Andy heard the word family, he thought back to how it was on the catastrophe. Family, huh? So how about it? Will you cooperate with us? We won't ask for your answer immediately, but please consider it. Minamoto added. This is also. But Minamoto never finished that sentence. For Hayabu's sake as well, he thought, but he couldn't tell Andy that. Then Minamoto's phone started ringing suddenly. Excuse me. What is it, Sakeke? Sorry, Minamoto, but I lost them. What do you mean? It's exactly as I said. A moment ago they were just sitting on a bench watching the show, and the next both of them just vanished into thin air. And then a moment later, Senzo and Yurjuri appeared next to Andy. Yo! Fujiko and Minamoto were immediately alarmed by the sudden appearance of the duo, as both of them got into position to engage them at any moment. I would love to exchange some blows, but not right now. I just came to pick this guy up. Senzo casually said while pointing at Andy, with a smirk. Yurjuri looked around, wondering where they were and why Andy was together with the people from Babel. How did you know I was here? And what do you mean by picking me up? Andy stumbled over his words, staring at Senzo with his eyes wide open. Yo, contacted me. It's time to go. And how did I know you're here? That's a secret. Then Senzo grabbed Andy by the collar, and before anyone could say anything else, the three vanished into thin air. Minamoto and Fujiko looked at one another with their eyes wide open. Could he have heard what we were talking about? She inquired. The moment Minamoto heard that question, he knew they'd have to rush their operation even if it meant not being as prepared as they wished. We have to go now. Call everyone and tell them we're going to push the plan up. We need to act fast. And just like that, Fujiko grabbed Minamoto's hand, and she snapped her fingers to teleport back to Sakeke to pick him up as well. But nothing happened. She snapped her fingers a couple more times, but once more they just stayed at their current position. That bastard! Fujiko hissed, glaring at nothing in particular. Why are we not going? Minamoto asked, a confused look on his face. We'll have to walk until we get out of the area that bastard has locked. Fujiko grumbled. Senzo, you mean? Wait, he can do that. The moment Minamoto understood what Fujiko meant, he broke out in a cold sweat. Someone could actually stop teleportation from a level 7 Esper, no less. This operation might be harder than we initially expected. 46, Chapter 46, Party. Back on the catastrophe, Senzo had put Andy down on a bench, and Yurjuri sat on his lap with a happy expression on her face. Between them, Momiji sat. All four of them were relaxing and waiting for everyone else to finish their preparations. Did you find something good, Yurjuri? Momiji inquired. She knew how important this day was for her. And even though she had run away with Senzo and Andy, there should have been no issues with her procuring a gift. Yes. She blurted out. Senzo and Andy could only chuckle when they saw how energetic she was. While all kinds of people were running around preparing for a grand occasion, Andy was absent-mindedly staring at them as the words of Fujiko kept echoing through his head. Family, he muttered, leaning his face on his hand, carefully observing everything that was going on around him. Senzo had clearly heard what he said but decided to not bring it up. This was his own decision, and he would respect whichever one he took, even if that meant becoming enemies. What? Momiji interrupted his thought process with a satisfied expression on her face. Well, you guys use that word a lot. Hayabu used it too. Andy explained. Momiji took a closer look at the newcomer as memories of how Hayabu had saved her suddenly resurfaced. Everyone here, including myself, are all people the Major saved. The Major is trying to create a world where people like us can live in peace. Andy was now staring at Momiji instead of observing everything going on around them, intently listening to another side compared to the story Babel had told him. We couldn't possibly express our gratitude enough. Suddenly Yo appeared out of nowhere and interrupted their conversation. The ones who should be thanked are us. We're the ones who are sticking with him, he stated, casually leaning against the wall. Andy just kept his mouth shut. No matter what he would have said, Yo would have found something wrong with it. Momiji sighed and rolled her eyes. When are you going to give that a rest? Before Yo could respond, someone with a large tray walked past them, and what they saw on it made them totally forget about their banter. A massive cake with Hayabu's face on it and the words, "Happy Birthday." A young girl was transporting the cake toward the deck of the ship where the party would be held. As expected of you, Patty. It came out amazing. Momiji exclaimed. What the hell is this? Andy mumbled, staring at the massive cake in front of him. Are you a little slow, newbie? It's a birthday cake, duh. Yo countered, a blank expression on his face. I can see that much, but why is Hayabu's face on it? Because it's the old man's birthday. Yo answered matter-of-factly. Huh. Was the only thing that came out of Andy's mouth as his mouth hung wide open in shock. But Yo didn't care and just continued his explanation. We're going to surprise him with a birthday party, you know. It would have been pretty nice if anybody had notified me, you know. Andy countered, glaring at everyone around him. Whoa, no one told you about it. That's sad. Then Andy turned toward Senzo, who was still sitting there without a care in the world. His eyes were closed, and he was leisurely patting Yurjuri's head. Oi, Senzo, did you know about this? Andy demanded, glaring at Yo with eyes full of hatred. Of course I know, wasn't it quite obvious? He casually replied without opening his eyes. Pfft. Yo burst out laughing. Momiji tried to hide her amusement, but she failed miserably. Hayabu, on the other hand, was quietly observing all this from the air with a smile on his face. Happy birthday, Major. Hayabu sat at a specially decorated table in the middle of the deck, surrounded by all the members of Pandra. Phew, I'm surprised. To throw a party like this for me. Thank you, everyone. He stated, a massive smile on his face. Then Magi walked up holding a small gift. It was beautifully wrapped, and Magi had a proud look on his face. Major, here. Hayabu opened it without standing on ceremony, and the moment he saw the book that was inside, he glanced at Magi with a raised eyebrow. Please learn how to become a proper leader by reading that book. Thank you, Magi. I understand your dissatisfaction well. And while saying that with a smug look, he casually dropped the book on the ground. Then I'm next. Momiji exclaimed. You should try to change your image every now and then with these, Major. She handed Hayabu a bag full of flashy and sparkly clothes, from pants to t-shirts and even some underwear. They were all included. Thank you, Momiji. I'll put them away with care. And just like that, he dropped all the clothes on the ground on top of the book. Momiji could only glare hatefully at the Major, pouting heavily. Here you go, old man. It's my turn now, Yo suddenly said, handing Hayabu a bamboo sword handle. This time, however, Hayabu didn't even give him a reply as he just dropped it onto the other things he had dropped on the ground. I'm the only one who gets ignored. Yo shouted, glaring at the Major. Momiji and Magi just stood next to him with blank expressions on their faces. Then Yurjuri shyly approached the Major while holding Senzo's sleeve, half hiding behind his leg with a small pocket in her hand. But with everyone's encouragement, she took a deep breath and stepped forward, holding the small bag with both her hands and offering it to Hayabu. Major, here. She barely managed to squeeze it out while her face turned bright red. Hayabu carefully accepted the package and slowly opened it, making sure he wouldn't damage its contents, and the moment he saw what was inside, a beautiful Sakura-themed lucky charm, he looked back at Yurjuri with a smile. Thank you, Yurjuri. I'm really happy. I'll always treasure it. He said while crouching down in front of her and gently patting her head. After hearing that, Yurjuri's earlier shyness disappeared as she had a massive smile on her face. Andy and Senzo also couldn't help but smile at the beautiful moment. Okay, newbies, you're both up next. Yo, suddenly said, grabbing Senzo and Andy's shoulders and hugging them close with a grin on his face. Me, but I didn't know today was his birthday. Andy barely managed to say while stuttering. He glanced at Senzo a couple times for help, but he was also holding a small bag. Huh, was the only thing he could utter before Hayabu interrupted him. You didn't know, then you can get down on your knees and apologize. He said gleefully while pointing at the ground. Andy was speechless, and everyone else seemed to be agreeing with this outrageous demand. Oi, don't agree with him, you bastards. He exclaimed, glaring at all of them. But while he was actually contemplating getting on his knees, Momiji came to his rescue. Well, it can't be helped. We'll just wait for next year. That's right, we'll let you off the hook for now, Yo added. When Hayabu heard those words, his earlier joy vanished instantly, and the scans he had taken resurfaced. Next year's birthday, he thought with a grim look on his face. But Andy wasn't any different. As all kinds of scenarios played out in his head, he was fairly certain by that time he would have long since left this family. Then Babel's explanation played once again in his mind. A mass murderer, or the savior of espers. Just which one of these is the real Hayabu? He didn't have an answer right now, but he needed to figure out the answer as soon as possible. 47, Chapter 47, Plan. Senzo and Yurjuri had returned to their room, where Sophie was pouting and glaring at Senzo. Explain yourself, she demanded, hugging Yurjuri while staring at Senzo. Senzo couldn't help but chuckle slightly even though she was acting tough with him. It looked super cute, especially when she was hugging Yurjuri. You know, princess. But before he could continue, Sophie turned her head around and didn't even spare him a glance. Ahem, my bad. Sophie, happy now? The moment she heard her name, she acted as if nothing had happened and grinned at him. So you know, you technically aren't a part of Pandra because you're a normal, and the only reason you can stay is because the Major's whims allowed you to. So of course you weren't allowed at his party. When the words left his mouth, Senzo felt quite bad. After all, she had risked it all just to come here. Ah, that makes sense. But still, why am I being locked away in this room the whole time? It's so damn boring. She stated, relaxing her whole body and falling onto the mattress together with Yurjuri, who was so tired after the party that she had no clue what was going on anymore as her eyes were drooping heavily. How about you let her sleep? Senzo said, placing Yurjuri on her own bed with a single motion of his hand. Ah, oopsie. I might have let my emotions get the better of me, Sophie said, sticking her tongue out. I do understand your frustrations. How about I take you somewhere tomorrow, and if she wants, Yurjuri can join us. Senzo offered. When Sophie heard that, her whole demeanor suddenly changed. Her earlier frustration and even slight disappointment vanished. I will hold you to that. Be prepared, I will run you completely ragged, she exclaimed with a smirk on her face, as all kinds of ideas ran rampant in her head. But it all depends on where they will be going, so she couldn't plan too much yet. Hee, you will regret offering that. I'll also take Yurjuri with me so that he can't talk back at all. Devious plans were being made by the beautiful princess while Senzo was just staring at Yurjuri, completely oblivious to the scheming princess. As the night slowly passed, Andy was all alone in a small room. Through the window he saw a calm sea with the beautiful sun in the sky. In front of him on the table lay a revolver. With practiced ease, he checked if everything was in order. He took a deep breath and exhaled loudly, staring at the ceiling with a hollow expression. It's about time, he muttered. Then his superior appeared in front of him in the form of a hologram. It seems like the preparations are finished. Andy Hinomiya. Yes, Andy replied with a determined gaze. What about Hayabu and his comrades? I'll leak information to Babel and use it to distract them. However, if the children show up, it would be a real problem, Andy explained, glancing at the door to make sure no one was near. Please apply pressure behind the scenes to keep them away. We can do that. But without the children there, how will you deal with Hayabu and Senzo? It seems rather unrealistic to be able to steal it with both of them defending it. Andy wanted to retort and say he would manage, but that would be a lie. Hayabu alone was already troublesome enough as is, but now you add Senzo to the mix, and it was basically impossible to handle both at the same time without the children. I'll try to get one of them to leave the premises one way or another, so how about you have Babel send the children to the one that leaves? He suggested, though he had no idea how he'd manage it. Okay, we'll finally execute the plan to recover Ihachigo. Understood, Hinomiya out. After saying that, he gave a military salute. The hologram vanished, but Andy had no time to relax. Immediately, he left the room and went through a portal that Hayabu had personally created. That sure is handy, Andy muttered, looking at the portal he had just stepped through. Just a moment ago he was back on the catastrophe, but now he was back in Japan. It's merely a shortcut created with teleportation. There are many other routes that connect various sites in the world via the catastrophe. Magi casually explained. Then Senzo, Sophie, and Yurjuri also stepped through the portal. Sophie looked around curiously. Seeing all the important members of Pandra gathered together here was a surprise. She'd hoped only one of them would be here so she could ask permission to leave and explore the country with Senzo and Yurjuri, but now it was a rather tall task. That's when Yurjuri stepped forward, clenching her tiny hand into a fist. Major, she suddenly said. Oh, what is it, Yurjuri? He replied, raising an eyebrow. Can Senzo accompany me and Sophie, was all she managed to say before she quickly hid herself behind Sophie's leg. Hayabu looked at Sophie and Senzo with a puzzled expression, hoping one of them would continue her sentence. Ah, she was hoping Senzo could accompany us in exploring Japan. Sophie clarified, fidgeting with the hem of her shirt. Sure, why not? We are more than enough to complete this mission anyway. After he said that, Magi approached him with a serious expression. I've just received word from our comrades. We've confirmed that the ECM has been taken to Japan, as our intel stated. Hayabu gave a satisfied nod. Let's go. And Yurjuri, have a good time with Senzo and the princess. Hearing that, Yurjuri enthusiastically nodded her head at the major's words. Momiji and the others also waved goodbye to Yurjuri, Senzo, and the princess while leisurely following after Hayabu and Magi. It's been a while, so there's no harm in being flashy. Yo stated, smirking. My arm's going to be sore after this, Momiji happily added. Then Yo turned toward Andy, who was walking all the way in the back. Well, you'll at least be assigned as the lookout or something, Hinomiya. Yeah, I'll do that, Andy absent-mindedly replied. When Yo heard his reply, he took a good look at the newbie. You good? Did something happen? He inquired. No, nothing, Andy replied. Oi, slowpokes, hurry it up. We don't have time to waste. Hayabu shouted. But Andy wasn't in the mood for shenanigans. He had a deeply concerned expression while holding his limiter necklace in his hand. 48, Chapter 48, Ambush. Inside an underground garage, Minamoto and Sakeke prepared for the massive mission ahead. That undercover investigator, suddenly he's on our side and offering us information. Just what is he thinking? Sakeke muttered, staring at Minamoto, hoping for an answer. Minamoto was putting on all his gear and arming his weapons for the incoming arrests. They needed to be fully prepared to deal with a whole group of powerful espers without the children there. I have no idea, but for Babel, it's a chance to arrest all of Pandra. Sakeke was also fully geared up and was holding his helmet in his hand while standing next to a motorcycle. But this is fishy, Minamoto. Our superiors ordered us not to deploy the children for the arrest. Instead, they're sending them after Senzo, who's going somewhere else. Don't you think the US is up to something? His eyes narrowed slightly, and while staring at Minamoto, he voiced his concerns. But Minamoto didn't seem too bothered by it. He put on his jacket and readjusted his glasses with a serious look on his face. We won't get this kind of opportunity again. Regardless of what the US thinks, we will stop Hayabu Kyusuk at any cost. That's our responsibility. To stop that catastrophe prophecy, right? Sakeke added, a concerned look on his face. But before they could continue their conversation, they were suddenly interrupted by a little girl with fiery red hair and crimson eyes. Then bring us too, instead of sending us to stop a single esper. She demanded, glaring at the two men in front of her. Kaoru, you know we can't, otherwise this whole operation will fail. I'm sorry, Minamoto said, averting his gaze from her. But she wasn't deterred in the slightest and countered immediately. We're catching them for Kyusuk and the other's sake, right? No matter what the other said. But before she could finish her sentence, Minamoto stopped her by raising his hand. You cannot. You and the other children have another important mission. Keep Senzo in check the whole time. If he shows up, we will not be able to complete this operation, he sternly ordered. Also, arresting Hayabu and the other members of Pandra is an adult's job. You just do what you're ordered to do. Understood. But Kaoru refused to answer, glaring hatefully at Minamoto and Sakeke, who were now walking away toward the other soldiers who were stationed in the garage. Supervisor Minamoto, preparations are complete. A fully geared soldier holding a machine gun saluted. Copy that. Tell everyone we're heading out. Me Minamoto. Kaoru suddenly shouted. This was her last chance to convince him, and she would do everything she possibly could to make him take the children with them. We're not children anymore. We understand how much this mission means. And I. But before she could finish, Minamoto had entered a black SUV and told the driver to get moving, completely ignoring the pleading Kaoru. Kaoru looked at the back of the SUV with a glare, but tears were forming at the edges of her eyes as she was left all alone in the garage. In a back alley between warehouses, the members of Pandra had cornered a truck protected by SUVs. Yo screamed, blasting sound waves at the SUV driving in front of the truck, bringing the car and truck to a complete stop. Make this easy and hand over the cargo, Magi casually demanded. If you cooperate, we won't hurt you, Momiji added, grinning. Heh, this is easy. Yo stated, looking at the truck now fully surrounded. But a bit farther away, Andy looked miserable as he stared at all the members he had spent the last couple of weeks with after breaking out of that prison. The truck driver carefully stepped out of the vehicle with his hands raised, and just as he was about to open the back to hand over the cargo, he suddenly heard noise in the sky. But he wasn't the only one that heard it. As Magi and the others turned their heads, they saw dozens of helicopters flying above them, equipped with state-of-the-art ECMs. Most alarming were the Babel logos visible on every single helicopter. Wah, this is... Magi sputtered, alarmed as he stared at all the helicopters and cars that had arrived in front of them. TCH. ECMS, this whole thing was a trap. Yo shouted, glaring at the men who jumped out of the cars and started shooting at all of them. But not a single bullet managed to reach their target, as Hayabu had appeared in front of all the other members and stopped all the bullets even though his psychic powers should have been completely suppressed by the ECMs. TCH. Was all Hayabu could hear before suddenly all kinds of grenades were thrown at them, and they exploded one by one. But instead of explosions, white gas suddenly flooded the area. Owa! Yo and the others shouted as panic began to set in due to their current situation. Don't breathe, it's sleeping gas. Momiji suddenly shouted. But Hayabu just stood still in the midst of all this chaos, his eyes glued to a certain individual. Pandra and Hayabu Kyusuk. You're being issued with a warrant for your arrest based on international law, Minamoto declared, while pointing his gun straight at Hayabu. We, Babel, will capture you. But Hayabu didn't even flinch. Instead, he just kept staring straight at the young man in front of him with a death glare. No matter how many times I see you, you keep spewing that disgusting justice of yours, Hyabu said casually, as if he was having a normal conversation and not being surrounded by hundreds of armed men. His hands were casually in his pockets as he stood there proudly. It's almost as if you knew about our plans. Are the higher-ups putting pressure on you so the queen isn't here? Minamoto just gritted his teeth and didn't engage with Hyabu's provocations. Instead, he signaled for his men to slowly surround him. It seems you're worrying about a lot of things. That's not necessary. I will protect the catastrophe. Hyabu, you know about the prediction. Minamoto stammered, sweating bullets now, staring with his mouth agape at Hyabu. But before they could continue their conversation, Magi appeared out of nowhere and disarmed Minamoto with ease, slamming his body into the ground in one smooth motion. I'll leave this to you, Magi. I'm going back to the ship. Yes, Major. Wait, Hyabu. But before he could finish his sentence, Hyabu had already snapped his fingers and vanished. Meanwhile, Yurjuri was drooling, looking through a glass window of an ice cream shop, urging Senzo and Sophie to hurry up. 49, Chapter 49, Outing. After Hyabu and the others left to complete their mission, Senzo, Sophie, and Yurjuri were left all alone in the abandoned warehouse. Senzo had a relaxed expression, but he wouldn't let his guard down. Are you ready, Yurjuri? He asked the little girl who stood between him and Sophie. Yes. She enthusiastically shouted while nodding her head. Sophie could only smile at the adorable little girl's enthusiasm. Okay, let's go then. After Senzo said that, he lifted Yurjuri onto his shoulder and grabbed Sophie's waist. A moment later, the three reappeared in the middle of a busy city. Civilians walked around chatting happily, and shops lined the streets as far as the eye could see. The moment Yurjuri saw everything around her, she could hardly contain her excitement. She jumped off Senzo's shoulder and grabbed his hand tightly. But while she was pulling Senzo's arm, Sophie just stood there. Her whole face was as red as a tomato, and her whole body had totally stiffened up. Calm down, Yurjuri. As you can see, Sophie needs to get used to moving around so fast, Senzo explained, trying to get Yurjuri to calm down, but nothing he did seemed to calm her down. After letting go of Sophie, he rubbed his temple with his free hand, and after a heavy sigh, he kneeled down to look Yurjuri straight in the eyes. How about this? You can go around, but you must always stay on the same street as us, he proposed. Okay. Yurjuri shouted. And as soon as Senzo let go of her hand, it was like a whirlwind had been let loose as she ran off exploring everything that looked remotely interesting to her. Ha ha ha. Senzo had no words. From a shy young lady to such an energetic child, the transformation was baffling, but it was a good one for sure. And while she's distracted, I can let the princess gather her breath and keep an eye on the others. Without turning his head, the scenery he saw suddenly completely changed as the busy street in front of him seemed to completely vanish, and in its place, he now saw all the other members of Pandra surrounding a truck. And while he was keeping an eye on them, Sophie had finally recovered enough to be able to look around and appreciate the beautiful cityscape with Yurjuri running around. Phew, calm down, she muttered, while glancing at the man beside her. A smile appeared on her face just thinking about everything that had happened, from almost being assassinated to leaving her kingdom behind. These were the most tumultuous moments of her whole life. But at the same time they were also the happiest moments of her life. Instead of just staying cooped up in her small kingdom, she had taken the reins in her own life, and it had paid off massively. While she stood there in a daze staring at Senzo and reminiscing about everything that had happened, she realized something. Why is he just standing there? Ahem, Senzo. When Senzo heard his name, he snapped out of his daze immediately and looked straight at Sophie. Sorry, I'm just a little worried about Hyabu and the others, so I'm keeping an eye on them. But it looks like everything is going well. Shall we? Offering her a hand, with a pleasant smile on his face, Senzo looked directly at Sophie and was mesmerized by her beauty. But Sophie didn't give him any time, as she immediately took his hand, and the two of them looked around trying to find Yurjuri, who had gone way ahead without them realizing. Oh, we better hurry before we lose her, Sophie stated. Senzo just nodded at her words, and the two quickly made their way toward Yurjuri. So Yurjuri, have you found anything you would like? Today is a special day, and I would like to treat you, Sophie said. When Yurjuri heard that, her eyes shot open, and she turned her head immediately as she stared at Sophie. Can two really choose anything? She asked, her eyes darting between Senzo and Sophie. After seeing Senzo nod, her whole demeanor changed. Gone was the shy girl who might have been considerate. Follow me. And without waiting for Senzo or Sophie's reply, Yurjuri ran off. Are you sure? Senzo asked, glancing at Sophie. Yeah, she deserves it, and don't forget I am a princess, so I have a lot of money. So much that I have no idea how I will ever spend it all. When Senzo heard that, his mouth opened and closed a couple times like a fish. He had completely forgotten about that after all. Seeing Senzo's funny faces, Sophie couldn't help but chuckle a little. Let's go before she becomes too impatient. Then the two quickly made their way toward where Yurjuri was staring through a glass window of a very popular ice cream shop, drool dripping down her mouth. She had been waiting who knows how long. Why did Senzo and Sophie have to be so slow? She had no idea, but it was killing her. When the two finally arrived, she practically dragged both of them into the shop, and without hesitation, she pointed at the signature dish she had seen many other children eat while she was waiting. I want that one. Okay, wait a moment, I will order it for you, Sophie said with a smile on her face. While Sophie was ordering, Senzo saw 3 girls standing outside of the shop, all 3 wearing school uniforms with serious looks on their faces. Take care of Yurjuri for me, I will be waiting outside, he told Sophie before exiting the shop. What are you all doing here? He inquired, raising an eyebrow. But Kaoru was having none of it. She and the 2 other girls steadied themselves, preparing for battle. This time we won't go down so easily like last time, she exclaimed. And without hesitation, she formed a massive fist with her psychokinesis and threw it straight at Senzo. Take that. But the moment she said that, the fist vanished, like it had never been there. Calm down, Senzo said, rubbing his temples. He was enjoying a nice relaxing outing, and now these brats attacked him out of nowhere. Let's please just talk this out. I'll act like you never threw that punch, alright, he stated, but this time he was emitting a large amount of psychic pressure, so the 3 girls couldn't just keep standing there all relaxed. NGH. What is this? The 3 girls were all barely keeping it together, but they couldn't afford to be careless against such a formidable enemy. Shiho, Aoi, get ready, this won't be an easy fight, Kaoru declared, gritting her teeth, but inside she felt powerless, like her powers were completely useless in front of Senzo Kazuko. Senzo just stood there staring at the 3 girls. Can they not hear me? Why are they so adamant about attacking me? He couldn't understand it, but if that was the case, he had to make them understand using force. In an instant the atmosphere around the 4 changed completely. The blue sky turned fully black, and everything around vanished from sight. In its stead came pure black. It looked like the 4 of them were standing inside a black hole, and the girls felt their legs tremble upon the realization that all their senses had stopped working completely. They couldn't hear one another, nor smell, nor see. It was like they were locked inside their own bodies without any hope of ever escaping. One after another the girls felt their legs give out under them as tears started streaming down their faces. Senzo could understand what they were screaming, but he had to do it, or a massive fight would have broken out. If they unlocked their seals, it would have been hard to keep an eye on Hyabu and the rest and make sure Yurjuri and Sophie wouldn't have noticed. After a while, he turned the surroundings back to the cozy city and approached the 3 girls solemnly. 50, Chapter 50, Confrontation. Did that calm you down? He casually asked the 3 panting girls in front of him. Huff, huff, huff. But it looked like the 3 of them couldn't hear him and were still recovering from what he had just put them through. After he realized that, he just took a step back and waited patiently for the 3 of them to catch their breath so they could have a proper conversation without all the nonsense. Are you two okay? Kaoru asked, glaring at Senzo, who was leisurely standing in front of them with his hands in his pockets. Aoi and Shiho nodded their heads even though they had rather pale complexions. At least they could see and hear once more. After confirming that the other 2 were all right, Kaoru shakily stood up and stared straight at Senzo with hatred in her eyes. What did you just do? She demanded. I just gave you all a reality check and showcased the difference between our abilities, Senzo said casually with a shrug. Also, that was necessary, otherwise, would you all have calmed down enough to have a proper conversation? Silence followed as the 3 girls suddenly found the ground very interesting. We're sorry, Kaoru said meekly, as her hands clutched her skirt tightly. It's fine, so how about it? Let's have a proper discussion now, okay? Senzo asked the 3, hoping they had come to their senses and wouldn't just blindly attack him anymore. Kaoru nodded her head furiously and took a more relaxed stance after realizing that Senzo didn't mean to harm them at all and just wanted to have a talk. Let's take a seat first then. After Senzo said that, he clapped his hands. The scenery changed once again. The bustling city vanished, replaced by a luxurious room. Senzo took a seat at the round table between them. Wow! Was the only thing the 3 could mutter upon seeing the scenery change once again, and it truly felt like they had just teleported, but they knew very well that Senzo did not have the psychic power of teleportation. After the 3 took a seat next to each other opposite Senzo, Shiho couldn't hold her curiosity back. How are you doing this? I don't get it, she blurted out, staring straight at Senzo. Senzo just chuckled, and with a wave of his hand, a window suddenly appeared next to the 3 girls. What? Kaoru exclaimed. Shiho and Aoi both just stared out the window with wide eyes. What they saw made zero sense after all. T was the city where they'd confronted Senzo, with all the civilians leisurely walking around and cars driving through the streets. How is that possible? Aoi muttered. Just a little reality manipulation combined with vector manipulation, but that's not why we're here, remember. Let's get down to business now, Senzo said casually, and just like that, the window disappeared once more. Why did you all come here? And so aggressively as well? Senzo asked, raising an eyebrow. The 3 girls glanced at one another because they didn't know if they could reveal their mission or not, but at this point, what's the difference? We were ordered by Minamoto to keep you away from the other members of Pandra so they could arrest them, Kaoru explained, her eyes glued to Senzo's every movement. I guess it's that time, then, Senzo mumbled, scratching his chin. Shiho and Aoi clenched their fists under the table. Even though the situation was hopeless, they had to complete their mission, so if Senzo gave even the smallest hint of trying to interfere with the plan, they would have to stop him at all costs. Don't worry, I'll stay put as long as nothing serious happens, Senzo reassured them. You will? Kaoru inquired, finding it hard to believe. They can take care of themselves. And today I'm accompanying Sophie and Yurjuri. After he said that, the three girls saw a smile form on Senzo's face. They felt more relaxed. This was good for their mission. So how about you three accompany us for the remainder of this trip? Senzo suddenly proposed. Huh, can we really? Kaoru's eyes widened in shock upon hearing that proposal. Yeah, I don't see why not. Isn't it a win-win situation? You all can keep an eye on me, and Yurjuri can make some new friends. Then two more people entered the room through a door Senzo had formed at some point, and Yurjuri and Sophie walked through it. The three girls suddenly jumped up and got ready to fight the intruders, but when they saw a little girl holding a massive ice cream and a beautiful woman, they just stared at each other for a moment, not knowing what to do now. Haha, don't be so tense, they're just a normal woman and a little girl, after all. And they're the ones I'm accompanying today, so how about it? Sure. The three girls replied in unison, but even they were unsure what to make of the current situation. It just all felt so foreign to them. Normally they always fight against Pandra, after all, but now they were supposed to spend time relaxing and exploring the city with them. Kaoru, are you sure about this? Shiho whispered in her ear as she kept her eyes glued to Senzo and the other two who had entered the room. I don't know, even though I would like to fight him, I don't think we can beat him, and as long as we keep him here, the others should be able to arrest Hyabu and the others, so the prophecy will be prevented, she replied, also keeping her eyes on Senzo. Aoi, on the other hand, was staring at the massive ice cream Yurjuri was holding as drool started dripping from her lips unknowingly. You want some as well? Sophie suddenly asked, pointing at Yujuri's hand. Aoi just nodded her head automatically. Let's go, it's my treat. And you too? No thanks, Kaoru said, shaking her head. She had to stay focused on the mission after all. But Shiho couldn't resist the temptation and meekly nodded her head. Hee, okay, follow me, I'll get you both one as well.
Due to copyright restrictions on YouTube, I have decided to create a collection of fanfiction novels in audiobook format. If you would like to access the collection, you can purchase it through one of the following platforms. Patreon or Ko-Fi. You will find both links in the description. After completing your payment, you will automatically receive a link to a private Telegram channel that has a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks in audio format. This is a one-time payment that grants lifetime access to the existing collection. Please note that the collection is continuously expanding. I regularly add new audiobooks over time, so the library keeps growing. If you would like to update a novel or add a new one, you must subscribe to my Patreon. Depending on the tier you select, you will be able to request a specific number of chapters weekly, which I will then produce in audiobook format.